Chapter 351, Commander. In the blink of an eye, around 80% of the 1,000 or so flame rats were killed. Only a small number of rats avoid death. They were not shot through by bullets, and the unique fat that had an incredibly low ignition point in their bodies did not come into contact with air, so it did not end up burning. They were still scurrying about in confusion. Mena threw his chains forward and bound 2 flame rats. He dragged them over. During the process, they did not lose even a single strand of hair. He first bound one flame rat tightly with a chain. Then, he brought out a full set of harvesting tools and blasted the other flame rat with a liquefied condenser that was at more than -10 degrees Celsius. When the flame rat was frozen to the point that it could not move and even had a thin layer of ice outside its eyeball, Mena calmly cut into the back of its neck. He peeled open its scalp and removed its entire cranial bone. Mena's vision had not been trained to the point where it could replace microscopes. He had a spirit energy microscope made specifically for dissections fixed around his eyes, and he focused it while he investigated the flame rat's brain. After admiring it for a while, he used a long needle that was finer than hair to extract the flame rat's central nervous system. Once he was done, he used a scalpel that was as thin as a cicada's wing to dissect the brain until it was divided into thin slices that were less than 1 millimeter thick. When he was done investigating the rat's brain, he started dissecting its organs to investigate the flammable substance. 10 minutes later, Mena obtained his answer. These creatures should have been lurking around the place for some time. Their stomachs are filled with fermented refuse-derived fuel. It shows that they have been hiding in the fuel warehouse of the power plant and eating the fuel. They stuffed their stomachs full of these things. But I feel like they're just mooks. There must be a commander hiding behind them. Why? Lucia asked. First, don't you think that it's too easy to kill these flame rats? The scale and length of the fog this time is something we haven't seen over the past half a year. If I were an abnormal beast with superior intellect, I would not ignore this God-given chance. There's no way I'd just send a few measly rats to cause trouble. Second, their intestines are clearly unable to completely digest the refuse-derived fuel. Even if they weren't shot or burnt to death, before long, their stomachs would burst and they would die. This means that they didn't do this due to their instincts or to fill their stomachs. Instead, they were ordered to by something with greater intelligence. Third, their brains are too small and simple. It's hard to imagine just how these flame rats could gain real intelligence and carry out such a complicated task as performing a coordinated attack with the monsters who invaded Dragon City. Big Sissia, look here. Do you see a small hole on this flame rat's forehead? Lucia observed the rat carefully and nodded before she said, I saw it. There's a ball of parietal eye. Its scientific name is parietal eye, Mena said. In ancient times, many of the vertebrates didn't have just one pair of eyes. Aside from the normal pair of eyes, they had another eye at the top of their head. But it's hard to say just what function it had. Some biologists say that the parietal eye was used to sense light and regulate a living being's sleeping time. Some believe that the parietal eye was used to help living beings sense the changes of the planet's magnetic field, so they could locate things very accurately. They might have been just like the magnets in a pigeon's brain. Some experts also believe that humans' epithalamus is the evolved form of the parietal eye. Most of the mammals are like us. Over the course of a long evolution, they have long closed their parietal eye. But through simple gene editing, it's not hard to make rat-type monsters show signs of atavism and grow their parietal eyes once again. As for their function, if my guess is correct, they should be used to sense the changes of spirit energy magnetic fields and receive information. Lucia frowned. Receive information. You can think of it as a biological chip that receives information. The commander hiding in the dark uses some sort of method to enlarge its brainwaves. The slight changes caused by the spirit energy ripples it creates can be sensed by these mutated flame rats through their parietal eyes. It's just like how a commander gives orders to his or her soldiers, and because of it, the flame rats launch their suicidal attack. Perhaps the goal of this attack is just to confuse us and make us think that the invaders have all been destroyed. Lucia cast a deep glance at Mena. She had personally seen him performing outstandingly in many of the training courses. She had also heard many of his analysis and remarks of some of the training courses in private. They were all things that she had never heard before. So, she trusted his judgment a lot. She immediately said, "Is there a way to find the commander?" "I can try and find the general location of the commander. As for the precise location, I'm going to have to rely on your sharp spirit energy perception." As Meng Jiao spoke, He stabbed the other flame rat's ear canal with a few long needles that were finer and softer than hair. He closed his eyes slightly and focused. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was as if he was performing an incredibly difficult microscopic surgery. The flame rat was just bound by a chain. Its central nervous system was not frozen, so it should feel pain. But even after Meng Jiao stabbed 4 long needles into its ear canal, and those needles that were finer than hair and longer than fingers sank into its brain, it did not let out a single screech. It was still looking around as if it could not sense the slightest bit of discomfort. "What are you doing?" Lucia asked. "I'm cutting the connection of nerves between the parietal eye and the brain," Meng Jiao said. "This way, the parietal eye might turn into an organ that is a pure magnet, just like the magnet in a pigeon's brain." "And then?" "Then, it might bring us to the commander," Meng Jiao said. "You should know that pigeons are able to find their nests accurately even if they are hundreds of kilometers away. That's why humans were able to train pigeons into messengers. I believe that the commander's brainwaves aren't that strong. To avoid interference, when it gives commands to the flame rats, they must be together. That place might be their nest and where the commander is lurking. As long as I cut the connection between the parietal eye and the brain, the flame rat will no longer be controlled by any external commands. Its fear and survival instincts will suppress everything else once more. Then, it might pick up on the magnetic field and run to the place where it feels the safest, which is the commander's nest." As Meng Jiao spoke, he flicked the chain. Despite the flame rat having needles in its head, it scurried away. After it. Meng Jiao was now a 3-star superhuman, so it was impossible for a rat to run away from him. Lucia was levitating in the air and saw it clearly as well. Meng Jiao stopped the factory protection team and the operations members of the Abnormal Beast Research Department while he was running after it. When the flame rat arrived near the cooling tower, it suddenly disappeared. Meng Jiao narrowed his eyes and flared his nostrils. Soon, he found an incredibly hidden crack under the cooling tower. "Looks like we'll need to find a map detailing the entire power plant's underground structure before we can find the rat's hiding place," Meng Jiao said. "We don't need to go through so much trouble." Lucia smiled. She spread her fingers before clenching her fist. Then, she released an incredibly powerful spirit energy magnetic field. It rammed into the underground like an ordnance penetrator, and as if it had created a small-scale earthquake, a lot of rocks were forced against each other. In the first half a minute, nothing happened. Only smoke gushed out from the intersecting cracks. But soon, a black figure jumped out of the thickest crack and slithered up the cooling tower. They focused on it and quickly realized it was a shiny python. Its scales were a semi-transparent purple, which gave off a crystalline feeling. Its organs could even be seen faintly. Its scales rubbed against each other to create sparks. Electricity surrounded its body, which made it look like a dragon that was soaring among clouds. There was a huge tumor growing on its forehead. It had a pulse, and the sound was like a war drum sounded by an army when chasing after a prey. It struck at the humans' brains and hearts. The python shares the same nest with the rats. That thing is the commander. Meng Jiao swung his saber chains and chased after it. After he became a 3-star superhuman, his speed reached another level. When he stomped fiercely on the ground, he created aftershocks as if the area had been blasted by cannons. With a layer of smoke hiding his body, he jumped high into the air and arrived above the lightning python. Sizzle. The lightning python's scales instantly turned completely transparent. A ball of plasma formed in its throat and gushed out like a volcano eruption. It struck Meng Jiao in the face while he was in mid-air. But the plasma only managed to tear apart Meng Jiao's afterimage. It had not been a simple afterimage or optical camouflage. Instead, it was the advanced spectro-illusion that he learned from Ghost Tribe's training camp, which he remembered from his previous life. Aside from leaving behind an afterimage at high speed, he also poured his vitality magnetic field into it so that it would look alive, thereby tricking monsters and enemies. The real Meng Jiao was still lurking in the dust that he had kicked up. The moment the lightning python spat out the plasma, he attacked with the 2 chain sabers and formed a spiral killing formation. The chains went to the area 7 inches below the monster's head. The lightning python jumped up as if it had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. Meng Jiao's chain sabers acted as if they were not beholden to physics. They turned in an unimaginable angle and chased after the area 7 inches under the python's head. The lightning python let out a screeching sound that sounded similar to a rat's. The tumor on its head was covered in veins. It had swelled up to the max, and now, it released a powerful mind attack. Meng Jiao narrowed his eyes as if he was suffering from a terrible headache. He lost control over his chain sabers, and like dried-up earthworms, they slumped down. The lightning python's eyes shone with delight, as if it had not expected things to happen this way. It switched from defense to offense and opened its mouth to bite Meng Jiao's neck. But there was not a single hint of confusion in Meng Jiao's eyes, which was the typical symptom of someone whose mind was thrown into chaos. There was only cold calmness and an unstoppable killing intent that spilled out from within them. Chapter 352, The Realm Ambusher. Demon Subduing Slash. Meng Jiao used his hand as a knife. His entire arm was covered in profound and complicated spirit tattoos. Spirit energy burst out of them and formed a saber glare that was almost 4 meters long. Then, like a shining pole that subjugated demons, it came swinging down at the lightning python. Boom! The lightning python was only barely able to dodge it, and a deep trench was left behind on the ground. Meng Jiao did not stop to catch his breath. The second saber glare started surging at his fingertips while he chased after the lightning python like a shadow. In an instant, the lightning python was surrounded by dozens of saber glares. The greatest advantage of the ultimate style was its insanely great endurance. Once someone was held back by an ultimate style practitioner, as long as no accident occurred, monsters of the same level as the practitioner would have a hard time breaking free. Meng Jiao also managed to figure out the lightning python's rhythm when it fired the plasma. It happened in a short time. There were a few times when he intentionally slowed down and pretended that his strength had run out to lure the lightning python into counterattacking. The moment before it fired the plasma, the saber glare at Meng Jiao's fingertips would instantly become much brighter and go to cut the area 7 inches below its head, which forced it to swallow the plasma. The lightning python ended up frying itself to the point that it was dizzy. Wisps of white smoke came out of the gaps between its scales. It hissed while flinging its tail, which left intersecting cracks on the cooling tower. Meng Jiao remained as calm as ever. In fact, he did not even need Lucia's help. He flicked a small saber glare forward to cut at the lightning python, which made it lose its bearings. Suddenly, Meng Jiao pulled back and jumped backwards lightly to widen the distance between him and the lightning python. The lightning python finally had the chance to catch its breath and counterattack. It was ecstatic and opened its mouth to charge up an unprecedented ball of plasma in its throat. Careful! The superhumans who rushed over cried out in surprise. But it was too late. Sizzle! Crackle! The lightning python fired the plasma at Meng Jiao's face. He ignored it and did not even bother dodging. Something unbelievable happened. The moment the plasma left its mouth, it split into hundreds of electrical arcs that surrounded the lightning python and electrocuted it to the point that it started foaming at the mouth. Its scales curled up, and its flesh was burnt black. Its eyes turned bloodshot. The tumor that could control minds shriveled up and hung low on its head. The lightning python curled up into a ball while it spasmed. Its flesh was torn, and it stopped moving. The superhumans rushed forward and quickly bound the lightning python. Then, they injected more than 10 high-density anesthetics into its body before they gave Meng Jiao puzzled looks. Meng Jiao went forward and knelt down on one knee before he carefully extracted 4 thin silver needles from near the lightning python's head. He had stabbed those needles when it lost its bearings after Meng Jiao attacked it with the demon subduing pole. With them, he cut off some of the connection between its brain and central nervous system. The lightning python not only lost part of its mobility because of it, but was also no longer immune to its plasma attack. It might seem like a magic trick, but it was built on Meng Jiao's deep knowledge of monsters and a harvesting foundation that was much greater and more in-depth than that of the average person. This was a scale unique to veteran harvesters. The factory protection members around them and the operations members from the Abnormal Beast Research Department looked at each other at a loss. They could see great shock in each other's eyes. In truth, Meng Jiao was quite famous. When they met up at the power plant, many people recognized him. However, in the eyes of the high-level engineers and operations members who had been through hundreds of battles and all of whom happened to be in their 40s or 50s, no matter how powerful Meng Jiao was, he was just a young man in his early 20s. He had not even graduated from university yet. At most, he was only outstanding among his peers. To them, Meng Jiao joining the operation to defend the power plant was really just him widening his horizons and gathering more fighting experience. They did not expect that Meng Jiao would be able to instantly locate the commander of the monsters. And before the main force arrived, he managed to subjugate the highly intelligent monster. Capturing a monster alive was 10 times more difficult than killing a monster. All superhumans knew this fact very well. When they looked at Meng Jiao, their gazes filled with admiration and puzzlement. Meng Jiao smiled. He clenched his fist, which was burning because he had used demon subduing / too many times. He felt like he was holding a piece of steel that had reached melting point. When a person became a 3-star superhuman, the increase of spirit energy circulation, maximum release value, changes in the organs, and the increase of the basic functions of the body were secondary. The most crucial thing was that since 70% of Meng Jiao's body had crystallized and he had learned brand new spirit energy magnetic fields from his tutor and the mysterious elite, he could use a lot of different strategies to fight. He could also use the experiences from fighting in his previous life to execute strategies that were deviant, had a lot of variations, and were far more advanced compared to the current era. We are both 3-star superhumans, but if I compare our fighting strength, my current self should have far surpassed Qinhu while he was still under raging waves, because I'm a 3-star superhuman who came from decades later. I should have also surpassed all the 3-star superhumans in Dragon City, right? As he sensed strength crashing into his muscles, nerves, and bones like endless waves, Meng Jiao felt indescribable pleasure. Now that I've protected the garbage power plant, the defense system in hundreds of residential areas in the north of the city should encounter no problems. I've changed the future again, so that means I contributed quite a lot for Dragon City. I wonder how many contribution points I'll get. He blinked for a long time, but he saw no contribution points popping up at the corner of his eyes. Meng Jiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Usually, when this sort of thing happened, it meant that the quest had not ended yet. The enemy had yet to be completely destroyed, so it was not the time for kindling to conclude his points. No way. Meng Jiao thought. Boom. Before he could even finish his thought, a loud explosion came from deep within the power plant. A fireball rose in the air. Under the colorful night sky, it turned into a black cloud that bared its teeth at them. It's in the direction of the power generators. Lucia levitated in the air and acted as a scout. She was able to see where the explosion came from with just one glance. How could this be? Meng Jiao and the superhumans looked at each other in shock. The power generators were the core of the power plant, so the defense over there was, of course, incredibly tight. Over the past few days, they had searched through the place repeatedly and sealed off the pipes that monsters could use. They had also set up traps and alarms at the dark and cramped corners. They even sent elites to patrol the place to make sure that there were no blind spots. Regardless of whether it was the lightning pythons or flame rats, they could only act around the cooling tower. There was no way for them to infiltrate the power generators. Yet it was clear that it was not a normal explosion caused by a breakdown. So, who caused the explosion? Meng Jiao quickly rushed to the powerful generators with the other superhumans. The place was covered in smoke. Quite a few steam pipes were damaged. White smoke rose up, making the place look like a bathhouse. The temperature was incredibly high too, which lowered visibility. Lucia made a gesture in the air to say that she could not see inside clearly. The sounds of gunfire suddenly rose from within the smoke. Meng Jiao took 2 steps forward and nearly tripped over a corpse. He looked down to examine it and discovered that it was one of the factory protectors. His fatal wound was a gunshot that hit his eye. The eyeball and his brain were pierced through in one hit. The other eyeball was in perfect shape, but it was filled with shock. The man seemed to have been full of disbelief before he died. Gunshot wound? Meng Jiao mumbled to himself. Do monsters know how to use guns? Meng Jiao thought about it before he shuddered and shouted into the communication channel. Everyone, be careful. The destroyer might be human. I repeat. The destroyer might be human. He has a gun. He might fire at us at any moment. Don't approach the people who were stationed here. Human? The factory protectors shuddered as if they were about to face a major enemy. Seal off the steam pipes first. We'll have the fire trucks fire water from a distance. We'll start planning once visibility increases. Meng Jiao said quickly. 4 fire trucks started spraying water from the perimeter. The water came pouring at them like the rain and chased away the steam blocking their vision. Then, corpses appeared all over the ground. There were 3 people standing among them. Both the people who lay on the floor and the people standing wore the uniforms of the garbage power plant. They were not the engineers of the power plant, but the fighters sent by the power company to provide reinforcements. When they saw so many of their own lying on the floor, the factory protectors on Meng Jiao's side felt their hearts clench in pain and fill with anxiety. But they did not rush forward, because they could tell with the night vision goggles that the dead had gunshot wounds. A number of people had fallen on their faces and sported gunshot wounds on the backs of their heads. No one could possibly arrive behind them elusively and kill them at a close distance unless they were familiar and trusted companions. "Captain Fang, what happened?" a factory protector beside Meng Jiao asked loudly. The three people across from them did not seem to have heard it. They just walked around in circles as if they were lost. Their footsteps were rather stiff. Sometimes, they raised their feet high, and sometimes low. It was as if they had forgotten how to walk, but were looking for something on the floor. Soon, they found a few corpses to their liking and crouched down slowly. They searched around for a while and brought out Sam brown belts covered in grenades. The pupils of all the people on Meng Jiao's side shrank. "Captain Fang, what are you doing? Why is everyone dead? Who did this?" The factory protectors sounded even more anxious. But the other side did not care. They placed 3 or 4 Sam brown belts on their shoulders and dragged their feet to the power generators. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Jiao fired 3 shots right behind Captain Fang and the other protector's feet. Captain Fang finally turned his head around and glared at Meng Jiao. The searchlights from 4 of the fire trucks shone on Captain and the other 2 protectors' faces, revealing them. Hiss. Everyone sucked in sharp breaths. Captain Fang and the other 2 protectors' faces were numb. Their eyeballs were entirely black. Their scleras were consumed by black fog, and their faces were covered in thick and protruding blood vessels. Something was crawling about in the blood vessels, and they looked even more terrifying than zombies. "Captain Fang, don't move, or else we'll shoot." The factory protectors gulped, and more than 100 guns pointed at their former comrades. Captain Fang and the other 2 protectors tilted their heads upward by 45 degrees. Their black eyes were fixed on the night sky. After a moment, they let out guttural growls from the backs of their throats. They did not sound human. The 2 protectors with the Sam brown belts charged in Meng Jiao's direction with strange postures. Captain Fang shifted the more than 10 grenades in his arms and staggered to the power generators. Chapter 353, Brain Infesting Worm. "Don't shoot." Meng Jiao stopped the factory protectors. 2 small and exquisite mini-submachine guns appeared in his palms. Bang, 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 bang. Somehow, he managed to fire with the accuracy of semi-automatic rifles, even though he was using mini-submachine guns. As the rhythmic shots rang out, the 2 strange people with thick blood vessels on their faces cried out in pain. Meng Jiao had blasted off their fingers. Their palms were shot full of holes, and the Sam brown belts with grenades fell to the ground. Meng Jiao then fired at the Sam brown belts. The bullets never missed their target and hit the metal parts, which sent the Sam brown belts flying away. He did not make a single hole in the belts nor hit the grenades on them. Once the 2 strange people lost the Sam brown belts, they went berserk. They ignored the blood pouring out of their palms and howled as they pounced on Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao put the 2 mini-submachine guns into the intersecting holsters on his back. He curled his fingers, and 4 lancet knives that were almost transparent due to their thinness appeared between his fingers. With the dark providing cover, no one could see his movements clearly. All they saw were the 2 strange people falling to the ground. More than 10 of the important tendons from their thighs to their ankles had been cut off. But there was no sign of pain on their faces. Instead, they seemed to have descended into an even more berserk rage. It was as if there were tentacles squirming around madly under the skin on their faces, which created expressions that were even more terrifying than zombies. They only calmed down when Lucia summoned dozens of spikes from underground to form 2 cages to trap them inside. Captain Fang was the only one left. He did not waste time and threw the first grenade-covered Sam brown belt at his target. Boom, 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 boom. Even if the outside of the core of the power plant was as sturdy as a fortress, the explosions opened a crack that could fit a person. Captain Fang danced happily and rushed to squeeze in. Meng Jiao threw his 2 chain sabers. His target was Captain Fang's back. Captain Fang let out a strange yelp, and with bizarre moves that made him look like he was popping, he avoided Meng Jiao's attack. Meng Jiao seized the chance to jump dozens of meters forward. They were now close enough to cross swords. Captain Fang's face was flushed red. Fine drops of blood even squeezed out of his pores. The thick and protruding blood vessels stretched from his face all the way to his arms, which made them swell up. Then, they rammed into Meng Jiao's chest like 2 1,000-ton hammers. The factory protectors who were familiar with Captain Fang cried out behind Meng Jiao. Captain Fang was one of the strongest superhumans in the garbage power plant. If that were not the case, it would have been impossible for them to hand the crucial task of protecting the power generators to him. His punches could shatter even the demonic halberd pigs and iron-armored rhinoceroses' skulls until they were shards the size of fingernails. But to everyone's surprise, Meng Jiao withstood his crazed attack and did not even sway. They did not even hear him grunt, much less his bones cracking. Then, they saw Meng Jiao's muscles rippling like fierce waves. Not only had he used ripple force to neutralize most of the impact, he even seized Captain Fang's punching force as his own to complete the accumulation of power for Dragon Snake Force. Boom! Meng Jiao crouched down and cut into the burly Captain Fang's defense zone. The power accumulated in his Dragon Snake Force blasted forth like a rocket, and with a simple and crude uppercut, he sent Captain Fang flying. The sound was even louder than the explosion of a grenade. With a single punch, he sent the berserk Captain Fang into the air. All the man's posture and strength disappeared at that moment. The Ultimate style paid a lot of attention to how its users should deliver chain attacks after they sent their enemies into the air. But since Meng Jiao was facing an enemy at Captain Fang's level, he felt confident, because he was now a 3-star superhuman. There was no need for him to unleash any chain attacks. He spread his fingers, and like burning clamps, they closed around Captain Fang's face. His bones released a series of explosive sounds. Hundreds of his muscles squirmed at the same time. Incredibly ruthless power gathered together, and he yanked Captain Fang down from the air. The exceptionally ruthless reckless bull force charged into Captain Fang's brain, and he crashed into the floor, creating a pit that was around half a meter deep. Only Captain Fang's legs remained outside, like two shuddering bundles of reeds. They trembled for a long time in the dark before they slumped down powerlessly. When the factory protectors surrounded them, Meng Jiao had already dragged Captain Fang out. There were still a lot of thick and protruding blood vessels covering his face, which made it look like he had ugly worms all over his face, but after facing Meng Jiao's ruthless treatment, they only had fear left in them. They no longer dared to act like lunatics. Even if Meng Jiao did not cut Captain Fang's tendons and break his arms, he remained obediently on the floor and did not dare to move. The factor protectors looked at each other and gulped. They did not know who was more terrifying, Captain Fang, who had just become incredibly violent, or Meng Jiao, who acted like a demon who had crawled out of hell. Even the operation members from the Abnormal Beast Research Department had long since stopped looking down on Meng Jiao. They marveled in their hearts. As expected of someone from Group 9. He's really ruthless. Speaking of which, Captain Fang and the other two protectors had been fine, so why did they end up like this? They had even attacked the power generators they should protect no matter what it cost them. Meng Jiao knelt down on one knee on Captain Fang's chest and aimed a torchlight into his eyes. The man's irises were unclear, and his reaction to light was quite delayed. When Meng Jiao saw the blood vessels squirming slowly on Captain Fang's face, he pondered it for a while before he flipped Captain Fang over and took a fine and long clamp to pull apart the hair on the back of his head. Just as he expected, a semi-transparent worm was stuck to the back of Captain Fang's head. The worm looked like an amalgamation of lice and leech. It had 8 legs, and they were like 8 tentacles that went deep into the back of Captain Fang's head. It also had suckers and barbs under its body that allowed it to stick firmly to Captain Fang's skin. However, since Meng Jiao had rammed Captain Fang's head against the floor, the worm was reduced to a bloody mess, and it lost part of its control over Captain Fang. That was why Captain Fang was no longer aggressive. When everyone saw the bloody worm, they could not help but suck in sharp breaths. Lucia removed the spikes, and the crowd quickly moved forward to pin down the limbs of the other 2 strange people before they flipped them over. Meng Jiao examined them one by one, and just as he expected, there were 2 worms in perfect health on the men's heads. Meng Jiao's memories from his previous life flashed before him, and the monster's information appeared in his mind. Brain-infesting worms. They appeared at the later stage of the monster war. They're really elusive and dangerous worms. Their semi-transparent bodies allow them to hide pretty well. Their limbs are well developed, which allows them to jump high and gives them high mobility. They can jump on a human's shoulder or back from dark corners and attach themselves to the back of a human's head. They secrete a unique anesthetic that ensures that the person will not be able to sense any pain when their skin is torn. The target will not notice the worm's presence at all. Then, their tentacles will reach the human spine and their brains, where they'll capture the human's cerebral cortex and central nervous system. Brain-infesting worms were specifically evolved by the monster civilization to target human civilization. They're psychological weapons that are really good at controlling minds. The worms themselves don't have any mind attacks. They're low-grade life forms with simple structures. It's impossible for them to control high-grade mammals like humans and complete complicated strategic instructions. Instead, they serve well as control chips that work as relay stations between humans and high-grade abnormal beasts with really high intelligence. Highly intelligent abnormal beasts can make monsters with great mind attacks like the demonic air-ripping eye spread signals through the entire city and send their commands to the brain-infesting worms. The tentacles of the brain-infesting worms can then replace the central nervous system and send the commands to the humans' brains and seize their willpower. Then, they can turn the humans into monster puppets. What are these? Aside from Meng Jiao, no one knew just how terrifying the brain-infesting worms were. Even the operation members from the Abnormal Beast Research Department had never seen such a strange worm-type monster before. "Don't move. We have to look for a neurosurgeon now," Meng Jiao said. "These worms have really long tentacles, and they're probably already deep into their brains. We can't pull them out easily. If we want to save them, we need to immediately conduct brain surgery. That's the only way we can extract a perfect abnormal worm sample as well. Also, have 3 people form a group to inspect each other's heads. When 2 people perform checks, the third person must have a gun and be on guard by the side. Be careful, this worm is very good at hiding. It might be hiding at the back of your head. Even if you touch it, you'll instinctively ignore it." The people were shocked, and when they looked at Captain Fang and the other 2 people's horrific situations, they broke into cold sweat. They quickly examined each other. Meng Jiao and Lucia examined the backs of each other's heads, and once they were certain that there was nothing hiding in their hair, they relaxed a little. Even the brain-infesting worms have appeared. The monster civilization I remember from my previous life is showing up, Meng Jiao thought. But these brain-infesting worms aren't fully modified yet. Their methods of controlling humans are clumsy. Their humans look hideous, have stiff movements, and look more horrible than zombies. They're practically screaming that they're controlled. The brain-infesting worms in my previous life were better at hiding themselves. They were also more cunning and effective too. When those brain-infesting worms controlled a human, there were no signs at all. They still possessed their normal thought processes and emotions. They could communicate with their colleagues, comrades, and family members. The worms could also use more precise and crafty methods to carry out the commands of the abnormal beasts instead of making the humans create explosions outside a building using grenades. This is just too simple and crude. Looks like my guess is correct. The monster civilization isn't ready to fight yet. The 9 great supernatural entities, normal monsters, superbeasts, and abnormal beasts are still being modified and going through their evolution. Or rather, the monster civilization hasn't yet fully integrated itself into this world. The satellite city that has transmigrated with us and has been fully corrupted by the other world hasn't completely turned into a terrifying demon den yet. This time, Dragon City has the initiative, so they attacked us in haste before they're ready. We have a chance of winning fully. Chapter 354, Aftermath from the Fog. The abnormal beasts did not continue attacking the power plant in the north. But Meng Jiao and the group did not relax. The space-time rifts that looked like mega-vortices still remained in the night sky. They were continuously gushing out flying-type monsters that came from deep within the Monster Mountain range. Like the demonic air-ripping eye that looked like giant eyeballs and luminescent jellyfishes, were covered in tentacles, and had powerful mind attacks. There were also lightning golden eagles, which were creatures that could surpass sonic speed when they traveled at top speed. The edges of their wings were really sharp, and they could cut through the air sacs of armored airships. There were also giant insects that gathered together to form swarms. They were like squirming tornadoes or demonic palms that descended from the sky. They could bind humans and drag them into the air. In a few minutes, their blood and flesh would be gone. Then, the insects would toss the remains back to the ground. All sorts of monsters that shone in various colors wreaked havoc above Dragon City, and they really looked like demons dancing in the air. The battle lasted the entire night. When dawn arrived, there was still a small number of monsters that moved about in the city. They relied on the ruins, drains, pipes, and the complicated ventilation systems in the buildings to fight against the humans. Scattered gunshots and the sound of buildings collapsing repeatedly tormented the humans' minds, which were near a breaking point. Once Meng Jiao's mission of protecting the power plant was over, he went back to his old job, being a harvester. This time, the fog brought nearly 1 million tons of monster carcasses to Dragon City. They had to harvest them as soon as possible, or they might transform or cause a plague. Meng Jiao worked hard for an entire day at the garbage power plant and the steel factories around it. When dusk arrived, He finally dragged his heavy feet and swung his nearly numb hands to the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Over there, he could analyze the newest development of monster evolution. While he was on his way back, he saw that the defense systems of dozens of residential areas had suffered different degrees of damage. There were more than 10 residential areas that were taken down by the monsters. Even though the residents had fled to the underground sanctuary in time, their houses were damaged badly. Countless resident swarm homes now had burning, broken walls. Piles of monster carcasses had rotted away because they were not handled in time, and a layer of yellowish-green mist filled the residential areas. The pungent smell was enough to make Meng Jiao's eyes water. He also heard the booming sounds of explosions coming out from apartments that seemed to be in perfect condition. Some of the monsters turned into biochemical bombs after their carcasses rotted away. They released balls of acid and poison. The acid corroded the reinforced concrete in the walls, and the buildings lost their strength. The poison invaded the walls and would linger there for the next few years, which would lead to irreversible damage to the human body, especially to the respiratory and blood circulation systems of children. The damage would not be cured their whole lifetime. In other words, some apartments might still be standing firmly, but they had been polluted and were no longer suited for humans to stay. Meng Jiao saw a lot of residents looking lost. They either stood or squatted next to the broken entrances of their residential areas. They did not seem to know what they should do. A girl with a dirty face held a toy bear with torn limbs. There were tears streaming down her face, but she kept comforting her toy bear softly. It seemed like she was asking the toy bear to not be afraid. Her father rolled up his sleeves in anger. He seemed ready to beat up the bloody monster carcasses until they were even more of a bloody mess. Her mother wanted to go back to get some stuff back, but a few buildings had collapsed, and the ruins were piled up together. They were also burned by the monsters' flames. There was no way she could find their home. The scene in front of Meng Jiao overlapped with the tragic scenes he remembered seeing during the later stage of the monster way in his previous life. It reminded him that the future could not be changed that easily. It also warned the dragon citizens that even if they managed to win at the northern front lines, the final victory was still far from their grasp. When Meng Jiao reached the Abnormal Beast Research Department, he came to understand the full state of the fog battle, this time from Yi Shaoxing. Just as he expected, a lot of proof and data showed that the monster war had now entered the second stage, and the fighting model had completely changed. First of all, the monsters had become smarter. Even their coordination in fights had increased by leaps and bounds. In the past, when the fog descended and different monsters came out of the space-time rifts, they did not come out at the same time. And usually, when they appeared, they impatiently launched attacks at human communities. This allowed the humans to defeat each group before the next arrived. Many of the Heaven Realm elites had the time to kill the monsters in one community before going to another. Just by themselves, they could ensure the safety of 4 or 5 communities. At the same time, since they had no concept of formations and firepower, many monsters would form a long line, even though they had an advantage in numbers. They would just stupidly rush at the humans' guns and anti-aircraft guns. Aside from turning themselves into sitting ducks and making humans waste their ammunition, their actions were completely meaningless. But when the fog arrived this time, many monsters, especially the mammals with brains that were relatively well developed and insect-type monsters that had collective intelligence, were much better. They knew how to gather their firepower and coordinate their timing. Then, they attacked the residential areas together so that the powerful fighters could not do anything about it. There was no way for them to split themselves 5 ways to help everywhere at once. A large batch of monsters even rushed past residential areas that were already waiting for them with great firepower. They instead gathered together some 5 different species and attacked old residential areas with relatively weak defenses. Their gathered strength was enough to catch the humans off guard. Second, the monsters had also learned to attack the important points in Dragon City. The power plants, water plants, crystal warehouses, and gene farms were all targeted. Among them, the monsters focused the most on the water plants and gene farms. Aside from the monsters who descended at night, a batch of abnormal beasts like the flame rats, lightning pythons, and brain-infesting worms had long since been hiding around the water plants and gene farms. Even if their suicidal attacks did not manage to break the basic facilities that supported the operations of Dragon City, the acid and poison they released when they exploded polluted the water source and farms, so Dragon City, which was already having a hard time providing enough resources to its people, would have an even harder time in this regard. Third, monsters had learned how to assassinate important figures. Many of the specialists who were engaged in frontier disciplines were assassinated or struck down by monsters who had decided to group together. Even though a lot of the specialists did not die, the casualty rate of specialists was still much higher than in any of the past fog attacks. It was hard to believe that the high number of specialist deaths was just an unfortunate coincidence. But it was also unimaginable that the monsters could be in possession of a name list of the scientists in Dragon City and wanted to use the chaos to get rid of them. The mere idea made people's skins crawl. When they thought about how the abnormal beasts had specifically created something like the brain-infesting worm to target the human brain and central nervous system, the worries of the Abnormal Beast Research Department might be very real. The abnormal beasts and abnormal humans had long since infiltrated Dragon City and were observing, thinking, and learning about them in the dark. They also gradually developed a monster civilization that would not lose to human civilization. The fog attack might have come to an end, but the aftermath of the battle had yet to be cleared up. The first problem was the plague. They always faced a major plague after every battle. This was common knowledge in Warcraft. Besides, the Otherworld was a place where viruses, bacteria, and cells were too active. The abnormal beasts had also specifically upgraded some monsters to make sure that after they died, their carcasses would definitely explode to spread viruses, which would specifically target the human immune system. In the next month or so, Dragon City faced 3 large-scale plagues one after another. The source of disease was always some new bacterial strain. They targeted the human body and did not seem like something natural. They seemed like a genetically produced bacteria. One of the plagues had even brought back the zombie virus, which had disappeared a long time ago. The brand new mutated zombie virus could cause a human to turn into a highly mobile zombie within a short half a minute. In just one breath, they could jump up to the 3rd or 4th floor. And even if their heads were blasted off, they might fire off poison that contained fatal viruses when their organs exploded. It was not easy to get rid of the plagues, however. A lot of people had lost their homes due to them being destroyed or polluted by monsters, so they had to stay in tents or temporary prefab houses. Those spaces were cramped, and there was a major lack of resources. They could not even guarantee clean water and clean food, which were basic daily necessities. This created beneficial conditions for the spread of viruses. Rage among humans also spread with the viruses. Even noble people gradually regained their primal, wild nature when they lived in an environment where they lacked basic resources and their survival instincts were stimulated. 3-5 months after a large-scale fog descended, the crime rate in Dragon City would always increase by several times the average rate. Aside from the lack of resources, the arrival of the monsters also led to the humans' mental strength indices plummeting. It caused all sorts of complications since their minds became twisted. And even if their mental strength indices returned to normal after some time, it did not mean that no injuries were left behind in the brains. Even if the wounds were healed, horrible scars may be left. This was even more the case for superhumans. First, the superhumans were the vanguards in the fight against monsters. When they rushed to the front lines, they had to face a lot of monsters' mind attacks, so their mental strength indices were much more likely to fall. Even sturdy metal would go through metal fatigue if it was bent repeatedly and would snap. While the human mind was fragile and mysterious. Second, superhumans' brain cells and the central nervous system experienced long-term stimulation by spirit energy, so they were more likely to enter spirit energy deviation compared to normal humans. Monster controllers and machine masters also had to open the ports in their brains to use brainwaves to control biochemical beasts and runic symbol machines. Abnormal beasts, thus, had a much easier time invading their brains and planting seeds of evil. Hence, every time a large-scale fog descended, a lot of heroes with great achievements under their name would go through spirit energy deviation and fall into darkness. Then, they would turn into evil superhumans who would do harm. This was something that humans were helpless to change and could only feel sad about. The Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower wanted to solve all the problems. No one was willing to watch countless citizens lose their homes. No one wanted to see their companions who had been laughing happily yesterday turn into zombies that had poison dribbling out of their mouths, either. There were even fewer people who wanted to see citizens fighting fiercely against each other for a bottle of drinkable water, and they did not want to see the heroes who had sworn to protect Dragon City forever be consumed by darkness and turn into lunatics that were like demons. But if anyone wanted to solve these problems, they needed an astronomical amount of resources. Chapter 355, The Storm is Around the Corner. It was not as if Dragon City did not have resources. But most of their resources were in Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, raging waves, and the areas behind the fog they had just conquered. Even though they had killed off most of the large monsters in those mountains and dense forests filled with lakes and traps, there were still a lot of pests in them. Even if Dragon City had technology that far surpassed that on Earth, they still needed a few years to completely develop their resource areas. They also needed a lot of development and construction resources to develop those places. The upcoming few years were a crucial period for Dragon City, and they were also a period of pain. The Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower had to make a brutal choice. They only had limited resources. Should they pour them into the reconstruction and defenses of Dragon City so the normal citizens could live their daily lives freely and cultivate, or should they pour them into the development of the perimeter of Dragon City and search for the satellite cities that were lost in the fog, then either save or beat them down? The first choice was best for the present Dragon City. The second choice was best for the future of Dragon City. Meng Zhao remembered that the higher-ups had ended up choosing the future. Even if there was a severe lack of resources in the city and the living environment of the normal citizens was really bad, which led to the intensification of all sorts of conflicts, the Survival Committee gritted its teeth and brought out a batch of resources to nurture the superhumans and motivate them. It was the reason they won the monster war. The price for it was that the conflict in the society became really bad. Due to the tough life the normal citizens faced, they began to suspect the superhumans who stood high above them and became hostile toward them. This suspicion and hostility was used by the abnormal beasts, and it created trouble in Dragon City, so it suffered devastating losses for its victory. It also planted the seed of destruction, which was a major problem. The Dragon City in its current state might have won the northern offense, but to develop the areas at the borders and destroy the enemies who were lurking in the fog, they had to allocate a lot of resources to the city outside. However, it would ignore the state of living of thousands of citizens. Their horrible living conditions would not be solved. Many citizens had a lot to say about the Survival Committee's methods. First came the problem about their accommodation. Due to the arrival of the fog, many of the important people had been killed. The specialists and company managers who had escaped by sheer luck were fearful, and they wanted to immediately move to high-end residential areas with greater defense systems and a lot of powerful fighters as their neighbors. There were not enough high-end residential areas, so the rent and apartment prices instantly rose like crazy. It was even more so for top-class mansions found in places like Dragon City No. 1. Even in Blessed Paradise, where the murder case had happened recently, the housing prices increased by 50% within a short month. The normal citizens were shocked when they saw it. Honestly speaking, the specialists and higher-ups of companies could move wherever they wanted as long as they earned money with their intellect and abilities. That was their freedom. The Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower also had the duty to ensure the safety of these important people. Hence, they added a layer of defense to the perimeter of the high-end residential areas. However, the normal people whose homes were destroyed by monsters had to live in tents or simple sheds. They stayed in places where multiple people moved about, where others could easily eavesdrop on their conversations, where the environment was hot and humid, where they had to be constantly wary of diseases, and where they had to face the risk of zombies jumping up to injure people at any moment. So when they saw the important people racing against each other to move into Blessed Paradise or Dragon City No. 1, they felt as if they were worlds apart and were no longer the same kind. Due to the war, the prices for crystals, gene medicine, and strength and nutritional fluid also went up. Soon, it increased to the point that normal families could not buy them even if they gritted their teeth and tightened their belts. The children were the greatest hopes of normal families. Before, even if the parents were normal people with average talent, if they worked a tiring job that only offered a tiny bit of money but lived frugally, they could save some money and ensure that their children had the basic funds for their cultivation. Then, they would have the smallest chance of entering university. After all, even if they ended up being broken star superhumans, it would be fine. These families had something to look forward to. The parents had a drive to work, and the children had a goal. At the very least, they did not end up going down the wrong path. But when the superhumans realized that the monster war would not end that easily and had just reached an even stranger and unfathomable stage, they began cultivating hard. Hence, they began buying resources madly. They used all their cash and supernatural coins to buy crystals, gene medicine, strength and nutritional fluid, all sorts of monster materials, and valuable ingredients. Many superhumans could not digest and absorb so many resources in one go. But that was fine. The expiration date for gene medicine and strength and nutritional fluid was very long. Crystals were also hard currency like gold and platinum. Even if they could not use them to cultivate, they could end up being able to profit from them later. Many of the superhumans bought cultivation resources in amounts that were way higher than what they needed, so the prices for cultivation resources rose continuously. There soon even came a point when there was a shortage of them in the market. Because of it, the children of normal families faced a major problem. They all lived in a world ruled by superhumans. If the family's children did not have any hope of becoming superhumans, then it was very difficult for anyone to find the motivation to continue living in the other world. It was a world filled with zombies, monsters, and mysterious beings, after all. No one reached the point where they would rather die than live, but when normal citizens looked at superhumans, their gazes started to become strange. The broken star superhumans and low-grade as well as middle-grade superhumans were treated a little better. They had more contact with normal people, and a lot of the broken star superhumans also encountered problems such as not having enough money to buy cultivation resources or being unable to live in fancy mansions. So they empathized with the normal citizens. Besides, if they really ran into monsters, the low-grade and middle-grade superhumans were the ones who fought directly in front of the normal citizens. Their sacrifice and hard work were seen by the kind citizens. But normal citizens had a hard time understanding the research projects of the elusive high-grade superhumans who stood high above them. They could not understand their profound and complicated cultivation projects either. They only saw how they and their families lived rich and fancy lives. The 9 great megacorporations they controlled gained all the benefits from the development around Dragon City and were just growing larger and larger. If Lin Chuan were resurrected at that moment and started spreading his views about demonic halberd pigs and 9-headed crystalline dragons, he would definitely find a lot of people listening to him. Even Meng Jiao encountered this problem. In the fog attack, Blessed Heavenly Garden was also attacked viciously since it was an old residential area. Its defense system was badly battered by monster fangs. Even though the monsters had only destroyed some of the buildings at the perimeter and did not reach the unit where Meng Jiao's family was, when he saw his neighbors from the destroyed buildings being forced to set up tents and simple sheds in the residential area, he could not bear the sight. He also grew fearful. Monsters were becoming smarter as they evolved. Next time, they might not be so lucky. If he were alone, he could stay and fight with his neighbors in Blessed Heavenly Garden. But his parents were around, and his little sister was gradually awakening to a mysterious power too. She might end up being corrupted and turn into the Dark Witch at any moment. He had to consider moving out of Blessed Heavenly Garden to a middle-range residential area with a more complete defense system. But his little sister had said that Blessed Heavenly Garden was their home. If all the powerful fighters moved out of Blessed Heavenly Garden, there would only be the old and the sick left. The monsters would then have no trouble destroying the place. To defend her home, Beijiao would fight to the end. And if they moved away from Blessed Heavenly Garden now, she would feel like they had cast aside the people who had been their neighbors for decades. It might even lead to her getting corrupted again. That idea left Meng Jiao uneasy. The problem of his family's safety bothered Meng Jiao for a whole month. And during that month, the housing prices of high-end residential areas in Dragon City increased by 50%. Meng Jiao was flabbergasted. He scratched his head. I never ran into this problem in my previous life, though. Oh, in my previous life, I was busy worrying about paying the hospital fees for my parents and taking care of them in the hospital. Forget about the housing prices for high-end residential areas increasing by 50%. Even if they dropped by 50%, it would have had nothing to do with me. Meng Jiao's mind raced. With the wisdom of someone who had returned to the past and the ability to analyze things with loads of data, he could think about things calmly, and he came to a conclusion. The inflation was just an aftermath of the fog. It was the result of rich people who didn't have level-headedness buying houses in fear. Once the situation settled down, the housing prices would definitely fall with a vengeance, and at that time, he could buy them a house. A month after he made his decision, the housing prices increased by another 50%. They had doubled the original house price in just 2 months. Meng Jiao decided that he would shoulder the responsibility of a superhuman and bleed for the weak. He would stay behind and survive together with Blessed Heavenly Garden. The chaotic situation caused the people's hearts to change. All sorts of ideological trends popped up one after another. Many powerful people and organizations began wondering about how they should save the country and deduce the future of Dragon City. From it, they came up with all sorts of different conclusions. Meng Jiao had also observed how the students in agricultural university slowly became restless. Fewer people could concentrate in the lectures. There were also more people who began publicly debating in the threads on the university forum. Practicing martial arts can't save Dragon City. Monster controllers can't save Dragon City. Runic symbol machines can't save Dragon City. Such voices gradually became popular. It was as if the current generation of youths did not worry about the country, they would look as if they were apathetic jerks. Meng Zhao's friend, Xie Feng, was also a fan of such debates. Meng Zhao joined him to watch a few of the debates between students. At one point, the topic of discussion was whether they should increase the superhuman's tax rate and whether the government should execute excess progressive tax rate. Whenever a superhuman increased their cultivation realm by a level, the government would increase their tax rate by a level. Then, the government could use more of the tax money to provide welfare benefits for the normal citizens, which would help them decrease the difference between the social strata in Dragon City. Then, it moved to topics like, superhumans have an advantage in terms of intelligence and physical abilities. Is there an unfair competition between them and normal people? Was there a need for the government to form a ratio between superhumans and normal people when it came to most grassroots jobs in society? And was there a need for the government to impose a law where the companies must hire a certain number of normal people? There were also topics such as, are the 9 great megacorporations good or bad for the future development of Dragon City? Should the government limit or split up the 9 great megacorporations so that more power is concentrated in the hands of the Survival Committee? He even heard topics like, what is the limit of humans? Is a deity realm superhuman still a human? How can you ensure that a deity realm superhuman will forever treat normal people as fellow humans and would fight for the welfare of normal people? Since they were debates among students, they were not brilliant. It was even difficult for them to provide any evidence. Often, their debates were childish, and they were just venting their emotions. Many of the students who came from the 9 great megacorporations stated in all apparent seriousness that they should limit the development of the megacorporations for the future of Dragon City. All glory and power should belong to the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower. Their words gained huge support from the crowd. It also made Meng Zhao realize that half a century after their transmigration, when the monster war entered a brand new stage and the monsters began evolving, a complete change was about to arrive in Dragon City like a storm. Chapter 356, Blue Home. At that moment, Meng Zhao received clues about the White Spirit case and Gao Yi's case. It had been a few months since Gao Yi turned into the ultimate sandworm and fled underground. During that period of time, he had sent 5 experiment logs to Meng Zhao's public email. Based on the frequency at which he sent his experiment logs, the data in his logs as well as the logic and grammar contained in the remarks in his logs, he was not in a good situation. The monster's neural network was invading his human consciousness. He was gradually unable to tell just what he was, and he could not use his human logic to clearly express his thoughts. It was also becoming increasingly hard for him to suppress the monster instincts deep in his genes. He might soon turn into the supernatural entity that Meng Zhao knew from his previous life. Meng Zhao hoped that he could use the Abnormal Beast Research Department to find the coordinates of the terminal Gao Yi used to send him the emails. But Gao Yi's email was buried under thousands of secret email IDs in the dark web. Even after analyzing and tracing him for months, they could not determine which internet terminal he used. However, Group 9 used another method to figure out that Gao Yi had come into contact with Lin Chuan before. While they were at one of the Abnormal Beast Research Center's bases located in the west of the city, Yi Shaoxing showed an extremely blurry picture to Meng Zhao. It was a screenshot from a CCTV. The CCTV captured the scene at a spot that was rather far away. Since they had to continuously enlarge the image, the pixels became really large. The people had also been moving on the street, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Even so, Gao Yi sat in a wheelchair and was hunchbacked, so he could be identified pretty easily. This is a screenshot captured by a CCTV at a crossroad in Tiger Forest region. God knows just how much effort we spent before we finally found it, Yi Shaoxing explained to Meng Zhao. Gao Yi is a biochemical maniac. He has always treated the lab as his home and seldom came out. Xie Xiaolei was the one who handled all business events. When it came to academic meetings, Gao Yi usually handled them through remote communication. He only left spirit creation creatures once per month, and that was to go to the hospital for his treatment, to switch his painkiller plasma, and take care of some wounds that had been invaded by viruses or were badly rotten. But based on the testimonies by the hospital and Xie Xiaolei, we discovered that the timeline didn't match up. After Gao Yi left the hospital once he received treatment, he would disappear for half a day. With his personality, it was clearly impossible for him to enjoy a big meal alone after he was discharged. He was still single, so there was no need for him to keep a secret lover either. It was really suspicious for him to disappear for half a day, then. After performing deep background searches for a long time, we finally discovered this. Yi Shaoxing tapped an old building on the photo. Tiger Forest region was an old region in Dragon City. Meng Jiao's house was there. Aside from a few buildings that had to either be demolished or rebuilt because they were located at subway entrances, most of the buildings were like the one in the photo, modeled and dilapidated. Yi Shaoxing brought out another photo. It was taken recently, and it was a shot of the building's entrance. A staircase was leading upstairs beside a cheap fast food restaurant. A small signboard hung there with an emblem of Earth carved into it. It was also decorated by the dove of peace and an olive branch. Under the emblem were two words, Blue Home. Blue Home. Meng Jiao scratched his head. He felt like he had seen this emblem and heard its name before. Now that he thought about it, due to the arrival of fog and lack of resources, the order at many of the residential areas were on the verge of collapse. A lot of citizens had no way to provide food and clothes for themselves while also having no shelter. Hence, many volunteer organizations helped clear the debris, distribute food, provide free treatment and checkups to resist the plague, zombies, and monsters. Broken Star Club was a public welfare organization that was the closest to normal citizens, so they naturally had the duty to help the citizens. A lot of Broken Star superhumans brought out their extra resources, which led to them gathering quite a lot of them. Then, as volunteers, they delivered the goods to the normal citizens. Meng Jiao had also participated a few times in volunteering. He even used the connections from Superstar to get canned food and delivered it to the citizens. While he was doing volunteer work, he saw the emblem of Earth, the dove of peace, and the olive branch. Blue Home was a public welfare organization, and they did a lot to help the normal citizens. Meng Jiao remembered that the volunteers in Blue Home were all young adults who were full of life and optimism. However, he seemed to have heard of Blue Home before. It was in his previous life as well, but there, Blue Home was not just a simple public welfare organization. Meng Jiao shook his head and said, "Do you only have the screenshot from a CCTV? We have 3, but the clarity of the other 2 were even worse," Yi Shaoxing said. "Since it's too long ago and the materials in Dragon City are not stable, all storage mediums have a hard time preserving large amounts of useless data. But with the testimonies from the owners of the shops in the area and the taxi drivers, we are sure that Gao Yi has been coming here once a month for at least 2 years, maybe 3. He's also not the only one. There's someone else." As Yi Shaoxing spoke, he brought out a few more pictures. This time, the screenshot was much clearer, and Meng Jiao could recognize the main character in the photo. He stood at the entrance of the subway and was Lin Chuan? Yes, Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, the one famous for staying in the wild for long periods of time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did come back to Dragon City. Usually, he only came back only once a month or so, and it was to talk about work with the broadcasting platforms, Yi Shaoxing said. "We've investigated it before. 2 companies worked rather closely with Lin Chuan. One of them is located in the south of the city, and the other is in the east. They're both located far away from the spot captured by the CCTV. Lin Chuan's home is in Tiger Forest region. He was staying slightly further north from you. But I believe that you can tell at first glance that this subway is not in the same street as Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden. If he were really going home, he should have exited 2 stations prior. Based on the CCTV, Lin Chuan went to exit B, and above exit B is a gathering spot for Blue Home." Meng Jiao sank into deep thought and mumbled, "So, Lin Chuan and Gao Yi knew each other?" "I believe so," Yi Shaoxing said. "We found the 2 companies that have been working for a long time with Lin Chuan. We took some of the agreements he signed with them, and based on them, we can be certain when Lin Chuan came back to Dragon City. Then, we took Gao Yi's medical reports from the hospital to determine the dates he went to the hospital every month. What do you think we discovered? Basically, every time Lin Chuan returned to Dragon City, it coincided with the date Gao Yi went to the hospital for his treatment. The pictures you saw are also taken on the same day that they appeared in Blue Home." This is. Meng Jiao's mind raced. Both Lin Chuan and Gao Yi were related to the supernatural entities. They had theories that were full of circular logic and seemed correct, but were actually false. However, even Meng Jiao had to admit that they were very convincing theories. If they appeared at the same time, it was clear that this was not a coincidence. "Just what sort of organization is this Blue Home?" Meng Jiao asked. "Blue Home was set up more than 10 years ago. In the beginning, It was a harmless organization that sought to preserve and spread Earth culture so that Dragon citizens would remember their status as Earthlings, Yi Shaoxing said. Based on our investigation, in the beginning, Blue Home was formed by a group of bored scholars. At that time, Dragon City was going through a major education reformation and had to tread on the path of prioritizing cultivation. Language classes, geography, and history brought from Earth had less class time and their contents were vastly reduced. A lot of the teachers and scholars who could not get used to the development of the era were very displeased. They gathered together to grumble about it and help each other. This slowly formed Blue Home. Our home planet is a blue planet. Blue Home's name definitely means that Dragon citizens are to forever remember that Earth is our true home. They've never done anything out of bound, though. They just gather books, items, and video recordings from Earth, recite poems, create sandboxes of famous mountains and rivers from Earth, or dress up in the fashion of ancient Earthlings from thousands of years ago to reminisce about the glorious years of our civilization, or something like that. The most outrageous thing they did was to wear ancient clothes when they went to fight against the Survival Committee, reducing language classes and history classes by saying something as stupid as forgetting history is betrayal. At that time, there were plenty of organizations like this, and Blue Home did not catch a lot of attention. Meng Jiao nodded. After transmigrating for 57 years, Dragon City was still unable to cut off its ties with its home planet. Besides, the humans who were born in the other world longed for the home planet because of its peace and quiet, its beautiful world, its vast pool of resources, and how everyone could enjoy a peaceful life there. Even to this day, there were still a lot of non-governmental societies that dreamed about the beautiful lives on their home planet. There were also a lot of Earth museums and Earth clubs that used items from Earth and where the members dressed in ancient clothes. The club members used all sorts of light effects to make the people forget about their troubles in the other world and feel like they had returned to Earth, which was practically heaven to them. Yi Shaoxing continued, but around 4 or 5 years ago, Blue Home merged with the Home Party. Meng Jiao, you know about the Home Party, right? Meng Jiao nodded. Yeah. The Home Party was also known as the Return Party. They were the party standing against the main party, the Colonization Party. They firmly believed that with Dragon City's strength, it was impossible for them to conquer the other world, and even if they managed to win the colonization war, Dragon City would be spread out and corrupted by the other world. Their societal system and civilization would be twisted into something a true Earthling would never be able to accept. Compared to colonizing the other world, it was more important for them to develop transmigration technology and obtain contact with their home planet. As for their main plan, the Home Party was against endless expansion. In fact, they wanted to form an impenetrable defense line made of firm walls around Dragon City. Humans could then stay inside and gather all resources while they leisurely developed transmigration technology. They believed that they could open up the tunnel connecting the other world and Earth and would be able to obtain the support of billions of Earthlings. That would be the perfect time to conquer the other world. They had beautiful plans, but unfortunately, up to the moment the apocalypse arrived in Meng Jiao's previous life, the development of transmigration technology was still a dream, and it was nowhere near being brought to reality. Chapter 357, Home Rises. Yi Shaoxing continued, the members of Blue Home were originally a bunch of nostalgic old geezers who had a lot of complaints. They gathered together only to recite poems from Earth and admire movies made on Earth. They didn't cause much of a ruckus. But the Home Party is different. Its members are mostly explorers and developers of transmigration technology. Even if it's impossible to develop controllable transmigration for the time being, they've mastered a lot of runic symbols and spirit energy magnetic fields through their research, and they're continuously increasing their realms and fighting power. Also, once the Home Party's plan becomes something workable, they will build a super defense line around Dragon City that is even more amazing than the Maginot Line. All of Dragon City will then turn into an impenetrable fortress. If they build a defense line and fortress, they will definitely end up gathering a lot of interest from groups with industries related to it, and countless machine masters and engineers will earn a living through them. Since this will be a conflict of interests, it will be much more brutal than a competition of ideals. The parties involved will also be much firmer in their stances. A lot of developers of controllable transmigration, architects of fortresses, machine masters, engineers, and experts as well as elites from various industries have joined Blue Home. This quickly turned this organization from an ununited and useless club used only to reminisce about the times on Earth into an organization with its own ideals, interests, and strengths. Originally, the Colonization Party had absolute advantage in Dragon City, and the home party kept a relatively low profile when it came to their activities. Blue home never caused much of a ruckus either. They just invited the developers of controllable transmigration to organize lectures, machine masters and engineers to share their experiences at creating defense lines, and talked about Earth's culture. However, over the past year, more Dragon citizens, especially normal citizens, started leaning toward the home party, and Blue Home started growing. Yeah. Jiao thought about it. Recently, I saw a lot of posts online agreeing with the home party, and when on the streets, I often see people handing out leaflets related to the ideals of the home party. There are also people from my residential area talking about it. They want to build the tallest and thickest wall to surround Dragon City. Even my mother mentioned that since our lives are getting better, there's no need for Dragon City to conquer the otherworld. The otherworld is big, and it might have existences that are even more terrifying than monsters. She is wondering when all the fighting will come to an end. All that conquering and colonization may just make the citizens suffer. Yi Shaxing smiled a little helplessly. That's right. There are only a handful of people who are fighting maniacs. The superhumans may long for battle, because it's only by fighting that they can get extra resources and reach higher levels, but to normal citizens, peace is the most valuable thing. In the past, Dragon City had been adamant about conquering the otherworld. In truth, it was the motivator for all the citizens to keep their spirits up, because the city faced a life and death crisis. So, by saying that, they could set the most idealized goal. At that time, Dragon City was disorganized, and we didn't enjoy peace. Our civilization was about to be destroyed. If we didn't use grand ideals to motivate the people and look down on our enemies with strategies, we wouldn't have been able to last until today. Do you think that the higher-ups of the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower don't know how hard it is to conquer all of the otherworld with just one city? The monsters are already so terrifying, so if the otherworld locals have intelligence and their own civilization, they will definitely be even more terrifying. They know this very well. They can also calculate just how great of a price Dragon City would have to pay and how many people would have to die if they really tried to conquer all of the otherworld. The higher-ups know it far too well. But they have no choice. When Dragon City faced its life and death crisis, only the slogan of conquering the otherworld could motivate the people and make them advance toward death with a smile. They couldn't say, "The otherworld is too big and terrifying. Even if we kill all the monsters, enemies who are even fiercer than monsters will pop up." If they did, morale would crumble instantly. Jiao had thought about this problem before. Humans were only able to survive when they had something to look forward to. It was the same thing for a civilization. Conquering the otherworld has always been the hope of Dragon City. But the situation is different now, Yi Shaxing said. After we obtained victory at the northern front lines and all sorts of new martial arts, secret techniques, machines, runic symbols, and technology were born, including the ultimate style, Dragon City seems to have won the monster war. Now, it only needs to expand itself over the monster mountain range and use the mountain range's natural barrier to form a super defense line. This is something that is absolutely possible. As long as we expand our survival space 4 or 5 times, we will be able to solve the problem of Dragon City's lack of space and lack of resources. As for searching for a consumer market for the extra production power in Dragon City, that's another problem. It might not need full-on war to be solved. Let me put it simply. In the past, Dragon City had nothing. When we fight with nothing to our name, we always win, because we have nothing to lose. So naturally, everyone supported the slogan. Right now, however, Dragon City has entered a new area. We have forward operating bases in all 4 cardinal directions, and there's a good chance of welcoming a peace among us, which means that we have a lot of opinions now. The people are starting to wonder whether we should stop and be content so that we can keep a firm hold on the home that we spent a lot of effort to get. Don't forget, it's not as if we have no exit. We have Earth behind us. Going back to Earth has been the dream for generations of people. Who knows whether controllable transmigration will be developed tomorrow? Jiao opened his mouth to say but controllable transmigration might not be developed even after 100 years have passed, but then changed his mind. When he thought about it, he found that the more accurate statement would be without my interference. Controllable transmigration was never developed even when the apocalypse arrived in my previous life. Changes had occurred because of him in this life. They obtained full victory in the northern front lines, and controllable transmigration had always been regarded with great importance, so the whole city researched this problem. With their success in other areas, it would also obtain a lot of research funds and resources. He wondered whether one day he would see the tunnel that connects the other world and Earth. If it were possible, Meng Jiao would want to return to Earth as well. And he would do it with his parents and little sister. They could go back to the home planet none of them had seen before but dreamed of and which occupied their thoughts constantly. They would go to a world that was as beautiful as heaven and live carefree and peaceful lives. With Blue Home as its leader, many of the home party organizations rose up in Dragon City, Yi Shaoxing said. People from all sorts of backgrounds joined them, and it changed the nature of these organizations further. Over the past half a year, Blue Home has become more extreme. Not only do they want to build a defense line around Dragon City, they also want more resources put into the development of controllable transmigration. They're also asking for the limitation on the power of high-grade superhumans, the division of the 9 great megacorporations, the shrinking of the difference between normal people and superhumans, stricter monitoring standards over the superhumans who have great destructive powers, and fairer distribution methods of crystals, spirit energy, superbeast materials, and other tactical resources. In any case, they're saying the same things as Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. It's those things like demonic halberd pigs and 9-headed crystal dragons are not the same kind. Normal people must have the power to keep superhumans in check. Meng Jiao pondered over this. Are you saying that Lin Chuan and Gao Yi found their ideals in Blue Home? At the very least, I believe they were influenced by Blue Home, Yi Shaoxing said. If they were just exchanging ideas and using lawful methods to push for reformation and improvement in Dragon City, that would not be a problem. However, we're worried that there are abnormal beasts lurking in Blue Home and using secret mind techniques to plant dangerous seeds in human brains so that they become more extreme and frenzied. It then makes them walk down completely different paths compared to their real ideals. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's ideals might have had merit, but they chose paths that doomed them for eternity. It's hard for me to say whether it could have happened without the influence of abnormal beasts. Meng Jiao nodded. The white spirit wasn't modified by Lin Chuan and Gao Yi didn't help him create it either. It must have some connection with the satellite cities in the fog. So, we must figure out the true identity of Blue Home and what their core ideals are. We need to know what sort of methods they plan to use to carry out their ideals and whether the abnormal beasts are playing tricks behind their backs. Yi Shaoxing tapped the table lightly and said, Meng Jiao, are you interested in joining Blue Home? Meng Jiao was a little taken aback. What? We need someone we can trust to join Blue Home and investigate the organization, Yi Shaoxing said. Even though Blue Home has public activities and has been mobilizing a lot of manpower to help the citizens who lost their homes so that they can seize the chance to spread the ideals of the home party, what they spread publicly are just the same old things. They're just talking about building a super defense line and developing transmigration technology. It's impossible for us to figure out the full extent of their thoughts. We've thought about sending some good investigators over to enter the internal circle of Blue Home, but our investigators have received too much professional training and are just too much like secret agents. Besides, before we joined the Abnormal Beast Research Department, most of us were part of the Army, secret police, and other disciplinary forces. It would be very easy for them to figure out that our investigators are from the Abnormal Beast Research Department if they look into our background. Sia is also interested in the mission. But she's an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department and also part of the 9 great megacorporations. Since she is from Sky Pillar Corporation, it'd be difficult for her to obtain Blue Home's trust. As we thought about it, we found that you're the best candidate. Meng Jiao thought about it for a while and asked, why? First, you're not an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Even if they figure out that you have been working closely with us recently, that's fine. A good citizen has the duty to work with the disciplinary organizations, anyway, Yi Shaoxing said. Second, you're still a university student. Even though you're not a normal university student, they'll most likely lower their guard around you. Third, you had a very good relationship with Lin Chuan. Everyone knows that you're the Weeping Reaper's junior, and Gao Yi also admired you. Even now, he is still sending you his experiment logs. I believe that this shows that Lin Chuan and Gao Yi thought that you agree with Blue Home's ideals and may become one of them. Fourth, you're the club leader of Broken Star Club. Based on what I know, many of the Broken Star superhumans have joined Broken Star Club and Blue Home. If there is anyone in Blue Home who is coveting your large number of connections, they will definitely think of a way to recruit you. Chapter 358, Lost Person. The Broken Star Club was not a secret organization with a really strict structure. Meng Jiao had said himself, the members of the Broken Star Club are not that much different compared to members of broadcasting platforms or supermarkets. A Broken Star superhuman could join more than 10 similar organizations at the same time if they wanted. Even if there was really a Broken Star superhuman who joined the Broken Star Club and Blue Home at the same time and was enthralled by the abnormal beasts lurking in Blue Home, the fault would never be on the Broken Star Club's head. However, Meng Jiao was indeed interested in Blue Home. Lin Chuan was his senior and good friend. He also saved Meng Jiao a few times when they were under raging waves. Gao Yu might not be close to him, but based on how sincerely they spoke with each other and the remarks he left behind in his experiment logs, he was not the supernatural entity from Meng Jiao's previous life. That creature was pure evil, incredibly ruthless, and only knew how to destroy things. Meng Jiao really wanted to know how the two men were influenced by Blue Home and walked down the road to the abyss. The only problem was, "But how can I join Blue Home?" Meng Jiao asked. "I can't just go to their headquarters and ask to join, right?" "Of course you shouldn't do it so crudely." Yi Shaxing brought out another picture and tapped the head of the person in it. "This person is Jiao Fuan. Based on our investigations, he's a core member of Blue Home. He's also a mutual friend of Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. We've noticed that he has exchanged emails with Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. Of course, there's nothing that stands out from the emails." Jiao Fuan? Meng Jiao found this name a little familiar. It was a familiarity that caused his heart to jump in fear. He went over to take a closer look. The photo had a machine master with broad shoulders and a thick waist. He swung a multifunction machine arm and wore a uniform that had dozens of pockets. The uniform was covered in grease. Since it was already washed so many times that its colors were beginning to fade away, he looked a little sloppy. The face of the person wearing the uniform was handsome and honorable. Even if there were wrinkles on his face, Meng Jiao could still admit that he was handsome. The grease on his cheeks brought out his pearly white teeth, and he smiled really brilliantly. Meng Jiao was silent for a while. Since he did not know any Jiao Fuan in this life, it meant that this was a name he had heard in his previous life. Countless memories fragments danced like crystalline butterflies in the depths of his mind. Meng Jiao's consciousness was like a nimble tentacle that moved past those memory butterflies. 12 years ago, Jiao Fuan graduated from the University of Technology's machine course with flying colors and became an outstanding machine master. Later on, he joined the Red Dragon Army and developed weapons for a period of time. He's especially good at creating defense-based weapons, such as machine gun towers, electromagnetic towers, and chained minefields. Yi Shaxing introduced him. He can be considered to have extraordinary talent when it comes to developing weapons. Many of the defense-type weapons that he developed or modified are still being used at the front lines in many of the residential areas. But after a few years of research and development, he felt that pure research in the field of machines can't show any essential breakthroughs. Hence, he became interested in researching runic symbols. He passed runic symbol Master Shi's utmost test and became his youngest disciple. Later, he showed that he was his best disciple too. He has both talent in machines and runic symbols, so he stood out very quickly among Master Shi's disciples. He's believed to be the person with the greatest qualifications to inherit Master Shi's legacy. But Jiao Fuan was from a poor family. He didn't have a strong background, so in the end, Master Shi handed his legacy and the runic symbol workshop to his own son. It seems like Jiao Fuan's relationship with Master Shi went sour because of this. Even though they didn't end up as enemies, they're like strangers now. Jiao Fuan soon left Master Shi's runic symbol workshop in the Red Dragon Army. He joined the Standard Firepower Security Company, which sets up defense systems for the various residential areas in Dragon City. He's a machine master and a runic symbol master. He also has experience in creating defense lines and fortresses for the military. So, it's natural that he would be very familiar with creating defense systems for normal residential areas as well. Over the past few years, Standard Firepower has set up the defense lines of at least 23 middle-grade and high-end residential areas. Jiao Fuan made use of his outstanding talent to become a high-ranking manager and partner of Standard Firepower. Now, he's the vice president of the company and is in charge of the daily tasks of their business. Meng Jiao rubbed the photo gently. After he heard Yi Shaxing's introductions, the image of a business elite with outstanding aura popped up in his head. But why was it that the alarm bells in his head were ringing even louder? Suddenly, Meng Jiao's pupils shrank, and he shuddered. He remembered now. He remembered just who Jiao Fuan was in his previous life. He was a lost person. After Dragon City transmigrated to the other world, they faced three types of threats. The first was zombies. The second was the monsters. The third was the superhumans who used their superpowers to bully the weak and enslave their own kind. They were evil superhumans who refused to be bound by the law and morals and rejected the might of the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower. There were actually quite a lot of evil superhumans. But due to understandable reasons, the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower were both unwilling to paint the evil superhumans in an overly terrifying light. They also did not want the normal citizens to realize the truth that compared to superhumans, normal people were just chickens waiting for slaughter. Superhumans are the weapons of human civilization. When their minds are awake, they are definitely the guardians of all humans, not the assailants and slave masters. This was something the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower unanimously agreed on. But unfortunately, the superhumans did not always remain alert. All sorts of reasons led to superhumans falling into the darkness and turning into demons. One of the examples was excess spirit energy crashing into a person's brain, which sent them into spirit energy deviation. Another example was someone gaining all sorts of PTSD symptoms after facing multiple monsters skilled in mind attacks. The monsters would target their cerebral cortexes viciously, and their mental strength indices would fall to 0. Yet one more example was someone being controlled by abnormal beasts. The Supernatural Tower refused to admit that people who had walked down the evil path were still superhumans. Instead, they put their names in another list and gave them another name, Lost People. The meaning behind it was that they had lost their sense of self in the spirit energy storm. It was not their intention to kill, perform arson, or do something even crazier. They were also not related to other superhumans. Naturally, the Supernatural Tower was only content after it killed all the lost people. The main targets of the Adjudicator Court were the lost people. Most of them received their due judgment soon after they broke the law. But a handful of lost people were able to flee into places like Golden Tooth Lair. They relied on all sorts of lawless organizations and used the safety of a large number of normal citizens as their leverage to run around in circles with the Adjudicator Court. Some of the really audacious, ruthless, and eccentric lost people even swaggered around and committed crimes with a straight face despite being hunted by the Adjudicator Court. In resignation, the Adjudicator Court could only announce a bounty rank for these lost people. Meng Jiao was able to remember Jiao Fuan because in his previous life, this person was an infamous criminal. He had risen to the top 10 lost people rank based on bounties offered by the Adjudicator Court, and his infamy was unmatched by others. Meng Jiao gritted his teeth while enduring the pain when information rushed out from the depths of his brain. The mottled images before his eyes turned into clear information, and he remembered everything. In his previous life, Jiao Fuan had killed a lot of higher-ups and researchers of core projects. Since he was a machine master and a runic symbol master and had also participated in the design and setting up of defense systems of a lot of residential areas and important facilities, he could also be considered a machine expert. The organization he was attached to could be used to fend against monster invasions, but it could also help him kill without leaving a trace. All he needed was a screwdriver, and he could change the target of a few machine gun towers and electromagnetic towers. He could also turn tools, facilities, household appliances, and even spirit energy pipes that could be seen everywhere into powerful killing machines. His methods surpassed those of assassins, and he practically became a god of death. But Meng Jiao could not quite remember why Jiao Fuan suddenly started murdering people when he was a higher-up in a company with a bright future. Could it be that he was the same as Lin Chuan and Gao Yi and was bewitched by an abnormal beast too? After thinking about it, Meng Jiao said, since this Jiao Fuan is connected to Lin Chuan and Gao Yi and is also a core member of Blue Home, we should capture him quickly. Yi Shaxing sighed in resignation / we can't do that. Knowing Lin Chuan and Gao Yi is not a crime. Joining Blue Home is not a crime. Spreading the ideals of the Home Party and going against the idea of colonizing the other world is not a crime too. We don't have proof that Jiao Fuan enticed Lin Chuan and Gao Yi with his words. Standard Firepower is also a very famous company in the industry. There are also a lot of leaders from the Home Party among the core members of Blue Home. They're people with their own businesses, and they're all famous. There are also people who are participating in the development of controllable transmigration among them. The research department and the Adjudicator Court might be able to act first before we make any reports, but we can't do anything to these people. Got it. Meng Jiao was silent for a while before he asked, so, how should I get closer to Jiao Fuan? Yi Shaxing took out a photo and handed it over. Meng Jiao cast a glance at it and his eyebrows shot up. Miss Xiao? You should know this woman. Yeah. She's Xiao Fuan, a teacher in a school located in the south of the city. She's also one of the first members of the Broken Star Club. Meng Zhao recalled her very easily. During the first few months, she came frequently to the Broken Star Club and often asked me for advice on how to cultivate branch meridians. Since her talent is high, she improved very quickly. She should soon become a 2-star superhuman. But for some reason, over the past few months, she has seldom appeared. Even so, we're quite close privately. After the fog descended, she approached me a few times online and bought a batch of sandworm meat cans through me. Then, in the name of the Broken Star Club, donated them to the citizens who are in trouble. Jiao Fuan is Jiao Fuan's wife, Yi Shaoxing said. Now, do you understand why I said that you're the best person to carry out this mission? Chapter 359, Spending a Huge Amount of Money. Meng Zhao had a pretty good image of Miss Xiao. He remembered that she was a smart and passionate woman. Perhaps it was because she was a teacher, she was really good at teaching. She had once helped Meng Zhao compile some of the skills and cultivation methods of the ultimate style into a small booklet that was easy to understand so that the Broken Star superhumans who did not receive a lot of education could learn from it. If it were not because she was too busy with her daily tasks as a teacher, did not have a lot of time to serve the Broken Star Club, and had tactfully declined the offer, she would have been elected as a director of the Broken Star Club with support from many members. Meng Zhao did not expect that her husband would be one of the 10 great lost people in the Dragon City of his previous life. When he thought about it, Jiao Fuan should not have started committing any crimes yet. He wondered whether he could stop the man in time. 3 days later, there will be a large volunteer event at Temporary Shelter No. 15, which is located in the east of the city. Broken Star Club, Blue Home, and 5 other public welfare organizations have registered for the event. At that time, we will arrange for the Broken Star Club to be together with Blue Home, Yi Shaoxing said. You don't have to do anything. When you see Jiao Fuan, just greet her. I believe that Jiao Fuan has long since known about you through his wife. You're Lin Chuan's junior, and you once live-streamed with him online. You're also an alumni of Gaoyi. It's not a secret that Superstar work together with spirit creation creatures either. If Jiao Fuan and Blue Home are really interested in you, he will definitely take the initiative to approach you. If he doesn't approach you on his own, that's fine. We'll think of some other method. Meng Zhao thought about it and asked, what if Jiao Fuan contacts me on his own? Should I sneak into Blue Home and search for evidence of their crimes? Stop. It's not as dangerous as you think it is. Yi Shaoxing did not know whether he should laugh or cry. We're not filming a spy movie here. You're not an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, either. We don't want to put you in danger. Don't take the initiative to do anything. If they ask you to join Blue Home's activities, you should join them honestly, but keep your eyes and ears open to what's happening around you. If they want to recruit you and make you a core member of Blue Home, don't be reckless. You just need to make sure what they want to do. I believe that Blue Home has a lot of professionals and leaders in the business field supporting them. Their core activities may not be strictly within the law, but they can't flaunt it blatantly. If you must do something, pretend that you agree to the ideals of Blue Home. That'll be enough. But don't act too passionate about it, or it'll have the opposite effect. Of course, if you really do passionately believe in the ideals of Blue Home, that's fine too. In fact, it'd be great. Meng Zhao's eyebrows shot up. Even if I believe them like Lin Chuan and Gao Yi? Is that fine too? That's fine, Yi Shaoxing said seriously. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's ideals weren't crimes. Dragon City is at the center of a storm right now and we're facing an unprecedented era. Before us are countless forks that are as complicated as a maze. No one knows just which path leads to a truly bright future. The politicians in the Survival Committee and the peddlers all have the right to think about the path that leads to a bright future. I believe that not even God knows whose version of the future is the correct one. Perhaps some parts of Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's thoughts are correct. But that's not important. We're the Abnormal Beast Research Department, not a thought research department. We don't care what sort of ideals you uphold or if you're bewitched or controlled by abnormal beasts. Our goal is to cast a long line and catch the abnormal beasts. We don't want to just catch humans who are bewitched by abnormal beasts. Meng Zhao nodded with a contemplative expression. Yi Shaoxing continued, as long as you don't act recklessly, this mission shouldn't be dangerous. But I have to give you a reminder. After Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's cases, you must have become the abnormal beast's target. I don't think that the abnormal beasts will kill you directly, but they might think of a way to bewitch and control you so that you'll turn into the next Lin Chuan or Gao Yi. Gao Yi has been incessantly sending you experiment logs, and that might be one of the methods the abnormal beasts are using to bewitch you. So, even though we really want to know the situation in Blue Home, you have the right to refuse it, because once you're deep in Blue Home, no one can guarantee that you won't be bewitched by the abnormal beasts. If you turn out like Lin Chuan or Gao Yi, we can't guarantee that we will be able to turn you back. I won't reject it, Meng Zhao said firmly. If I become the abnormal beast's target and they wish to bewitch me, they can do it anytime, can't they? Instead of being caught off guard and hypnotized by them, it would be better for me to just jump into their nest. At the very least, I'll know what I'll be facing. Yi Shaxing smiled and brought out a memory card, which he handed over to him. Meng Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What is this? Your reward. You're not an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, so we can't give you a salary and insurance. But when you carry out missions for us, we have to give you rewards, Yi Shaxing explained. That anonymous donor is very pleased with the progress of your cultivation. They believe that since you're now a 3-star superhuman, you should try practicing higher-level martial arts. This card has a few spirit energy magnetic field diagrams the donor customized for you based on the status of your cultivation. If you can master them and really run into danger, you will be able to hold back the danger for a while, until reinforcements arrive. The donor customized killing moves for me? Even if Meng Zhao had already known that the mysterious donor who supported the development of the Broken Star Club was a peerless fighter ranked among the top 5 in Dragon City, he was still shocked by the large donation. Spirit energy and runic symbol cultivation had been developed for more than half a century. While it was not perfect, it had still evolved to the point that it was pretty well developed. Right now, they were no longer in the era where the powerful fighters could create brand new spirit energy magnetic fields just by looking at the wide sky and gaining epiphanies from it. Even veteran fighters and researchers like Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi had to accumulate a lot of experimental data and work hard for a long time to create 1 or 2 brand new spirit energy magnetic fields, but even those might not be usable in real fights. But this mysterious donor had casually created a few brand new spirit energy magnetic fields for Meng Zhao? Meng Zhao felt a little overwhelmed. May I thank this anonymous donor personally? He asked. It's not necessary for the time being. But I believe that once you reach Heaven Realm, you will definitely have the chance to receive guidance face-to-face from this anonymous donor. Yi Shaxing said with a smile. Aside from your personal cultivation progress, the anonymous donor is also very satisfied with the development of the Broken Star Club. Until now, the Broken Star superhumans were a sleeping force. Now, they've woken up because of the ultimate style and long to stand on larger stages. It's impossible for this strength to be overlooked for a long time. If the Broken Star Club didn't bring them together, they might have been attracted by organizations like Blue Home. The anonymous donor believes that in your hands, the Broken Star Club will definitely be able to contribute more to Dragon City's future. Of course, I'll do it, Meng Zhao said firmly. 3 days later, Meng Zhao was at temporary shelter number 15, which was in the east of the city. When he looked over, he saw large gray and silver inflatable tents at the perimeter of the shelter. The center had simple sheds with 3 or 4 levels. Between the tents and sheds were narrow paths filled with moving crowds. Tens of thousands of citizens who lost their homes had gathered here for the time being. Since they lacked water, they could not bathe, and the trash from their daily lives piled up into mountains. The air in the shelter had a vivid stench. The old homes of these citizens were either destroyed by monsters who corroded them with acid so much that they were swaying and about to collapse at any moment, or poison until they were unlivable. Dragon City had relatively advanced construction skills. It was not difficult for them to remove debris and build a few buildings again. The problem was that the ground was corroded by acid and held poison as well, and the combination of the two attracted pests. They spread all sorts of fatal plagues, including zombie virus. If the city did not handle it and built new buildings on the ruins, once the citizens moved into these places, they would contract all sorts of diseases or even be bitten by rats. Then, the possibility of them turning into zombies would be 5 times or 10 times higher than the average. Hence, aside from clearing the debris, they also had to dig 3 to 5 meters of earth and rock straight to disinfect and purify it. Based on the level of corrosion, the purification process took from around 3 months to half a year. And with the time needed to build and furnish the buildings, the citizens would need to wait at least a year before they could live in the new houses. But this was an estimate made when the Survival Committee had a sufficient budget for reconstruction and did not run into any large-scale monster invasions. Everyone knew that the Survival Committee's budget was never enough. There was not a year when Dragon City did not face a monster invasion. Hence, no one knew just when the citizens living in tents and simple sheds could live in new houses. It was one of the reasons behind why the citizens in Golden Tooth Lair never left the lair and lived in new houses. Meng Jiao called Chen Hu over and brought a few built Broken Star superhumans to bring out boxes of canned food and drinkable water. He had participated in more than 10 such volunteer events, so he was already familiar with the process. It did not matter to him whether he earned contribution points from it. The main point was that most of the residential areas taken down by the monsters were similar to Blessed Heavenly Garden. They had not been maintained for years and were all old residential areas with relatively weak defense systems. On that day, it happened to some other residential area, but the next day, Blessed Heavenly Garden might meet the same fate. When he saw the citizens who had lost their homes, Meng Jiao always sympathized with them. If he did not do something to help them, his consciousness would scream at him. Meng Jiao and Chen Hu handed the canned food and drinkable water to the citizens. He also helped check whether the citizens had tiny wounds. After a fog descent, even the scratches and bites from pests were not minor matters. The pests carried fatal viruses and could turn humans into zombies at any moment. Soon, Meng Jiao saw volunteers with Blue Home's emblem working in an area near them. They were all young adults full of passion. Their eyes were bright, and they worked with gusto. They did not care that the place stank or that it was messy. They were really serving the citizens. Club leader Meng? Suddenly, Meng Jiao heard Xiao Fenghua's delighted cry. Chapter 360, As Long as We Have Hope. When Meng Jiao turned around to look, he saw a woman in her 30s with a full figure. She had a baby face that was always smiling. If it were not for the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and lips, people would mistake her for a girl who had just graduated from university. At that moment, she carried a rather large and heavy wooden box in her hands. There was a Blue Home's emblem on her arm. When she saw Meng Jiao staring at the emblem on her arm, Xiao Fenghua's face turned red. She explained herself with slight embarrassment. Club leader Meng, I'm really sorry for not showing up in the club for the past few months. It's just that I've been too busy with work. When the fog descended, a group of monsters snuck into a school in the east of the city and destroyed the entire place. Many of the teachers sacrificed their lives to protect the students living in the school. Over the past few months, I've been teaching at my own school in the south during the day, and at night, I come with my colleagues to teach the children here. I just don't have the time to come to the club. Honestly, I have a few questions regarding cultivation that I would like to ask you. As for this. She swung her arm to show off her emblem. My husband is a member of Blue Home. He also has an event here today, so I came here to help him. It's fine, Miss Xiao, Meng Jiao said. You don't have to tell me this. The Broken Star Club is similar to Blue Home. In any case, it's fine as long as we all help the people. Also, please stop calling me Club Leader Meng. The members developed the Broken Star Club together, and I didn't do much. We're not at the club, either, and you're older than I am. You're even a teacher. You can just call me Little Meng or Meng Jiao. That won't do. Xiao Fenghua barely suppressed her laughter. Aren't you calling me Miss Xiao? Meng Jiao thought about it and went along with the flow. Big sis Xiao. Well then, I won't be so polite with you anymore, Meng Jiao. Xiao Fenghua grinned and approached him. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to go to the club to look for you, Meng Jiao. There are a few academic questions I'd like to ask you. Oh? Please, go on, big sisya. Xiao Fenghua's face turned red, and she whispered, I'm pregnant. I'm 3 months along now. Can I still continue practicing the ultimate style? Is that so? Congratulations. That's great. It's no wonder why I thought Miss Xiao is rounder than a few months ago, Meng Jiao quietly thought to himself. He was sincerely happy for Xiao Fenghua. But when he thought about it, Miss Xiao's child would be the blood of Jiao Feixuan, one of the 10 great lost people of the future Dragon City. His expression turned a little strange when he thought about that. To hide it, he cleared his throat and grabbed the big wooden box from Xiao Fenghua's hands. It was rather heavy, so he curiously asked, What is this? Teaching tools for the children. They're simulation models of guns and monsters, Xiao Fenghua said. Meng Jiao, I'll do it. I'm over the 3-month mark now, so I'll be fine. It's fine. We're just distributing canned food and drinkable water, anyway. I'm not necessary there. I'd like to see the children in the class with you. While walking alongside her, he asked, So, you didn't come to the club because you're pregnant? Xiao Fenghua's cheeks turned red, and she said, Honestly, I'm not that fragile. But it's the first time my husband will become a father. When he heard that I'm pregnant, he was so happy that his head stopped functioning. He treats me like I'm made of glass and thinks that I'll break if I fall on the floor. He's even worried that I'll crack when he holds me. Forget about practicing the ultimate style, he even wants me to immediately resign from being a teacher and just stay at home to take care of the child. I've argued with him a few times, saying that the girls in Dragon City aren't as fragile as the women on Earth. Even when hearing the roars of monsters, we will still give birth to our children, and when they're born, they won't be missing even a single finger. After I used everything at my disposal to persuade him, he finally agreed to let me go to work and organize these classes. But I have to take a step back and set aside practicing the ultimate style for the time being. Now, I'm over the first 3 months. The doctor said that the baby is strong and stable. There shouldn't be any problems with me going through basic training. I don't care about what my husband says anymore. Meng Jiao, the ultimate style cultivates the branch meridians, and it's a neutral and peaceful cultivation method. It should be fine for the baby, right? Meng Jiao was stumped by this question. He thought about it and said, "Big sis Xiao, don't be in a hurry to go back to high-intensity training yet. Let me go back and ask my tutor. We've never encountered pregnant ladies who wish to practice the ultimate style before you." Even though the ultimate style is a relatively gentle cultivation method, we use bioelectricity to stimulate the spirit meridians. I don't know if we need to make some minor adjustments in terms of the strength of the shock and the formula of the gene medicine. After all, the baby's vitality magnetic field will overlap with the mother's vitality magnetic field. They chatted like that while they walked. In a while, they reached the depths of the shelter. The tents were all connected with each other over here, and there were more than 5 citizens in each tent. Since there were no spots for them to hang their laundry, they could only place their clothes, sheets, and washed bandages on the paths between the tents for them to dry. Meng Jiao and Jiao Fuan had to occasionally lower their heads to move past the clothes, and they felt like they were moving through a complicated maze. The citizens staying in the tents were not in a very good mental state. When the fog descended, most of them came under mind attacks and saw really terrifying scenes. Their mental strength indices had fallen to the point where they were at the verge of breaking down. Even after resting for a lot of days, many people still had bloodshot eyes. There were also people with fearful and confused expressions. It was as if they were still trapped in the nightmare of that night and could not remove themselves from it. Besides, the environment here was bad. The air was foul, and many people had their nerves high-strung. Their negative emotions spread to others as rapidly as viruses. Meng Jiao looked in through the gaps in the tents and saw a lot of families that were similar to one another. Most of the women held a handful of items they had managed to save from their old homes. Their expressions were numb while they mumbled under their breaths. It seemed like they were recalling the beautiful moments in the past. The men were like fighting dogs with bombs strapped to their backs. The smallest conflict turned into a bloody fight. Many people ended up in fights even though they did not really hate each other. They were just venting their despair, because they did not know when they could live in new houses and return to their normal lives. While they were moving through the area, Meng Jiao had already seen 3 fights, and he whispered to Jiao Fuan, "The citizens here are in a really bad psychological state, huh? Anyone in their place wouldn't be in a good mental state." Jiao Fuan smiled wanly. With the help from the Survival Committee, the Supernatural Tower, and many public welfare organizations, the citizens can finally settle down. If they don't crave tasty food, we can supply them with the synthesized food and recycled drinkable water. We can still satisfy their basic needs. But humans are never satisfied with just being able to survive. Many of the citizens didn't bring anything when they fled in haste, and all the valuable stuff is still in their homes. It was burned or corroded by monsters. A lot of the residential areas and factory areas were damaged badly, so they lost their jobs too. The Survival Committee has arranged them to clear the debris, level the ground outside the city, dig trenches, or develop Dragon City. But these jobs can be done by large runic symbol machines and the army, and they'd be more efficient at them too. Letting the citizens do these things is just the government granting relief to the citizens by giving them employment. It doesn't give them a lot of money, though. They're just able to get a few more nutritious food cans for their families or some drinkable water that has been recycled fewer times. Meng Jiao nodded and sighed. Honestly, the adults can still overcome this. Once the difficult times end, they could go out and look for work slowly. The problem is the children. Jiao Fuan was never able to move the conversation away from her work. Many of the children who lost their homes are adolescents, and it's their golden cultivation period. If they don't seize the chance to build their foundation, It'll be very hard for them to awaken to supernatural abilities in the future. There are dozens of third-year middle school students in the classes we organize. They're going to take their high school entrance examinations next year. The school they originally studied in was normal. The teaching resources there weren't great and their cultivation machines were only decent, so only a few of them could get into first high school, second high school, or construction high. But now, the school and all the cultivation machines have been destroyed. Many of the teachers also died during the fog. Even though the government has mobilized a batch of teachers to come to the shelter to form a temporary school, the teaching space and cultivation resources here aren't satisfactory. Besides, there are pests in the shelter. Viruses often bring trouble and zombies causing havoc. Full-on disinfection of the area has to be conducted often, so there's no way that the children can learn like other normal students during the day. We can only give them extra classes at night to help with that. They're all good students, and it's a waste if their talents are left uncultivated like this. As Jiao Fuan spoke, she led Meng Jiao into an especially large double-layered tent. It was different from other tents. There was no stench from household waste fermenting there, only the faint fragrance of ink and chalk fusing together. Dozens of teenagers stood in stances and meditated inside it. They were serious and gave off a quiet and level-headed air. It was a huge contrast to their parents' fearful and frustrated expressions. It was as if the tent contained a different world from the one outside. Meng Jiao looked around and noticed that even though the class was small, it had everything. There was a blackboard at the front of the class, and another at the back. The blackboard in front had the secrets of the 9 great stances and the most basic general knowledge of runic symbol studies and spirit energy studies. The blackboard at the back was decorated with rows of skyscrapers covered in plants, along with colorful smiling faces. It also had 2 words, "Our Home." Meng Jiao felt warmth in his heart. No matter how hard their current circumstances were, as long as the children were still full of hope, Dragon City would have a future. Jiao Fuan and Meng Jiao placed the teaching tools in a corner, then she tapped her waist lightly and looked around. She frowned a little and asked a girl with a ponytail, which was next to them, "Class rep, where is Li Ju?" Li Ju was called back by his father just now, the class rep replied timidly. "I heard that his father won't let him join the class." Chapter 361, Li Ju's Choice. What? Jiao Fuan raised her voice. She looked so anxious that it scared the class rep. She quickly comforted the class rep before she said to Meng Jiao, "I'm sorry, Meng Jiao. Why don't you sit here for a while? I have to check on Li Ju. He is a good student with the best talent in this class." After saying that, she walked out quickly with a hand supporting her waist. Meng Jiao was worried about letting a pregnant woman walk around alone in a shelter, so he quickly followed after her. Jiao Fuan moved through the maze of tents with familiar ease. Sometimes, she jumped over piles of household waste or bent her back to move through a large layer of bedsheets. Each tent had a number. Piercing noises came from tent 1341. A middle-aged woman came out of the tent swiftly and stomped to the north. She nearly knocked Jiao Fuan over. Meng Jiao quickly supported her. Jiao Fuan gave Meng Jiao an apologetic look and shouted into the tent. "Mr. Li?" Shuffling sounds could be heard within the tent. Soon, a man with a deformed nose and eyes came out. The muscles on his face twitched neurotically, and there was a wary look in his eyes. But there were also a lot of other emotions hidden beneath it. "Miss Jiao, you're here, again," the middle-aged man said stiffly. "Mr. Li, I'm here to ask a question. Why won't you let Li Ju go to school when things have been going well for him?" Jiao Fuan asked. The man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he said, "What do you mean things have been going well for him? After Li Ju practiced the martial arts from your class, he coughed up blood 3 times. What sort of harmful martial arts are you teaching him? I won't let him go to school anymore." "Mr. Li, that's not the case," Jiao Fuan said anxiously. "Didn't I explain it to you last time? Li Ju has begun to activate the supernatural power hidden in his brain because of the mind attack by the monsters who descended during the last fog. His body is still young, so he can't withstand that power and coughed up blood. The monster's mind attack didn't just target Li Ju alone. It attacked everyone in a large area, but since he has really good talent and is sensitive to spirit energy and vitality magnetic fields, he's showing signs of early awakening. This is good. As long as he takes the gene medicine and nutritional fluid I recommend it every day and practices the stances and meditation methods we teach in school, those symptoms will disappear soon. His strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. He will definitely be able to score well during the high school entrance examination next year. Mr. Li, did you give him the gene medicine I recommended every day? Li Ju's father's eyes became even more bloodshot. Gene medicine, my foot. It's all a scam. I won't fall for it. That's... Xiao Fenghua was at a loss at what to do. Mr. Li, how could you say that? The gene medicine we recommend in class is produced by a large legit company. Besides, the donation given by Blue Home should be enough to subsidize each child. You just need to pay 70% of the cost price, and Li Ju's cultivation will rise to another level. The other children in the class are persevering through gritted teeth, so it'll be a pity if Li Ju gives up halfway through. After all, he's the one I value the most. Some part of those words must have stabbed Mr. Li where it hurt, because his eyes turned so red that they looked like hot iron. I said he won't be going to class, so he won't. He yelled. Everyone knows your tricks by now. You said that we only need to pay 70% of the cost price? But who knows what the truth is? It's a lie. It's all a lie. Because of his shouts, quite a number of citizens in the area peeked out of their tents and observed Xiao Fenghua and Meng Jiao curiously. Meng Jiao frowned a little and whispered to Xiao Fenghua, Big Sisya, what sort of drugs do you give the children when they cultivate in class every day? What price did you offer the students? There's bone cell growth medicine for teenagers produced by photo creatures, rapid healing serums for muscle fibers made by Mighty Dragon Pharmaceuticals, and the high-efficiency blood replenishment serums by Ancient Pharmaceuticals. Xiao Fenghua mentioned the names of 6 gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid before she said, we're working directly with these factories through Blue Home to help the citizens who lost their homes. We get these products at cost price from the factories, and we're not earning a single cent from it. We also collect donations from members of Blue Home to cover 30% of the price. 70% of the cost price is already the lowest possible price. They just need to spend a few hundred yuan every day for the children to have a future in cultivation. Meng Jiao nodded. Superstar sold raw materials from monsters and worked together with the pharmaceutical companies and biochemical modification companies Xiao Fenghua mentioned. He had heard about them and knew that they were legal companies who were famous in the industry. They would definitely not use a single monster to produce nutritional fluid for 3 years. Recently, Superstar had been working together with spirit creation creatures as well, so Meng Jiao had a general idea of the price for the middle-grade gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid for teenagers. Xiao Fenghua was not trying to scam any money with the price she mentioned just now. Not only did it not earn her any money, she had to get donations from everywhere to cover the cost. The best way to judge that would be by using Beijia cow. Ever since the Meng family was able to earn some money, the family prepared the most luxurious cultivation set meals to help with high school entrance examination. Even if Meng Jiao excluded all other fees and calculated only the price for her gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid, they spent 2,000–3,000 yuan per day, and in a month, the cost almost reached 100,000 yuan. If they hadn't spent that money on her, however, it would have been impossible for her to get into the experimental class in Construction High by relying on the Night Demon blood alone. Once she entered high school, Baisuxin once participated in a parents' meeting so they could exchange experience in taking care of children. When other parents learned that the Meng family only spent thousands of yuan every day for cultivation fees but still managed to send Baisuxin into Construction High's experimental class, they were all shocked. The cultivation families spent more than 10,000 yuan on their children's daily education fees. Xiao Fenghua was very kind and considerate about the poor children. She carefully came up with a plan to ensure that the children who could only spend a couple hundred yuan per day would get a cultivation set meal that was carefully crafted with the best cost-price ratio. When Meng Jiao realized it, he felt a little frustrated. His expression turned dark, and he stepped in front of Xiao Fenghua. Mr. Li, it's your freedom to decide whether your son will attend class or not. In any case, Ms. Xiao has been using her free time to help the children get extra classes. But Ms. Xiao never scammed even a single coin from you. She has been forking out her own money to subsidize your son, and yet you're biting the hand that fed you and spitting on her kindness? This will disappoint her, and you might even make others unwilling to help the children in the shelters too. Isn't this bringing harm to yourself and others? I'd like to give you a word of advice: cast your sights further. The world in the future will definitely belong to superhumans. Since your child has talent for cultivation, he should cultivate properly. This is the only way for him to change his destiny. Meng Jiao's voice was not loud, but it was enough to make the neighbors around them understand what was going on. Li Ju's father's expression turned really strange. It was as if the mask of wariness and anger shattered, revealing the incredibly frail man underneath. He went back inside and stumbled around inside. Meng Jiao and Xiao Fenghua looked at each other before they went inside. Li Ju's father had sat down on a narrow folding hand and buried his head in his hands. The big man's shoulders trembled. He was weeping silently. Meng Jiao could smell a faint stench. He looked around for the source of the smell and noticed that Li Ju's father's right leg was bound by a few layers of gauze and bandages. Even so, there was still suspicious liquid and shades of green and purple oozing out. "You're poisoned," Meng Jiao said with a frown. "When the fog descended, I was hit by a monster's poison. In the beginning, I went for treatment and they dug out all of the rotten flesh. I thought I was fine, but the poison had invaded my bones. After working for a few days in the ruins, the poison acted up." Li Ju's father rubbed his face hard a few times before he gradually calmed down. He whispered softly, "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. I argued with my wife just now, so I was in a bad mood. I wasn't thinking straight, so I said some really bad things. I know that you're a good person. You're all good people. I also know that the price for the gene medicine is already very cheap. But no matter how cheap it is, it still costs hundreds of yuan a day. Even if I worked without sleeping in the ruins, I couldn't afford it, let alone now that I'm in this state." Xiao Fenghua looked at the empty tent and asked, "Were all your belongings in your house? You didn't bring anything with you?" "No. Everything was burnt to a crisp. We didn't manage to take anything out." "The public welfare organizations must have arranged to provide free treatment, right?" Xiao Fenghua asked hesitantly. "Your leg. There's free treatment, but we need to queue up for it. We need to wait a few days for even the simplest debriding and dressing. After all, simply too many people were hurt during the fog," Li Ju's father said. "Besides, the poison has invaded my bones. It keeps on acting up, and treating it is a major problem. I've been thinking about acting ruthless and borrowing some money for an amputation so that I can get a prosthetic leg. That way, I could soon look for a job, but my wife won't let me, and Li Ju refuses it too. In any case, it's not easy looking for jobs now, and even if I managed to find one, the salary wouldn't be high. I don't know when I'd be able to return the money for the amputation and prosthetic limb, much less let Li Ju cultivate." Xiao Fenghua and Meng Jiao fell silent for a while. "No matter what, your son must not fall behind in his cultivation," Xiao Fenghua said. "Mr. Li, please let Li Ju go to class for now. The teachers, volunteers from Blue Home, and I will think about how to solve the problem with gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid." "Forget it, Miss Xiao. You've helped Li Ju a lot. Our entire family is grateful to you, so we won't be causing you any more trouble." Li Ju's father smiled bitterly. Li Ju is the one who said himself that he doesn't want to go to class anymore. Xiao Fenghua was shocked. "Why?" "He said that cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. The further you go down the path of cultivation, the more resources you need. Even if he can get your help and solve the problem of gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid for the time being, what about a few months later? What about next year and the year after that? Even if he manages to get into a key high school, it doesn't mean that he will definitely become a superhuman. The classes in key high schools are even more strenuous and the competition is harsher. Without sufficient resources, it'll be very easy for him to go through spirit energy deviation and lose himself. At that time, he won't be able to awaken to supernatural powers but will end up wounded instead. He won't even be able to take up a normal job and just end up causing trouble to the family. Li Ju is a sensible child. We're poor, so it's impossible for us to support him in becoming a superhuman. He is thinking about using the time he would spend cultivating to work so that he can pay my medical fees." "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Don't blame Li Ju. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being a useless father." Chapter 362, full of complaints. The middle-aged man lowered his head and curled up on the folding bed. He was too ashamed to look at them but had nowhere to hide himself. Meng Jiao sighed. But Xiao Fenghua seemed to have seen a lot of such situations. She continued speaking patiently, "Mr. Li, Li Ju is still young. He doesn't know how important cultivation is. But he's a good boy who loves his parents, which is precisely why we must be careful while thinking about his future. Let me think about this. Right now, I can't promise you anything, but there are a lot of members in Blue Home who would be willing to help someone as talented as Li Ju." "Miss Xiao, Li Ju's father looked up. His lips quivered, and he rubbed his hands together. He did not know what he should say. Meng Jiao then remembered that he had sounded a little harsh just now. He spoke up by the side as well. "That's right, Mr. Li. You're facing your toughest moments right now, but I believe that with the help from the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower, everything will become better." But it would have been better if he did not say this, because he seemed to have stomped on where it hurt for Li Ju's father. His eyes turned bloodshot again, and he said resentfully, "Don't even mention the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower. What help can they give us?" Well. Meng Jiao was a little stunned. He seldom ran into normal citizens who would use this tone when they mentioned the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower. Or at the very least, he seldom saw anyone using that tone in this life. If the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower really want to help, it would have been easy. They could just send our children to the schools outside the shelter, Li Ju's father said. Even if the normal school lacks space and resources and each class is stuffed to the brim, the aristocratic schools for the rich must have space to help our children, right? Why can't they send Li Ju and the others in there for a time being and let them make do for a few months? Meng Jiao frowned a little. He could not describe the feeling in his heart. Li Ju's father said angrily, "We're not coveting the resources in those aristocratic schools, but at the end of the day, the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower are responsible for why we ended up in this state, right? The ones living in those luxurious mansions in Dragon City No. 1 are all superhumans above Heaven Realm. They have matchless power, so there is no monster who is stupid and blind enough to rush into Dragon City No. 1. They'd be reduced to mincemeat at any moment. There's no need for places like Dragon City No. 1 and the aristocratic schools affiliated to Dragon City No. 1 to have defense systems. They don't need any machine gun towers, anti-aircraft guns, electromagnetic towers, or high-voltage electricity nets. The powerful people only need to release their killing intent, and all the monsters would piss their pants. But the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower just had to set up airtight defenses in those high-end residential areas. There are even layers to those defense systems. And look at the old residential areas of normal working-class people. The last time we had a complete maintenance upgrade for our defense system was a few years ago. Many of the defense systems have not been maintained for a long time, they're old, and we don't have enough ammunition. When it's distributed to the families, we only get a couple hundred bullets. How can we possibly fight against the monsters' crazed charges like that? When you think about it carefully, it just doesn't make sense. The ones staying in old residential areas are all normal people. Shouldn't they give us better defense systems around our residential areas precisely because we can't fight against the monsters? Why is it that the construction of those defense systems are all beside the houses of those high-grade superhumans? And look, when the fog descended, the monsters were intimidated by the presence of the powerful and didn't dare to rush to places like Dragon City No. 1. But it's common sense that you always target the weak, right? So they rushed to old residential areas like ours. Not a single bullet was fired by the defense systems in Dragon City No. 1, but the defense system in our area was brought down in no time at all. Even the school beside the residential area was destroyed by the monsters. There are plenty of specialists and smart people in the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower. If they really wanted to help normal people, they would have taken better precautionary measures for just such an event. At the end of the day, the superhumans aren't together with the normal people. They don't care about the lives and deaths of normal people. Li Ju's father vented his rage and indignation to his heart's content. But right after he said those things, he remembered that Jiao Fuan was a superhuman. "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao," he said in embarrassment. "I'm not talking flack about you. You're definitely a kind person through and through. You know that I'm talking about those high and mighty superhumans." "It's fine." Jiao Fuan smiled at him. "Mr. Li, my husband is working in the defense system industry for residential areas. Based on what I know, the defense system for high-end places like Dragon City No. 1 are paid by the residents themselves. They pay for the setup, maintenance, and upgrade themselves. They've never used a single cent from the taxpayers." I know." Li Ju's father's anger bled away from him, and his expression turned gloomy. At the end of the day, the lives of the rich are much more valuable than the lives of the poor. This isn't the fault of the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower. I'm to be blamed for being useless, and that's why Li Ju has such a bad life. Money. Right now, you need money for everything. If you want to fight against monsters, you need money. If you want to cultivate, you need money. But that makes sense. They say that when you're poor, you can only be a scholar, but when you're rich, you can be a cultivator. They say that cultivating can change your fate, but the poor don't have the right to cultivate. He curled up on the folding bed and placed his poison-infested leg on the bed while he stared at the stains on the bandage dully and unwrapped it. Meng Jiao remained silent for a while before he suddenly asked, "Mr. Li, are you the one who thought about what you said just now?" Li Ju's father stared at him in puzzlement. "The part where you said that superhumans are not one with the normal people," Meng Jiao said. Li Ju's father was taken aback for a moment before he said, "That's what everyone says." "Everyone?" "Everyone in the temporary shelter," Li Ju's father said in slight embarrassment. I know that a lot of the superhumans are good people, like you guys and the volunteers who always help us. We're grateful to you and have no other opinions about you guys. It's true. If anyone says anything bad about you, then their hearts are really rotten to the core. But we couldn't do anything when our houses collapsed right in front of us. We had to watch the ruins burn, unable to even rush in to save a few photos. The shock from that was too great. Everyone has bitterness welling up in us, and we have nowhere to vent it. Besides, the ones who are injured can't serve as any labor power. We can only gather together without anything to do. So we grumble a bit, but please don't take it to mind." "It's fine. I won't be bothered by it." Meng Jiao smiled. "But do you know who is the first person to make such complaints?" "Who would know?" Li Ju's father said. "When it comes to complaints, they spread like wildfire. No one can say who was the first to have some complaint. Anyway, that's what everyone has been saying." Meng Jiao wanted to continue asking, but Xiao Fenghua gently tugged at his sleeve. Meng Jiao thought about it. It was unlikely that he could get a lot of information from Li Ju's father. Once he bade farewell to the man, he walked out of the tent together with Xiao Fenghua. While they were on their way back, Meng Jiao was contemplative. "Plenty of the citizens here have PTSD, Xiao Fenghua said. They often start screaming at night due to nightmares, which creates a chain reaction through the entire shelter. Just like how the soldiers of Imperial China would start shouting in a camp when one of them started screaming at night. Everyone is too tense, so it's normal for them to complain. We're already used to it. Meng Jiao, don't take it to heart, okay? I'm okay with it. The fog this time has led to the monsters destroying dozens of residential areas, and this is definitely on the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower. It's not wrong for the normal citizens to criticize them a little." Meng Jiao cast Xiao Fenghua a glance. "Big Sisya, have you heard these complaints for a long time now?" Xiao Fenghua nodded. "Are there more?" Meng Jiao asked. "Are there other types of complaints?" "How could there not be?" Xiao Fenghua said. "Recently, aside from the temporary shelter in the east of the city, all the temporary shelters in all the cardinal directions are full of people with a lot of complaints, since they all lost their homes. Some people grumble like Li Ju's father. They ask why the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower set up defense systems that are as tough as nails around high-end residential areas for high-end superhumans but completely overlooked the frail defense systems that have not been maintained for years around the old residential areas of normal people. Some people also complain that the prices for all sorts of cultivation resources have increased recently. Even the gene medicine we bought at cost price from factories has become 20% more expensive. I heard that they're going to increase further next month. The rich might be able to handle it, but to poor families like Li Ju's, whose father lost his job and who originally could only perform manual labor, this no doubt means that their hopes for cultivation are crushed. Logically speaking, Dragon City just obtained a major victory on the northern front lines, so they should be able to get more resources, right? So why are prices increasing non-stop?" Meng Jiao was silent for a while before he said, "Lately, Dragon City has been working hard on expanding, and it's deploying soldiers in all directions. This requires several times the amount of resources compared to the past. It's inevitable that there's a shortage of resources in the city." "I know, right?" Xiao Fenghua smiled. "That's what is mentioned on the news too. But there are plenty of people in the temporary shelters who don't believe it. They don't think that it's because of expansion, but because there are people hoarding the resources and earning massive amounts of money because of price gouging during disaster. But let's not talk about that for the time being. There are even people saying that the superhumans are the ones who lured the monsters here." "That's..." Meng Jiao was stunned. "What sort of absurd theory is that?" "Meng Jiao, didn't you realize that the monsters have become smarter? The scale of the fog this time might have been huge, but it's not as if we've never encountered something like this before. Still, the destruction caused by fog descents of similar scale pale in comparison to this one," Xiao Fenghua said. "Right now, there is an opinion among the people that there are a lot of sentient creatures among monsters. There was originally a chance that we could live harmoniously or at least not bother each other. But since the high-grade superhumans are ambitious and want to reach a state surpassing that of humans, they want to kill all of these highly intelligent monsters as quickly as possible, which is why we now face the vengeance of these highly intelligent monsters. The high-end superhumans are naturally not afraid of the revenge from the highly intelligent monsters. You heard just now that they live in places like Dragon City No. 1 and are protected by defense systems that are as tough as nails, right? But the normal people end up suffering. They took the place of the high-end superhumans and faced the wrath of the highly intelligent monsters. Chapter 363, An Evil Doctrine Misleading the People. Meng Jiao was dumbfounded for a long time. And there are people that believe this outrageous rumor? There were originally none, but you know that plenty of monsters who are skilled in mind attacks had appeared during the fog, and many citizens' mental strength indices plunged so low that their minds broke. Jiao Fuan then appeared as if she had something to say, but did not know how to put it into words. Besides. Meng Jiao frowned. Besides what? Besides, the homeless citizens can see the superhumans living in high-end residential areas with tight defenses and luxurious decorations. When they look at their own children, they see them intense cultivating to the point of coughing up blood, while in the meantime, the children of superhuman families get the best education in aristocratic schools. The citizens also see themselves cradling their broken limbs and moaning on folding beds while the superhumans are able to split mountains and soar in the sky. Besides, while the citizens can only eat the cheapest canned food and drink recycled water to keep themselves alive, the superhumans with connections hoard items and get rich through it. Some normal people even have to watch their wives sell their own bodies to superhumans so their families would be able to live better. Jiao Fuan sighed softly. In such despair, resignation, and rage, it's not strange for them to believe in such outrageous rumors. Besides, that rumor isn't the most outrageous of them all. Meng Jiao sucked in a deep breath. There's something that's even more outrageous? Yes. Jiao Fuan smiled. There are rumors stating that when superhumans march deeper into the other world to conquer it, they will abandon Dragon City and all the normal people. Meng Jiao was stunned for a long time. How could that be possible? Why not? Superhumans aren't the parents of normal people. Why must they be bound to normal people? We're only bound together by the identity of Earthlings, that's all. But we've already transmigrated here more than half a century ago, and who knows whether we'll live to see the day we return to Earth. The meaning behind being an Earthling had been growing weaker among us, has it not? Jiao Fuan said. The rumors are going around saying that to the superhumans, normal people are clumsy and not helpful at all. They're a burden. And if the superhumans want to conquer the other world, there's no need for them to bring normal people with them. They could just use modified biochemical beasts or automatized runic symbol machines to create an army that would listen to them completely. Of course, right now, our biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines technology isn't perfect. The fighting power of an unmanned army might not be able to win against an army formed by normal people, but there's an advantage to it. It's cheap, and their cost-price ratio is high. If we use an army formed by normal people, if they die, the army will need to reward them or give their families compensation fees. Right now, the resources used for rewards and compensation fees each year just to protect Dragon City are enough to cripple Dragon City's financial budget. Are we supposed to use an army made up of normal people to march thousands of miles around the other world to conquer its civilizations? That's just not worth it. There are even rumors saying that even if there are local intelligent life forms in the other world, they are definitely in the tribal stage, which is a very low stage of civilization. The superhumans can just use their great individual fighting strength to move around elusively. Their advantage of high mobility will make them the gods of those local tribes. As gods, they will be able to enjoy all the benefits of the other world. Why should they bring normal people along and split the benefits with them? Take last time as an example. We obtained full victory in the northern offense. We managed to get a lot of resources from Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Under Raging Waves, but did any of these resources end up in the hands of the normal people? They were all snatched away by superhumans in the name of cultivation and defending Dragon City. All that was left for the normal humans was the wrathful vengeance from monsters. The northern battlefield is the perfect model of our future right now. Even if there comes a day when the superhumans really conquer the other world, it will have nothing to do with the normal people. After all, we're not united at heart. Even if we fought together during the decades when we just transmigrated here, that was because we could share our woes and sorrows together. There's no way that we can share our wealth together as well. Meng Zhao cast a deep glance at Xiao Fenghua. The baby-faced teacher looked at him with a smile. Meng Zhao had never known that Xiao Fenghua's words could be so sharp. It was as expected of a teacher. Now that he thought about it, the rumors coincided with Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's opinions. In fact, they were even more bewitching and destructive. But the problem was, who was the one who started those rumors? Could it be Xiao Fenghua's husband, Jiao Fuan? One of the 10 great lost people of future Dragon City? Miss Xiao, you know these rumors really well, huh? The school where I work is a normal middle school in an old residential area, Xiao Fenghua said. During the fog descent this time, it was also attacked viciously by the monsters. Nearly all of its defenses were torn down, so the citizens used their own bodies to stop the offense. During that battle, we suffered a lot of casualties. So, even if I want to pretend that I can't hear the citizens' complaints about the current situation, I can't. The adults are still pretty okay, but the innocent children sometimes will pop questions that I don't know how to answer. What sort of questions are they? Meng Zhao asked. There's a pretty girl in the class I teach. Her results were originally really good, but after the fog descended, her results started slipping. She also appeared to be in a daze all the time. It was as if she had become someone else, Xiao Fenghua said. I called her to my office and asked her privately about what happened. We had a pretty good relationship, so she could not help but say that her parents were fighting and asking for a divorce. The reason behind that was because her mother was flirting with a superhuman. The girl said that when her parents fought, her mother yelled at her father for being useless and a normal person. When the monsters attacked, he could not even protect their family. It was her misfortune to have married a normal person like him. The girl then asked me, Miss Xiao, is marrying a normal person a misfortune? The girl then immediately asked me another question too, Miss Xiao, don't they say that superhumans should protect normal people? So why is that superhuman bullying my mother? When I stayed quiet, she asked, Miss Xiao, don't they say that the supernatural tower has forbidden superhumans to bully normal people and that the adjudicator court immediately captures the superhumans who bully normal people? Why is the adjudicator court not capturing the superhuman who bullied my mother? I couldn't answer even one of the 3 questions. Meng Zhao was silent for a moment before he said, the adjudicator court only cares about the crimes committed by superhumans. They can't fault them for having messy private lives. That's right. Xiao Fenghua smiled. Her tone was still as gentle as ever, but the words she said were chilling to the bone. After the fog descended this time, the parents of many children from the classes I teach divorced. A lot of the wives believe that since their husbands are normal people, they are not able to protect them. They also cannot earn a lot of money, so they cannot get a lot of cultivation resources, either. They aren't able to help their children walk a better path, so it would be better for them to ride on the superhuman's coattails. They do not need a legitimate status. As long as they can get some scraps from the superhumans, it would be enough for them to live much better lives than before. In that sort of situation, it's inevitable that the husbands who were cast aside would believe those rumors, right? What about you, Miss Xiao? Meng Zhao looked at Xiao Fenghua seriously. Do you believe in those rumors? Xiao Fenghua looked down and did not answer him directly. Instead, she threw another question at him. Meng Zhao, do you know what about you impresses me the most? Meng Zhao shook his head and said, there's nothing about me that is worth admiration. I'm just a normal superhuman. What impressed me the most about you is not that you created the Broken Star Club, not that you developed the ultimate style, and not your performance during the National College examination, Xiao Fenghua said earnestly. 9th High School is just a key high school in the region, and you were only a normal student. It was difficult for you to get to the top 100 in the city and get into Agricultural University's martial arts course, then take first place during the admission test of the martial arts course as freshman. Others might not understand it, but as a teacher, I know all too well just how much you've worked to get this result. Many people treat your results as a miracle, but unfortunately, miracles cannot be replicated. It's very rare for them to happen again. As Dragon City's system is perfected and the spirit energy and cultivation system evolves, the prices for the cultivation resources will continue getting higher. It'll be even more difficult for poor children to stand out. The standards of the school in which I teach are much worse compared to 9th High School. It's just a normal high school. But 10 years ago, when I just joined the teaching staff there, around 10 of our top students could get into a key high school, despite us being just a normal high school. Among them, there were always a few who could awaken to supernatural powers and return to their middle school in glory to report the good news. But over the recent years, The number has been dwindling. 3 years ago, there were 25 of ours who went to key high schools. 2 years ago, there were 17. Last year, 9. This year, we ran into a fog attack. Many of the students' families were affected, so the results will probably be worse. It's strange. Even though I can't say that I'm an ace teacher, I've still been working for 10 years, and no matter what, my teaching experience should be great. Why is it that the success rate of the students I teach is getting lower? Xiao Fenghua cradled her stomach and stared at Meng Jiao with sparkling eyes. Meng Jiao, it's not important whether I believe those rumors or not, she continued softly. If the normal schools that serve the poor citizens can only send dozens of students to a higher-level key high school each year and only 3 to 5 of the students who make it in can become superhumans, I believe that all the parents will still see hope, and no one will believe in those exaggerated rumors. But if schools like ours continue falling in terms of performance and we become unable to produce even a single superhuman, the parents will know from the first day they send their children to school that their children will never be able to become superhumans. Aside from those rumors, what else can they believe in? I agree with what you told Mr. Li. The other world in the future will belong to superhumans. But it makes you wonder. How are the normal people supposed to survive in a world of superhumans? Chapter 364, Lost Person, Jiao Fuan. Meng Jiao sank into deep thought. He was not just pondering over what Xiao Fenghua told him. He also thought about whether Jiao Fuan's wife, Xiao Fenghua, was connected to the fact that he turned into one of the 10 great hunted lost people in Dragon City in the future. Xiao Fenghua was not actually hoping that Meng Jiao could give her an answer. She just smiled and continued moving forward. A commotion was ahead of them. A tent had collapsed and something was moving under it. Many people surged forward in a disordered mess to look at it. A lot of people pushed the curious away from the tent while shouting, "Zombie!" Meng Jiao and Xiao Fenghua looked at each other. They could see the urgency in the other's eyes. The dragon citizens had a lot of bacteria in their bodies. Usually, they achieved a subtle balance with their body's immune system. Those bacteria could even stimulate a power hidden deep in their genes, which would allow normal people to turn into superhumans. But once a person was gravely wounded, their immune systems would collapse. If they were bitten by pests with venom, the bacteria would also be activated. Then, it would turn a living person into a terrifying zombie who was completely wild. Granny Wang had been Meng Jiao's neighbor, but after she was stabbed by the fangs of a demonic halberd pig, the bacteria was activated in her, and she turned into a zombie. After each fog attack, the survival committee would perform a zombie virus check on all the citizens who came into contact with monsters. The examination of the citizens who had to enter a temporary shelter was especially strict. However, as the large number of viruses and bacteria humans brought from Earth wreaked havoc in the other world, the zombie virus continued evolving. Up to then, there were already dozens of subtypes. Some of the mutated zombie viruses had especially long incubation periods, so it was especially difficult to find them. Other mutated variations were drug-resistant. Even if the carrier were to be given all sorts of vaccines or gene medicine to combat the virus, it would be useless. There were also some mutated zombie viruses that reacted intensely. Once a person was bitten by a pest that carried the virus, it would react within a short few minutes. It could burn the mitochondria hidden deep in a person's cell, which would make a normal person instantly release the power of a superhuman, and after around 10 minutes or so minutes, they would end up combusting. Hence, zombies occasionally appeared in temporary shelters, which led to massive casualties, and people growing fearful. As superhumans, Meng Jiao and Xiao Fenghua had the duty to handle the situation. Both of them worked hard to squeeze through the crowd. Then, they heard a hiss ahead of them. The sturdy tarpaulin above the tent was torn open by a pair of pus-covered claws with red nails. A zombie with messy hair and deformed limbs crawled out. Based on its features, they could tell that it had been a rather pretty woman. But now, her eyes were red, and thick blood vessels as well as nerves spread out from her eyes in a radial fashion. Her human features were also replaced by animalistic ones. She was obviously hungry. Drool that looked like blood dribbled out from the corners of her mouth as she stared at the citizens around her. She growled from the back of her throat, and it sounded like cackling. This is bad. Her eyes are red. The blood vessels around her eyes have protruded on her skin in a radial fashion. This is the most domineering mutated zombie virus. Meng Jiao frowned a little. Even though he could not identify the precise type of the mutated zombie virus, based on the woman's monstrous appearance and her burning vitality magnetic field, He could tell that her cells were going off like explosive cartridges. She had turned into another life form that was incredibly dazzling and terrifying, but would only remain alive for a short while. The citizens around her cried out in surprise. Everyone knew their stuff. If she were a normal zombie, they would not need to be too afraid. As long as they were careful about not being bitten, they could all surge forward and kill the zombie. But if a mutated zombie had such a terrifying appearance, their fighting strength would be of secondary importance. The most crucial thing was that the virus in them would be especially infectious. Forget about being infected through scratches or bites. If it's drool or blood splashed on someone's skin, there would be a certain chance for them to become the next monster. Hence, the citizens who originally wanted to help started screaming while retreating. They crashed into a few tents and made them collapse. The situation was incredibly chaotic. Once the mutated zombie was stimulated by the noise, the blood vessels around its eyes protruded even further. It looked as if its bloodshot eyes had grown 5 times their original size, and they now occupied its entire face. The zombie bared its teeth and took 2 steps toward the crowd. Suddenly, crying sounds could be heard behind the zombie. Something moved under the collapsed tent. Soon, a girl of about 4 crawled out through the gap that the mutated zombie had torn in the tent. She had to be the mutated zombie's child. The activation period of the mutated zombie virus was very short. Perhaps a few minutes ago, the mother had been pleasantly telling a story to the girl or playing a game with her. She might even have been cooking a simple but warm meal for her. But due to a small wound on her body, in just a few minutes, the mother turned into another person. The girl had yet to wrap her head around it. She opened her mouth and with a dazed expression stood in front of the zombie. It might have been because she was scared stiff, but it also might have been because she could tell that the zombie was her beloved mother based on the clothes she was wearing and she thought that she would never hurt her. A conflicted look appeared in the mutated zombie's eyes, which were like red vortices by then. But as the virus swiftly reached the brain and her final human consciousness was devoured by the rampaging instinct to feed, the zombie brought its sharp claws high up into the air. Meng Jiao swiftly brought out the mini submachine gun he had hidden at his waist and aimed at the zombie's temple. The exquisite gun was no larger than half the size of his palm, but it had unique bullets with crystals embedded in them and runic symbols carved into them. Besides, Meng Jiao's basic gun technique was already at perfect level, so he could definitely split the mutated zombie's head open. Don't. Meng Jiao was about to pull the trigger when he heard someone shout at him. Then, a nimble figure shot between the zombie and the girl like an arrow. He hugged the girl and revealed his spine to the mutated zombie. Whoosh. The mutated zombie virus could allow a normal person's cells to enter an awakened state for a short period of time. They would then possess strength that was equivalent to that of a superhuman. When the mutated zombie swiped at him, the person's back was clawed open, and white bone could be seen. The person grunted, but he did not bother about his own well-being. Instead, he tossed the girl in Meng Jiao's direction. Catch her. When he saw that Meng Jiao had caught the girl, he did a back kick like a scorpion thrusting its tail backward. He hit the mutated zombie legs, and it fell to the ground. The man then brought out a pouch that released a nice fragrance. The mutated zombie fell down swiftly, but jumped up just as swiftly. That person grabbed something that looked like powder or paint. Then, he turned around and smeared it all over the mutated zombie's face. His fingers twisted in 5 different directions. They moved like snakes and drew 5 profound and complicated runic symbols at the same time on the mutated zombie's face. The mutated zombie became stiff, as if a petrification spell had been cast on it. Even its growls were frozen in its throat. The man couldn't care less about the blood flowing down his back. He had a focused expression as he continued mumbling under his breath. He moved his hand freely and used his blood as well as the runic ink in his pouch to draw more than 100 runic symbols on the mutated zombie's face, chest, stomach, and limbs. His movements were dazzling. When he drew a runic symbol that was as small as a fly on the mutated zombie's last O, he sighed in relief and pressed his palms together. His spirit energy then spread out swiftly. Something unbelievable happened. Within a short half a minute, the more than 100 runic symbols drawn on the mutated zombie's body began to shine brilliantly, as if they were light bulbs connected to electricity. The mutated zombie twitched violently, as if it was dancing some strange dance, but based on its expression, it was not in great pain. On the contrary, as the runic symbols burned, drops of dark red blood flowed out of the mutated zombie's pores. The smell was foul, but it was instantly dispelled by the flames of the runic symbol. In a short moment, the protruding blood vessels on the mutated zombie's face became flat. The red eyes that resembled red vortices and occupied half of its face slowly returned to normal. A sound came from the zombie's throat, which resembled a ball of air rising up. A faint red, poisonous fog gushed out, and the zombie fell face first. As the sharp nails fell off, it seemed to have returned to being an asleep woman. When the person saw that the mutated zombie was no longer moving, he exhaled and put on a charming smile. He gestured at Meng Jiao to help him. Meng Jiao hesitated for a moment. It was not that he was unwilling to help. It was just that he had managed to recognize the person. Jiao Fuan, one of the 10 great lost people of the Dragon City in his previous life, a criminal who had killed countless people and might have been even more terrifying than the supernatural entities. Old Jiao. Before Meng Jiao could adjust his emotions, Jiao Fuan rushed forward. When Jiao Fuan saw his wife suddenly appear and glare at him, he looked like a student who had done something wrong and was caught red-handed by his teacher. But he then remembered that his wife was pregnant, and his expression changed drastically. He waved his head and said, "Don't come. It's dangerous here." "You have the guts to tell me that it's dangerous?" Jiao Fuan was angry and anxious. As she looked at the terrifying wound on his back, her heart ached for him. She stomped on the ground and said, "Then why did you rush over? This is a problem that could have been solved by a gun." "If we used a gun, she would have definitely died." Jiao Fuan smiled. "I can use runic symbols to control her vitality magnetic field, so her cells would enter a state of suspended animation, as if they've entered hibernation. I can get rid of the virus for her, which will give her a chance to survive. The acute mutated zombie virus might have astonishing damage, but since it activated too quickly, it could not fully invade all of the organs and most of the brain in a human body. However, destroying the virus and helping an infected person return to normal was just a theoretical possibility." Meng Jiao went forward and found that while the mutated zombie was enveloped by Jiao Fuan's runic symbols, it was still breathing lightly and its heart was beating. But the frequency was very low. The woman only breathed once or twice per minute. The same went for her heartbeat. Perhaps she could be considered to be sleeping in a state between life and death. Meng Jiao cast a glance at Jiao Fuan's back. The wound was rotting away, and red was swiftly spreading all over the place. He frowned and said, "The zombie virus has already activated. Even if you want to save her, the chances are very low. You didn't have to take that risk. Even superhumans can't fight all the viruses. Even if the hope is small, it's not zero." Jiao Fuan was in such pain that he was twitching. Even so, his eyes remained bright. "Besides, the girl is right in front of us. She might have a psychological trauma she will never be able to get rid of if she sees her mother's head blasted open before her eyes. Even if we can't do anything to treat her, at the very least, we should let the girl remember her mother at her most beautiful, don't you think so?" Chapter 365, An Upright, Good Man. His clear eyes confused Meng Jiao for a moment. He began to wonder whether the memories from his previous life were wrong. No matter how he looked at it, Jiao Fuan did not look like the lost person who was said to have fallen down the dark path and become a total lunatic. But as he thought about it carefully, even his adorable little sister, Bai Jiao, had ended up as the Dark Witch. And before Lin Chuan revealed his true colors, his image as the Weeping Reaper was very deceiving. As his mind raced, Meng Jiao stepped forward and treated Jiao Fuan's wounds. The superhumans had spirit energy protecting their bodies, so their immune system and cell regeneration were very strong. They were not worried about normal poison and superficial wounds. As a harvester, Meng Jiao always brought with him a lot of tools, and they could also be used to treat wounds. He had Jiao Fuan support Jiao Fuan. Since his scalpels were as thin as a cicada's wing, they could be bent however he wanted. The scalpels were the color of mica, and Meng Jiao brandished them with familiarity. Soon, the rotten flesh tainted by the zombie's poison was completely dug out. When Meng Jiao saw that Jiao Fuan had a lot of spirit energy and vitality, and his wound was already showing signs of closing, he knew that there was no need for him to suture the wound. He just used a large amount of medicinal powder and dressing to stop the blood flow. After Meng Jiao's smooth actions, some color returned to Jiao Fuan's face. A notification popped up at the corner of Meng Jiao's eyes. "You helped treat elite citizen Jiao Fuan. Increased contribution points by 12. Elite citizen, huh? Meng Jiao thought about it. My sister was a special citizen right from the start because she has the night demon blood in her body, so she may be corrupted at any moment. But Lin Chuan was a pseudo-heroic citizen at the start. That's because I never saw his true colors, and I didn't have enough information, which led to me making a wrong judgment. But now, based on the information I have, Kindling could tell me that Jiao Fuan is a special citizen. Even so, Kindling still categorized him as an elite citizen. Does this mean that Jiao Fuan isn't like Bei Jiakao, who was born with night demon blood, and the matter that has caused him to turn into a lost person hasn't happened yet, so there's still hope to save him? Xiao Fenghua stared at Meng Jiao treating her husband. When Meng Jiao placed the last piece of dressing, her husband's face gradually turned a healthy shade of red. Once there were no signs of the zombie virus further invading his system, she sighed in relief. She glared at Jiao Fuan with her eyes speaking volumes. But they were in public, so it would not be good for her to fly into a rage. She could only say, "Thank you, Meng Jiao. I didn't introduce him to you just now. He is Jiao Fuan." Jiao Fuan said brightly and extended his hand with a smile. "Club leader Meng, you're the brightest star among the golden era. You first shone brilliantly at the northern battlefield. Then, you built the Broken Star Club and united most of the Broken Star superhumans in the city. The things you did over the past half a year are more exciting than what others have done over the past 5 years. There's no need for anyone to introduce such a young and talented person like you." "I was just lucky," Meng Jiao said quickly. "Just now, I told Miss Xiao that the Broken Star Club was made with all the Broken Star superhumans in the city. Many people are more qualified to be the club leader compared to me. I just benefited because of the ultimate style. But I often hear about you and Standard Firepower on the news and the internet. Under your guidance, Standard Firepower has become one of the largest contractors for the defense systems in Dragon City, right? This is what I call having a real business achievement." "Well, that's..." Jiao Fuan scratched his head and cast a glance at his wife. He looked a little embarrassed as he smiled and said, "Leader Meng, what you said is something of the past. I've just handed my resignation letter to the board of directors of Standard Firepower. Right now, I'm alone, so I can't be said to have a business anymore." Meng Jiao was slightly stunned. Based on the information from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, Jiao Fuan was the vice president of Standard Firepower and in charge of most of the core contracts. There should be no one who could challenge his position. And as the monsters began to show signs of having clear targets during their invasions and become more cunning as well as brutal, the market for community defenses should be very wide. There should not be a problem in terms of operations. Did he find a better and larger platform if he resigned at this moment? Was it related to the abnormal beasts? Xiao Fenghua seemed to have known about her husband's decision long ago, so she said, "Old Jiao, have you finally made your decision?" Jiao Fuan nodded and said a little shyly, "Dear, you won't blame me for being too rash, right?" "No way. No matter what decision you make, I will fully support you." Xiao Fenghua caressed her belly with a gentle expression. "Besides, I hope that our child can live in a better world too." Meng Jiao was absolutely baffled when he heard this. Jiao Fuan could tell that he was confused, so he explained it readily. "I have no conflicts with Standard Firepower. It's just that our ideals don't match." "Ideals?" "That's right. Standard Firepower is a contractor that designs defense systems for middle-range and high-end residential areas. Of course, in the current Dragon City, only the people living in middle-range and high-end residential areas have the money to hire contractors to design their defense system and pay extra to upgrade them," Jiao Fuan explained. "But the residents in those places are already above-average powerful fighters. They can use their own strength to suppress monsters that invade their areas. There's no need for them to take the extra step and make their residential areas as tough as nails. Instead, the old residential areas of normal people are places where the residents only have limited power, and they rely a lot on their defense systems. But these people who need the defense systems can't fork out the money to upgrade them. That's why they suffered such devastating losses during the fog descent this time." Meng Jiao cast Xiao Fenghua a glance. The couple saw eye to eye. They were thinking about the same problem. Jiao Fuan continued, "In the past, when I was the vice president of Standard Firepower, I contacted my colleagues many times to appeal to the government so that they could modify the defense systems of all residential areas. However, the fees to modify them were naturally astronomical. The Survival Committee doesn't have the money for it. The money is all in the hands of the 9 great megacorporations behind the Survival Committee. But megacorporations don't have the duty to help the normal citizens for nothing, right? My words hold no weight, and I can't do much. But after the fog this time, I saw that a lot of the residential areas of normal people were destroyed by monsters, while the work that I've poured all of my blood, sweat, and tears into is placed outside the luxurious mansions of superhumans. I set up defense systems that they aren't using at all, and I feel like I've done something completely meaningless. I was conflicted for a long time, and I thought about it again and again. I hesitated constantly. I originally thought that I should endure it for the sake of our unborn child. After all, the treatment given by standard firepower is pretty great. But after becoming a volunteer in the temporary shelters a few times and seeing so many normal citizens without their homes, I just can't stand it anymore. So I handed my resignation letter along with a group of my colleagues. Ha 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 ha. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've been a little too rash. His words caused Meng Jiao to respect Jiao Fuan. But he was well aware that he had once respected Lin Chuan and Gao Yi too. Big brother Jiao, what do you intend to do next? Meng Jiao asked in an attempt to get some answers. I intend to set up a new community defense company with my colleagues, and we'll be targeting the low-end market. We'll be specifically providing services to the old residential areas of normal citizens. Jiao Fuan smiled. Those who are rich have ways to protect themselves, and those who are poor need their own ways to protect themselves as well. We can't just let normal citizens fight with their fists and sabers against the monster's claws and fangs just because they don't have money, right? Leader Meng, once we really set up our business, we might end up forming connections with the Broken Star Club. After all, most of the Broken Star superhumans are from poor families and were born in normal residential areas with defense systems that have been poorly maintained. Many of the Broken Star superhumans are still in normal residential areas. They're the leaders of their communities, and they'll be the ones who will be acting as the go-between for our business. At that time, we'll have to trouble you. Don't mention it, Meng Jiao said with a smile. I won't hide it from you. I'm staying in Blessed Heavenly Garden. If your new company opens up for business, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at our broken defense system. Is that so? Jiao Fuan's eyes lit up. Leader Meng, why are you still staying in Blessed Heavenly Garden? Meng Jiao shrugged. Can't help it. Houses are too expensive now. Jiao Fuan was a little stunned, then he howled in laughter. But even as he laughed, he knew very well that over the past few months, even though the prices for middle-range and high-end houses had increased like crazy, it made no difference. With Meng Jiao's strength, they were not high enough that he could not buy a new house. Even if he imagined the worst possible scenario and thought that Meng Jiao was short of money because of the Broken Star Club, he would still have no problem renting a house in a middle-range or high-end residential area. There was only one reason for him to continue staying in Blessed Heavenly Garden, and it was to protect the people there. When Jiao Fuan looked at Meng Jiao, his gaze became different. Speaking of which, I should have thanked you a long time ago, Jiao Fuan said. Miss Xiao's greatest regret is that she injured her spirit meridians when she awakened to superpowers. She couldn't increase her cultivation realm and understand all the secrets in the world of spirit energy so that she could teach the children. I was originally a machine master. Later, I studied runic symbols for a while with a hope to heal her injured spirit meridians with them. Unfortunately, I didn't learn the craft well, so I couldn't think of a perfect way to solve the problem. Then, the ultimate style took the world by a storm. Leader Meng, you didn't decide to keep this style to yourself, either. Under your careful guidance, Miss Xiao was no longer stuck as a Broken Star superhuman. She could figure out some of the secrets of spirit energy. I'm in a club called Blue Home, and many of our members are Broken Star superhumans. Recently, they have been going to the Broken Star Club, where they received good treatment and could cultivate well. Their cultivation realm and fighting power have been increasing, and I'm really happy for them. Blue Home had been set up many years ago. The members were high-end superhumans who advocated the ideals from the home party, the middle-range or low-end superhumans who were not part of the 9 great megacorporations or cultivation families, and normal people. Naturally, there were a lot of Broken Star superhumans among them as well. But the Broken Star Club was a new organization that rose to power by cruising on the ultimate style. If the members from both organizations had a lot of contact with each other, it was all because of the Broken Star Club recruiting members who were already in Blue Home. But Meng Jiao observed Jiao Fuan discreetly. The man appeared to be really grateful and like he was holding no grudges. His generous heart was easy to see, and he could be considered to be an upright, good man. Chapter 366, A Chance to Enter the Main Circle. I've also heard of Blue Home from many of my friends. I have run into them during a few of my volunteer work, Meng Jiao said with a smile. But I've never had the chance to understand it properly. Just what sort of organization is Blue Home? We're just an organization that loves Earth culture. Jiao Fuan grinned. He seemed fascinated. Earth will forever be our home. It has blue skies and white clouds, mountains and rivers. It has oceans that expand for thousands of miles without an end. There are no zombies, no monsters, and no difference between normal people and superhumans there. Everyone is equal, and we can all live harmoniously and happily together. That's heaven. Yeah. Meng Jiao felt sentimental. Compared to the other world, Earth is truly heaven. If it was possible, I would really want to transmigrate back to Earth with Dragon City. Meng Jiao was being honest here. After all, if Dragon City had to stay in the other world, it would have to suffer against a lot of creatures from the other world invading and wreaking havoc in it. In the end, it would even have to face the apocalypse. Jiao Fuan observed his expression, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Leader Meng, if you're really interested in returning to Earth, why don't you come and observe our activities when you're free? He smiled. Most of our members are people who love Earth culture. They will definitely speak the same language as you. Occasionally, we even invite experts of transmigration technology to give talks. We then draw on collective wisdom to search for ways to return to Earth. By the way, Lin Chuan, the one who died a hero in the Northern Offense, was also a member of Blue Home. I was pretty good friends with him. Even though we seldom had the chance to meet each other, every time we met, our talks went late into the night. It's only like that we could talk to each other to our heart's content. I remember that you had a good relationship with Lin Chuan, right? Since the White Spirit case was still under investigation, everything that happened under Raging Waves was not revealed to the public. The reports given by the news only mentioned that Lin Chuan did his best to stop the Red Radiance Jade Mine from exploding fully. They did not mention anything about him and the White Spirit. Hence, in the hearts of the public, Lin Chuan was still a perfect hero. If Jiao Fuan was really connected to the creator of the White Spirit, perhaps he knew the truth behind what happened to Lin Chuan. But Meng Jiao could not find a single clue about it on his face. He seemed to not know about it. However, since he invited him so passionately, Meng Jiao would naturally seize the chance. They went to the medical center of the temporary shelter and performed a zombie virus check on Jiao Fuan to make sure that he showed no signs of turning into a zombie. Then, they sent Jiao Fuan to the school before they returned to the spots where their volunteers worked. Once the volunteer work was over, Meng Jiao and Jiao Fuan brought the people from the Broken Star Club and Blue Home to eat together at a cheap restaurant that served good food beside the temporary shelter. Since it was a restaurant that served normal citizens, there were naturally no delicacies on the menu. Fortunately, everyone had similar backgrounds and were about the same age. Since they had decided to serve Dragon citizens, there were even a few of them who were both Blue Home members and Broken Star Club members simultaneously. With just a few words, the atmosphere between them instantly became lively. Everyone at the restaurant chatted in a lively manner, and all of their faces were flushed with excitement. After drinking and eating a few dishes, Meng Jiao and Jiao Fuan ended up as pretty good friends. Meng Jiao also noticed that sneaking into Blue Home was not a very difficult task to accomplish, because he had a lot of common topics he could talk to with Jiao Fuan. For example, they shared the same opinion about Dragon City being unlikely to conquer all of the other world with their small territory. Even if they managed to win a few battles, Dragon City would be slowly devoured and corrupted by the large populations of the other races. They also thought that the distribution of resources in Dragon City was unfair. The megacorporations and cultivation families just kept growing, and it brought about the Matthew effect. The powerful fighters were just getting stronger while the weak became weaker. If things continued this way, it would be far too easy for a rift to open in the social strata between normal people and superhumans. Then, the enemies could use that rift to attack Dragon City. They also thought that the 9 great megacorporations that created the Survival Committee were unwilling to truly submit to the might of the Survival Committee. There were signs of insubordination to the Survival Committee, and if things persisted this way, who knew where Dragon City would be headed? In the end, when the other volunteers left, the two of them weren't even halfway into their conversation. When Jiao Fuan ended her night class and came to find them, they were still sitting at the entrance of the restaurant while staring at the dilapidated temporary shelter as well as the luxurious mansions that were lit brilliantly in the distance while they criticized this ugly sight. Over the past few months, I seldom have seen old Jiao this happy. Jiao Fuan supported Jiao Fuan while he staggered with a red flush due to being drunk. She smiled and said to Meng Jiao, "Old Jiao is someone who likes delving into problems that can't be solved, so he doesn't have a lot of friends." Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan was one of his friends, and Gao Yi of Spirit Creations Creatures was another one of them. He got to know both of them in Blue Home. In the end, These two friends ran into accidents recently. Old Jiao has been sighing a lot about this and has become even more morose than before. Since both of you two hit it off so well, you are welcome to come to my house at any time, Meng Jiao. I know that you're a busy person, but if you have time, you can come over. I will, Meng Jiao agreed to it sincerely. Jiao Fuan and Jiao Fuan lived in a residential area for normal people. It was located in the south, and it was quite noisy. Over the next month, Meng Jiao dropped by twice at their house. He did not just chat with Jiao Fuan, but also talked to Jiao Fuan about organizing public welfare activities in the name of the Broken Star Club and Blue Home. They also discussed the idea of the members from the Broken Star Club providing one-to-one guidance for the children in the schools set up in the temporary shelters, because they had trouble cultivating after their schools were destroyed. Jiao Fuan, in the meantime, set up his new company, which he named Absolute Defense. He told Meng Jiao that this did not mean that his defense system could definitely ward off all monster invasions. It meant that defending the home of humans was an unconditional sacred mission. Regardless of the poor or rich, all citizens in Dragon City had the right to obtain the same defenses. Meng Jiao discussed it with his father and fulfilled his promise to become the first client of Absolute Defense. Superstar hired Absolute Defense and paid the company to fully maintain, modify, and upgrade the defense system in Blessed Heavenly Garden. Of course, Superstar was still going through its large-scale expansion. They did not have a lot of cash that they could use, so they could only offer a price that made Meng Jiao feel embarrassed when he heard it. But Jiao Fuan was very happy about it. The money doesn't matter. The most important thing here is for us to be friends. His words were something that Meng Jiao had once said. Through this, Meng Jiao was able to join a few activities hosted by Blue Home. It was just as Yi Shaxing thought. It was impossible for the abnormal beasts to show up at the events where those who were not members could just walk in. These events also did not hide any sort of schemes or plots. The members who joined those events were all righteous people who had lawful identities. The kind volunteers who joined community services were the pillars of various business, passionate students, and a lot of cute girls. The events hosted in the club were also things Yi Shaxing had introduced to him before. The participants just wore ancient clothes from Earth, recited classic poems, played old movies, imitated scenes from movies, and other things. Aside from these events, they also talked about how Earth was a perfect heaven. They would then shout slogans such as "We must return to Earth." For the time being, Meng Jiao could not obtain more clues. But he knew that Blue Home was not that simple. Would Lin Chuan and Gao Yi have gone through spirit energy deviation and ended up the way they did just by wearing Earth's ancient clothes and watching old movies showing the good old days? Meng Jiao might have decided to participate in the mission from the Abnormal Beast Research Department to take revenge for Lin Chuan, but now, he also had another reason. He sincerely thought of Jiao Fuan as his friend and did not wish for him to end up like Lin Chuan and Gao Yi and walk down the path of a lost person, just like it had happened in his previous life. Besides, he also got to know a lot of passionate people who were in his age group in Blue Home, along with a lot of superhumans who would be working hard in their industries in the future Dragon City. He did not want these people to be enticed by the abnormal beasts and turn into their puppets. Meng Jiao eagerly wished to get into the core circle of Blue Home. But the more he wanted something done, the more impossible it was to reach it. He could not be impatient about it. After he showed great interest by joining more than 10 of these external activities from Blue Home, his chance arrived. Jiao Fuan came to him for a favor. The matter started because of the newest law imposed by the Survival Committee. As monsters continued evolving, they started targeting specific things in Dragon City, and their attacks became even more discreet than before. Often, they caught the defenders by surprise and attacked the warehouses that had a lot of resources stored in them using blitz attacks or suicide missions. Every time, they were able to destroy half a warehouse, a gene farm, or pollute a water source. On the surface, Dragon City did not seem to suffer major losses. But when the news was released, the people became fearful, and the prices for resources skyrocketed. The economic order in Dragon City then faced great pressure. When it came to the resources related to cultivation, such as crystals, raw monster materials, gene medicine, high-calorie nutritional fluid, and rare metals used to create weapons and runic symbol machines, the prices changed daily. Many of the superhumans chose to save up for a rainy day and started storing up large amounts of cultivation resources. The powerful companies also decided to hoard items and monopolize various cultivation resources so that they could profit from it. Not only did the normal citizens grumble about it, The middle range and low-end superhumans who did not have connections also felt angry, because their daily cultivation was affected. When they saw that the daily cultivation order of superhumans was affected, the Survival Committee was forced to impose a law that forbade the citizens from hoarding items. All superhumans could only store up half a month's worth of resources they needed, and those who violated the law would be strictly punished. But there were black markets all over Dragon City. There were also all sorts of underground auctions. As the northern front line was developed, the people kept on privately mining resources despite being repeatedly prohibited to do so. Jiao Fuan went to Meng Jiao because a member from Blue Home had accidentally discovered an underground warehouse. It had a large amount of cultivation resources that had never been reported to higher authorities. There were raw crystals that had just been mined, raw monster materials who had gone through initial processing, and boxes of gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid that did not have any labels on them. The resources stored in the storage were enough for hundreds of cultivators to cultivate for years. Clearly, this underground warehouse was not something that could be possessed by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. If they wanted to figure out who owned the warehouse and bring him or her to justice, they would need to use various channels to do so. Chapter 367, Hoarding Items to Sell at a High Price. Jiao Fuan told him that he had already mobilized the members of Blue Home and were determined to reveal the truth to the world. But the owner of the warehouse had to be someone powerful who could cover up his crimes. Blue Home's strength alone would not be enough. He hoped that Meng Jiao and the Broken Star Club could help them so that justice would prevail and they would be able to maintain the normal cultivation order in Dragon City. Meng Jiao did not agree to it rashly. Instead, he went to a small forum with few members, registered an anonymous account, and posted the pictures, videos, and the entire story Jiao Fuan gave to him on the forum. He tapped send lightly, and at the moment his post appeared on the forum, a notification popped up at the corner of Meng Jiao's eye. The fire relayer has revealed the criminal act of a high-end superhuman hoarding items to sell them at a high price. You have defended Dragon City's harmony. Increased contribution points by 7. As the netizens read his post and commented on the matter, his contribution points continued increasing. This meant that the information Jiao Fuan provided was real. Since that was the case, Meng Jiao would not let go of the chance to get rid of a bad trend and foster proper social trends. During a gathering in the Broken Star Club, he brought out the items Jiao Fuan gave him and used his name to swear that the things he provided were all legit. Originally, Meng Jiao just wanted to see whether there were any members in the Broken Star Club who worked in related departments and could provide protection to them as they investigated the truth. He did not expect that this single stone would cause multiple ripples. All the members in the Broken Star Club regarded this criminal act of hoarding the items with great disgust and anger. But when Meng Jiao thought about it, it made sense. Normal citizens did not have high demands for cultivation resources in terms of the number and quality. When the price for cultivation resources increased, it just meant that the normal citizens would have less time to cultivate. In any case, they were just aiming to make their bodies stronger. They were no longer hoping to awaken to supernatural powers. But it was different for Broken Star superhumans. With the help of the Ultimate Style, they had a brand new cultivation path opened for them, and they were in need of large amounts of cultivation resources to reach greater heights. But lately, the prices of many crucial cultivation resources had inflated to a ridiculous degree. In just a short month, they had increased anywhere from 50% to 80%. Even Meng Jiao felt that he could not handle paying for the cultivation resources at cost price, despite the fact that he had channels to various factories that were willing to sell him those items directly. Normal Broken Star superhumans were the pillars at the front lines of various fields, and they took up crucial positions. Their annual wages fluctuated from 200,000 to 500,000 yuan. Some of them were also able to get some shares from the company. In the eyes of normal people, they had a high salary and were already at the peak of their lives. Someone with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan could naturally live a dignified life. But they had to buy all sorts of costly cultivation resources, and if they wanted to provide a good cultivation environment for their children, they had a hard time doing so. Cultivation was similar to going upstream on a boat. If someone did not practice for a while, they would regress. If they did not take in a certain amount of cultivation resources each month, their cultivation realms and fighting strength would fall. Right now, the competition in various industries was very intense, especially in the positions which could stay comfortably in Dragon City and did not need to risk their lives in the wild with monsters. There were countless people coveting such positions. 1 month without cultivation was still fine, But if they did not take in enough cultivation resources for 3 or more months, they would not be able to handle the intensity of their work, because they had to work 14 hours a day 6 days a week, sometimes more, and they had to take their boss's call at any moment. And that was if they did not consider the problem of their work efficiency. If things progressed in this manner, they would definitely be eliminated from the high-end job positions in the market. When Meng Jiao revealed the matter of the hidden resources, a broken star superhuman said angrily, "I earn 28,000 yuan a month. Sounds like a lot, right? But I need at least 8,000 to 10,000 yuan to buy cultivation resources to maintain my current power. Since I have to work for long hours, I don't have time to take missions from the supernatural tower and earn supernatural coins, so I have to buy most of my cultivation resources from the black market. Over the past month, the prices for resources in the black market have increased by at least 50%. The brain cell activation fluid I usually take has even increased by 100%. Because of it, the cost for my cultivation has increased to around 15,000 yuan. It's about half of my salary. But now, the monsters have become smarter, and they know how to damage certain parts of the city, so they caused quite a stir and everyone is afraid. A lot of the industries are shrinking their line of business. It's the same for my company. They said that they're either going to cut our salary or lay off people. If this continues, even if I have the ultimate style, without a sufficient amount of crystals, gene medicine, and high-calorie nutritional fluid, how can a broken star superhuman like me ever stand out?" At first, I thought that the monster invasion caused the lack of resources, so we would all just grit our teeth and tide over this dry spell. We would eventually be able to get through it. But when I think about it carefully, that doesn't sound right. Didn't we win in the northern offense? We should be able to get more resources. So, where are those resources? And today, when Leader Meng brought out the evidence, I finally understood it. These crooks have been hoarding. They want to profit from our misery. Those guys are ready to use everything in their disposal to obtain resources so that they can become high-end superhumans, but this cuts off the chances of the ones who became superhumans later. This cannot stand. This broken star superhuman voiced the opinions of a lot of the members. Hence, without Meng Jiao needing to fan the flames, the evidence was passed around and spread among the 100,000 members of the Broken Star Club. Soon, all the websites, forums, media, social platforms, and various chat groups in Dragon City exploded in rage. The tens of millions of Dragon citizens used various channels to find more concrete evidence. Once things progressed this far, there was no longer any power that could suppress this matter. The powerhouses in the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower were enraged and demanded to learn the full truth behind this matter. As they carried out investigations, their clues led them to Thundercloud Corporation. Thundercloud Corporation was the same as Universe Corporation and Sky Pillar Corporation. It was one of the 9 great megacorporations that had formed the Survival Committee and rebuilt order in their civilization when Battle God Lei Zongchao summoned them. Thundercloud Corporation dabbled in the refinement of metal, research of martial arts, creation of weapons, business, property management, and all sorts of industries in Dragon City. It was a true business giant. The Yun family was in control of Thundercloud Corporation. They were a cultivation family that intimidated all of Dragon City, and it had 3 deity realm fighters in it. All of them were outstanding people who could make Monster Mountain range shake with a stomp of their feet. But even a giant like this was unable to ward off the anger from all the citizens in the city. Even though the investigation was still ongoing, a vice president from Thundercloud Corporation took the blame and resigned. The master of the Yun family publicly announced that he would work together with the Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower to carry out the strictest investigation, and if anyone were involved in this matter, no matter how high their rank was in the corporation and whether it would affect the master himself, the Yun family would uphold the ideals of superhumans and offer a suitable explanation to the citizens. At the same time, he would deliver the harshest judgment to the shameless people who ruined the reputation of the Yun family, Thundercloud Corporation, and all superhumans. The master of the Yun family stated in great distress, "The people who did this aren't superhumans at all. They're lost people who have been bewitched by monsters and have fallen onto the evil path." Yet the scandal continued festering, and it no longer involved just Thundercloud Corporation. The investigation gradually expanded to all the 9 great mega-corporations. The people who were observant realized that this was not a single accident. Instead, a storm that would sweep through all of Dragon City was already brewing and roaring at the horizon. Even Lucia went to Meng Jiao to ask him what had happened. How did the Broken Star Club end up getting involved with Blue Home and causing such a major event? You should know that I'm trying to gain Blue Home's trust," Meng Jiao said. "Besides, right now, the investigation reports state that the evidence they had was real. Some people in Thundercloud Corporation were indeed the black sheep of superhumans. Their act of hoarding cultivation resources not only harmed the interest of a large number of Broken Star superhumans and middle-range and low-end superhumans who have no connections, they also indirectly hurt the interests of tens of millions of citizens. It's possible that we will lose the war because of them, so shouldn't we expose them? Or are you trying to tell me that Sky Pillar Corporation and the Lu family have done something similar to this and are worried that the flames will end up burning them once they get hotter?" Lucia pouted. "That will depend on how you define hoarding. Regardless of whether it's Thundercloud Corporation's Yun family or Sky Pillar Corporation's Lu family, both of us are big families with big businesses. We have around 1,000 superhumans that are the core of our families. There's nothing wrong with us hoarding some resources to satisfy these people's cultivation needs. Cultivation isn't just a science, it's also an art. In fact, it's an art that cannot be measured accurately with numbers. Some people only need 10 sets of cultivation resources to reach Heaven Realm. But some people are only at the peak of Earth Realm even after they used up 100 sets of cultivation resources. And here's the problem, who would know how much resources they would need before they start cultivating? The Survival Committee might have mentioned that each superhuman can only store half a month's worth of cultivation resources, and it sounds great, but it's not realistic, and it can't be carried out at all. Forget it, even if I tell you these things, it's useless. In any case, your feet are glued firmly to the normal people's side. Anyway, even if Sky Pillar Corporation and the Lu family are found to be hoarding, the flames won't burn my tail. I'm just a third-generation member of the family who is sent to work unimportant jobs and will never accomplish anything. The Red Radiance Jade Mine has also been snatched away from my hands. Now that I think about it, it's a blessing in disguise. I'm mainly worried about you." "Worried about me?" Meng Jiao was a little taken aback. "Duh. You don't even know that you were used by someone? Are you an idiot?" Lucia said impatiently. "This matter has now created a huge ruckus. Do you really think that this is solely due to Blue Home and the Broken Star Club?" Meng Jiao's mind raced, and he immediately understood what Lucia meant. The warehouse Thundercloud Corporation used to hoard stuff would definitely not be noticed by some random nobody accidentally. The investigations were also going on vigorously, to the point that they forced the master of the Yun family to present a public apology. This could not be because Blue Home and the Broken Star Club had exposed them. This matter was very complicated. But Meng Jiao would not turn back. The contribution points flashing non-stop at the corner of his eyes told him that he was doing something right, and he was pushing Dragon City to a brighter future bit by bit. Chapter 368, Movie Watching Session for Core Members. Movie Watching Session for Core Members. Meng Jiao felt that Lucia was actually pretty decent, aside from the fact that she was ruthless, blind to everything besides profit, ambitious, and would do anything to achieve her goals. He thanked her for her kind reminder, but he did not intend to change his methods. But because of this, he did beat around the bush when he asked Yi Shaxing about the Abnormal Beast Research Department's attitude toward his actions. Attitude? Yi Shaxing looked at him strangely. "You're not an official investigator of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. We've never signed any contract hiring you or asking for your service. Your records are with Agricultural University, not the research department. Should I have any opinions toward your actions?" As for Jiao Fuan, he can't even be considered as a suspect. We don't think that he's the mastermind who bewitched Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. We just want to find some clues from him. It's fine if you're friends with him. If I must say something, then I'll say that the Abnormal Beast Research Department is only in charge of capturing abnormal beasts. Hoarding or attacking hoarders has nothing to do with us. As long as you're certain you're not bewitched by abnormal beasts, no matter what you do and what friends you make, we won't be able to interfere with it. By the way, how goes your training of the martial arts given by the anonymous donor? There's a cultivation room next door. Why don't we go and spar? When the anonymous donor sees our sparring video, the donor can provide you with some remote advice. Also, the Broken Star Club has caused quite a stir recently. It should attract more members. If you run into any problems, you can mention them. The anonymous donor is very satisfied with the Broken Star Club's growth in this short half a year. The donor is also pleasantly surprised by your abilities and potential. This meant that the donor supported the collaboration between the Broken Star Club and Blue Home. Meng Jiao found it interesting. The Broken Star Club and Blue Home had recently led the public opinion, which created a storm, and their target was the 9 great megacorporations, with their main target being Thundercloud Corporation. This meant that Meng Jiao was infringing on the interests of the 9 great megacorporations and the peerless elites behind them. Based on Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi's analysis, the mysterious person who supported the Broken Star Club unconditionally was a matchless fighter ranked at the top 5 in Dragon City. Yet this unparalleled fighter was not affiliated to the 9 great megacorporations and the 9 great cultivation families behind them. Just who was he? But before Meng Jiao could think about this problem, Jiao Fuan extended him a new invitation. It was an old movie viewing hosted by Blue Home. Meng Jiao had participated in a few similar activities, but had never found anything valuable. Yet the location for the event caused his heart to freeze. Dragon Tiger Bridge number 31. It was an important location for Blue Home, since Lin Chuan and Gao Yi had both appeared there before. By the looks of it, after the fight to expose the act of megacorporations hoarding cultivation resources, Jiao Fuan chose to treat Meng Jiao as a trustworthy comrade and decided to invite him into the core circle of Blue Home. Meng Jiao did not dare to be inattentive toward this matter. He arrived half an hour ahead of the time stated on the invitation card. But he seemed to be overthinking things. The place did not give off a dangerous aura as if it was controlled by abnormal beasts. It was just a simple club salon with earth relics that had an ancient beauty. There was also a small projection hall in it. There were already quite a number of Blue Home members gathered in small groups. They spoke to each other about the flaws of their society. Meng Jiao found them quite familiar. They were probably the elites of their respective fields, specialists from certain areas, heroes with a lot of outstanding war achievements, and people whose photos often appeared on the news and forums. Based on the spirit energy circulating faintly around them and their burning vitality magnetic fields, they were superhumans with great strength. Quite a number of them were already at Heaven Realm. Meng Jiao was very careful. He did not carry any recording or transmission devices. He just opened his ears and remembered the discussions of the core members of Blue Home. There were 3 refined middle-aged men standing under a huge globe of earth to the left of the hall. Their faces were red as they spoke loudly. The hoarded items we found at Thundercloud Corporation are just the tip of the iceberg. The 9 great megacorporations and the 9 great cultivation families behind them as well as the outstanding deity realm elites have all privately collected resources that are worth astronomical figures. None of them regard the law the Survival Committee set with any importance. That's right. The heroes who protected Dragon City in the past have all turned into selfish coots. Those deity realm elites might have declared that they fight for Dragon City, Earth, and humans and rush to the monster hordes regardless of their safety, but now, even if they're still willing to pick up their weapons, it's only to fight for their families and businesses. The Survival Committee actually said that they will investigate this matter to the end. What a joke! The Survival Committee was built by the 9 great megacorporations. Right now, more than half of the politicians are from the 9 great megacorporations. The remaining half are connected to the 9 great megacorporations. Asking the Survival Committee to investigate the problem of the 9 great megacorporations storing resources privately is the same as the same person being the referee and the player. They're just investigating themselves. Meng Jiao blinked. He then shifted his attention to the right of the hall. There was a painting of a torrential river on the wall, and 2 old men who looked like teachers standing next to it. Though their hair was white, they were still very high-spirited. I thought that as time passed, the Survival Committee would gradually gain supreme might and control the 9 great megacorporations as well as the peerless fighters behind them. I didn't expect that the 9 great megacorporations would use the Survival Committee as a shield to grow into invincible giants. Those deity realm elites who stand above us have gradually come to surpass humans, and they're now existences that no one can keep in check. Honestly, this is something we should have guessed. 30 years ago, the peerless fighters behind the 9 great megacorporations were intimidated by battle god Lei Zhongchao's absolute might. They faced the tragic reality that if they continued fighting against each other, they would all end up dead. That's why they had to form an alliance and build a survival committee. Even though the peerless fighters are controlled by the Survival Committee in name, they have money, guns, resources, and good armor with all sorts of advanced equipment. The most crucial thing is that all of the peerless fighters continue reaching breakthroughs and have to use large amounts of resources. They aim to stand above all else, so there is no way that they will just accept the Survival Committee and all dragon citizens standing above them. But over the past few years, battle god Lei Zhongchao's body has gotten weaker. That's right. As the pioneer of the superhumans, Lei Zhongchao was the first to try all sorts of amazing martial arts that were dangerous and had great side effects. Even though he has become invincible, he faces all sorts of complications. When he was young, he could suppress the effects somewhat, but as time passed, he kept on getting attacked. He must be nearing the end of his life. Speaking of which, Battle God Lei Zongqiao is really the model superhuman. He never built his own business or family. He doesn't have a single child, either. He devoted his whole life to Dragon City. If it weren't for the fact that his body is no longer as great as before, those who lost to him in the past wouldn't be acting so conceited now, even if they're the masters of the 9 great mega-corporations. Meng Jiao sucked in a deep breath and headed deep into the hall. He saw a few handsome young adults in another corner. They were dressed in the military uniforms from Earth, and on their wide-brimmed hats were the emblems of skulls. They also wore a red armbands with a sun on it. Meng Jiao knew that it was the symbol of good luck among many religions on Earth. The young adults spoke excitedly. If we think about Earth's history, it's easy to see that when a community faces a great disaster, a great storm, or there is a need for power to be gathered in one place, a leader, a voice, and a path is needed. Under that leader, everyone will be equal and united. Then, they will be able to face unprecedented change. The army usually serves extremely important functions during these great changes to defend their civilization, and it becomes the first power that pushes the civilization forward. But Dragon City is in the hands of the 9 great megacorporations. The peerless fighters are unwilling to forget their own interests and the interests of their families. The Survival Committee, which is in their hands, is then also unwilling to increase the budget of the Red Dragon Army. As long as the army is not the greatest martial power of a civilization, the peerless fighters are able to stand above everyone. They have their own interests and do not wish to unite. With that being the case, forget about conquering the other world, we won't even be able to win the monster war. Meng Jiao reached the end of the hall. I knew it. The information from the Abnormal Beast Research Department is correct. Perhaps when Blue Home was initially built, the members were just people who loved Earth culture, but now, it has become quite complicated. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's mindsets should have been established here. Their ideas cannot be said to be wrong, but if I were an abnormal beast, I would definitely choose to bewitch them. Meng Jiao? Jiao Feixuan popped up with a smile on his face. He gave Meng Jiao a bear hug before he introduced him to the core members of Blue Home. Everyone, you must know that Thundercloud Corporation has recently been revealed to have been hoarding resources, right? The reason behind why justice prevailed so soon isn't just because of Blue Home. The Broken Star Club also helped us. Jiao Feixuan said loudly. This is Leader Meng of the Broken Star Club. I don't need to give any further introductions to his deeds, but I think that some of you don't know that Meng Jiao is also someone who loves Earth culture. At the same time, he is also very concerned about Dragon City's future. His penetrating views have allowed me to learn much, so you should try to get closer to Leader Meng. Immediately, the graceful middle-aged men standing under Earth's globe, the high-spirited old men standing under the painting of the river, and the young adults who wore the black military uniforms from Earth and had the sign on the armbands surrounded them. Chapter 369, Project 101. Jiao Feixuan introduced the people to Meng Jiao. The graceful middle-aged men were all tactical analyzers from consulting companies affiliated to the Other World Research Center. There were 4 great research centers in Dragon City: Zombie Research Center, Monster Research Center, Other World Research Center, and the Ruins Research Center. Among them, the Zombie Research Center was built the earliest. In the beginning, its researchers focused on zombies' fighting model and how to solve the problems they posed. Later, they started to research the zombie virus. When they realized that the zombie viruses could break the shackles on human genes and allow them to unlock superpowers, they gradually moved to researching spirit energy, runic symbols, and life sciences. It was the main research department in regard to superhumans' cultivation system. The Monster Research Center and Ruins Research Center were just as their names suggested. They researched monsters and the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower, which brought a lot of advanced technology for the development of Dragon City. The Monster Research Center was close with Agricultural University. The Abnormal Beast Research Department was also under the Monster Research Center, so it was the research center that Meng Jiao was relatively familiar with. The Other World Research Center explored the world behind the fog and was in charge of analyzing whether there were civilizations in the other world. If there were any, they would also have to figure out at which stage these civilizations were, how much fighting power they had, how humanity should conquer them, and other things. The Other World Research Center could obtain a lot more information regarding the depths of the fog and the world beyond Monster Mountain Range compared to normal industries. The consultant companies under it organized this information. Once the tactical analyzers made predictions, they would give instructions to the other companies and superhumans. The two high-spirited old men were lecturers from important departments in Dragon City University. The young adults wearing the black military uniforms from Earth also had key positions in Dragon City. The core members of Blue Home were all distinguished and talented people. Meng Jiao had awakened a lot of his memories and had been the club leader for Broken Star Club for half a year, so he could already be considered to have experience in society now. I've long since heard that Blue Home has gathered all sorts of knowledgeable people in Dragon City, he said with a smile. Just now, when I heard your discussions, I felt enlightened. In the past, I never thought that there were such problems in Dragon City. It seems like I will have to ask for your advice. One of the tactical analyzers from the Otherworld Research Center said, I'm not worthy of giving advice, but we can discuss and think about Dragon City's future together. This is a responsibility that superhumans cannot cast aside. Dragon City transmigrated more than half a century ago. It first went through a dark era where order collapsed. Later, new things like spirit energy and superhumans popped up. How could it be possible for there to be no problems within the city? But we shouldn't be afraid of problems. As long as all Dragon citizens are united and face them bravely, we will definitely be able to solve the problems and turn Dragon City into a paradise that is like Earth. The two lecturers from Dragon City University stroked their beards and said, that's right. Earth's civilizations might not have been perfect, but there was something good about them. Everyone was equal. Everyone had the right to chase after their dreams and fight against oppression. The powerful who could cover up their crimes and millionaires were the same as poor, homeless people. They were all limited by their weak physical bodies and could be killed by a bullet or a knife. This absolute fairness was the basis of our civilization. But after we transmigrated to the other world and discovered spirit energy, some humans evolved into superhumans. The absolute fairness was broken, and the foundation of our civilization started shaking. Spirit energy tore apart our civilization and is increasingly turning superhumans and normal people into two different entities. If we don't ponder over this problem and solve it, it will turn into a ticking time bomb with constantly increasing power, which will explode without warning. At that time, no matter how great our military technology is compared to the other civilizations, it will be difficult for us to conquer the other world. But even if we do manage to conquer the other world, we might end up being corrupted and devoured by its civilizations or scattered. We would no longer be a civilization from Earth and our descendants wouldn't know that they're Earthlings. So, before we solve the problem within Dragon City, we cannot recklessly step on the path to expanding our territory. The young adults dressed in the black military uniforms from Earth swung their hands and said, we must centralize the authority of Dragon City, and the superhumans and normal people must submit to this absolute power. Then, we might be able to conquer the other world. It is only like this that we will be able to say that Earth's civilization has conquered the other world. Leader Meng, what do you think? The young adults stared intensely at Meng Jiao. He smiled wryly and said, I'm sorry, I've never thought about such profound questions. It will take a long time to digest them, and I'll just come up with a really flawed conclusion at first anyway. Why don't you talk to each other first, and I'll just learn from all of you seriously. Leader Meng, you're being too courteous. We're just talking to each other and speaking our minds. The young adults looked like they wanted to get to the bottom of the situation. One of them thought of something and asked, by the way, recently, the Survival Committee has clearly noticed the problems in Dragon City and tossed out two slogans. The blood of the strong flows for the weak. And superhumans are the weapons of human civilization. Leader Meng, what are your thoughts on them? Since the question was so specific, Meng Jiao could not get away by trying to dodge it. He felt that the young adults represented the core members of Blue Home and wanted to test his reaction to what they said and see whether he was on the same side as them. Naturally, Meng Jiao could scoff at the two slogans, just like Lucia. But his mind raced. He felt that if he really did that, he would be going overboard. He was silent for a while before he said slowly, these slogans are good things. If anyone doesn't believe in them, then they don't have a conscience. Oh? The young adults looked at each other. Meng Jiao then changed his tone and said, but while they might sound good, if anyone believes that these two slogans will make all the superhumans, especially the high-level superhumans with a lot of power in their hands and bound tightly by their families, business, and personal interests, into selfless saints who will contribute everything they have to human civilization, then it's not that they don't have a conscience, but that they're just plain stupid. The young adults were slightly taken aback, then snickered. The tactical analyzers from the Otherworld Research Center could not help but smile as well. Even the lecturers from Dragon City University had faint smiles on their faces after they carefully pondered over what Meng Jiao said about having no conscience if they didn't believe in the slogans, but being stupid if they did. The atmosphere instantly became cordial. When the people looked at Meng Jiao, their gazes became much friendlier. "Let's go, everyone," Jiao Fuan said with a smile. "I will first invite all of you to enjoy an old movie from Earth. If you have other questions, once the movie ends, we can talk while we eat." The Blue Home members watched an ancient sci-fi movie. It spoke about how the sun started aging rapidly and swelled up while they were all on Earth. It was about to devour half of the solar system within a short period of time. To save themselves, humanity tossed out a brave plan: turn Earth into a wanderer. They would use all the power and create more than 10,000 super engines and thrust-vectoring engines. They would push Earth away from the solar system, and in 2,500 years, they would reach a new home. Since this was a classic sci-fi related to Earth, Meng Jiao had naturally seen it countless times. But it did not stop him from enjoying it. The magnificent Earth, the endless natural scenes, even though they were all frozen, the people's solemnity and heroism when they deployed the saturated reinforcement, and the way Earth looked so tiny when it traveled through the galaxy and past the giant planets made it look incredibly mighty and touched Meng Jiao's soul. He was deeply immersed in the exciting plot and unable to extract himself from it. Then, the high-spirited ending song rose. The lights in the projection hall were lit, and Meng Jiao exhaled. He snapped out of being immersed in the wandering Earth and returned to Dragon City. He looked around. The members of Blue Home were like him. All of them were deeply shocked and appeared contemplative. They quickly started discussing the movie passionately. Only a population as great as that on Earth would be able to support a mighty civilization, right? Dragon City is still too small. There weren't any superhumans on Earth, but when the power of normal people was gathered together, they were able to make the flames of civilization burn to such a brilliant degree. "I really want the tunnel between the Otherworld and Earth to be opened soon and go back to our home planet to take a look. The real Earth must be 100 times more beautiful than the harsh Earth depicted in the movie, right?" While Meng Jiao was still thinking about the meaning behind why Blue Home decided to play this movie, a middle-aged man he had never seen before suddenly stood up at the front row. Based on the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, male-pattern baldness, and his creased, checkered shirt, he had to be an above-average fighter. He should have fumbled about in the darkness and went to sit at the front row when they were halfway through screening the movie. Quite a number of people saw him and cried out excitedly. "Looks like he's a high-ranking member in Blue Home," Meng Jiao thought. It was just as Meng Jiao expected. Jiao Fuan introduced him as a veteran researcher from the Ruins Research Center who was involved in Project 101. His name was Wu Haibo. Even though the Ruins Research Center was established the latest, since their research target was the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower, it had the highest standards. It could come into contact with the most number of secrets, and it managed to excavate incredible amounts of advanced technology. They were basically the leader of the 4 research centers. Even Meng Jiao's return to the past was somehow related to the Ruins Research Center. As for Project 101, it was not a secret. It was the project researching controllable transmigration. From the moment Dragon City transmigrated to the Otherworld, the citizens had been thinking about returning to Earth. Right after they stabilized social order, the project to develop controllable transmigration became one of the most important projects. It was set up right away and large amounts of resources were poured into it. Unfortunately, based on what Meng Jiao remembered, during the later stage of the Monster War, the project to develop controllable transmigration ran into a major setback. Apparently, an accident occurred, and an explosion happened. A group of crucial researchers died. The project was never able to recover from that. Even when Dragon City encountered the apocalypse, it was not able to open the space-time tunnel connecting the Otherworld to Earth. For now, however, the accident had not yet happened. The project to develop controllable transmigration still had a lot of great researchers, and there were plenty of people supporting them in society. Even Meng Jiao's family had tightened their belts to donate money to the Transmigration Fund so that they could help increase the speed of developing transmigration technology. The normal citizens, middle-rank superhumans, and low-end superhumans were all confident that they could return to Earth. Chapter 370, City Spaceship. Most of the members in Blue Home were in the home party. They believed that there would come a day when the transmigration technology would be developed, so they gave a lot of funds to Project 101 and were very passionate about the project's development. When they saw that Wu Haibo was present, they surrounded him and asked about Project 101's situation. Wu Haibo said with a smile, "With your great support, we have gained a substantial breakthrough in Project 101. I believe that after a while, the experts will personally come to Blue Home to tell you the good news. Since today is a movie viewing day, it would be better for us to talk about the movie. What we saw just now was really magnificent and touching. But do you think that it's plausible to install engines on Earth and make the whole planet leave its orbit so that it can traverse for thousands of years?" The group looked at each other. They knew that the transmigration expert did not just come here to talk about the details of the movie. Meng Jiao also started pondering over the meaning behind Wu Haibo's question. After a moment, Wu Haibo revealed the answer himself. Movies are just fabrications. Planetary engines might seem magnificent, but it's very difficult to make them a reality. First, Earth and a lot of the theoretically habitable planets need a lot of liquid and an ozone layer. Its surface must also be a levitating plate. If you imagine Earth's crust as an eggshell, then the whole planet is the egg white and the egg yolk. A planetary engine is like a needle poking the eggshell. The most possible scenario that will happen if you build one is not that you will push the egg forward, but that the eggshell will burst, which means that the crust will tear apart. Floods, earthquakes, volcano eruptions, and all sorts of destructive natural disasters will come one after another. You won't even be able to hide underground to avoid it. Second, based on the propelling force of the planetary engine and the resources it uses, the idea of taking thousands of years to reach a new home is just too beautiful of a dream. In reality, this journey would take more than 10,000 years. Before you reach your new home, all the resources on Earth will have been depleted and it would become a speck of dust that will gradually cool down in the dark universe. Third, even if we were lucky enough to reach a new galaxy and find a giant astronomical object that is like Earth, then fuse into the celestial motion of that galaxy, we might end up changing the orbital trajectory of that galaxy, and it would have consequences we cannot measure. The possibility of two planets' orbits intersecting and them crashing into each other because they attract each other is also very great. Hence, the wandering planet might be a romantic idea, but it's not a way universal civilizations might use to move through the universe. Everyone, please expand your imagination and imagine as much as possible. If a civilization grew to the point that it could soar through the different ends of the universe, what sort of vehicle would it use? A planet, or a spaceship? The people started talking with each other. A young adult in Earth's black military uniform said, "Since it's impossible to use Earth as a vehicle, it seems like we can only use a spaceship." That's right. A planet is too big. Pushing a planet forward to travel through the universe will require too many resources, and the consequences would also be something we cannot imagine. If we don't run into a critical situation like the planet swelling up within a short time, like what happened in the movie, there would never be a reason for us to risk it all in such a way, Wu Haibo said. Compared to using an entire planet as a vehicle, using a spaceship to travel through the universe is much better. It's also a piece of technology that is also much easier to realize. But spaceships have their own problems too. You can't fit a lot of people into a spaceship. Humans, or rather, carbon-based intelligent life forms are creatures that originated on the planet. They're born to need a large space and all sorts of resources to expand their civilization. In the vast universe, even Earth itself is an insignificant speck, and a spaceship that is billions of times smaller than Earth is even more so. It can't even be considered to be the size of a virus or bacteria. It's impossible to imagine a civilization using just hundreds of spaceships to move to another planet that is on the far side of the other end of the universe. Besides that, it's very difficult for a spaceship to retain the essence of a civilization because of its size. Meng Jiao understood what Wu Haibo meant. It reminded him of the Dragon King town that Yi Shaxing had introduced to him before. It was not easy for a human civilization to maintain the laws, morals, lifestyle, and reproductive methods of Earth in a town or a spaceship. If Earthlings left Earth and rode in small spaceships with only a fragile shell separating them from the dark and cold universe, they would be destined to be devoured by the darkness, and gradually, they would develop another civilization and turn into other creatures. They would end up as people of the universe, not Earth. Of course, if they could create a gigantic spaceship and fit an entire city into it, they might be able to solve the problem of their civilization changing into something else. But with Dragon City's current technology, it seemed even more impossible for them to create that sort of super spaceship compared to successfully developing controllable transmigration. The planet is too big, and a normal spaceship is too small. Is there then a vehicle that is moderate in size and can carry the flames of our civilization and spread it through the entire universe? Wu Haibo smiled faintly and gave the answer. Yes, there is, a city. A city is the crystallization of a civilization. All productions, organizations, and wars in human civilization were born in cities. The word city and civilization is the same in many languages. And when an archaeological team discovers a capital of a civilization, only then we are certain that this particular civilization once existed. Many humans once lived in villages and mountains. Then, as our civilization began to become highly organized, societal production and the lives of humans became centralized in highly developed cities. This can help you imagine that if a planetary civilization developed to its peak, 90% of its people, technology, and societal production would be gathered in a few metropolises. Based on the mass of the entire planet, the metropolises and civilizations would occupy less than 1% of the entire planet. The remaining mass of 99/100ths would be occupied by a small handful of farms, breeding grounds, and mines. Aside from them, there would be mountains, rainforests, deserts, and oceans. Their significance to the civilization is practically zero. If a civilization wants to spread to the four corners of the universe, there is no need for it to push the entire planet forward, like what you saw in the movie. They would only need to turn the city, which is the most essential core of the civilization, into a super spaceship that could move for hundreds of millions of light years. This wild method of moving through the universe left everyone dumbfounded. Meng Zhao's mind raced, and sparks of excitement shone in his eyes. Turning a city into a super spaceship has clear benefits, Wu Haibo continued calmly. First, a city is large enough. It has a civilization that has at least millions or tens of millions of people. It's large enough to retain the morals, laws, and lifestyles of the civilization in its home planet and make sure that the spirit of the civilization would never change, or at the very least, would not change in just a few hundred years. Second, the city is already constructed. After we descended to another world, we wouldn't need to start from zero and start building things from scratch. Instead, it would be very easy for us to expand in the foreign world. As long as we could discover enough resources, we could grow by several levels. Even if we discovered other intelligent life forms, we'd be large enough to communicate or suppress them. In the end, the flames of our civilization would burn through the entire planet. Third, the amount of fuel required to make an entire city travel through the universe might be astronomical, but it's still much lower than what would be required to push a planet forward. Besides, the mass of a city can't cause the trajectory of an entire planet to change. It's relatively easier to control, and it's also safer. Based on what I've said, I believe that when a civilization has the ability to travel through the universe, especially when it has dimensional transportation technology that is faster than the speed of light, they would definitely turn their cities into super spaceships. It's this, or they would turn super spaceships into cities. The distinction between the two would soon become blurry, and in the end, they would become one. When he said this, everyone aside Meng Zhao finally registered what he meant. The tactical analyzers from the Otherworld Research Center said in a contemplative manner, "Mr. Wu, are you saying that Dragon City is a spaceship from an ancient civilization?" Wu Haibo smiled faintly. "The time is not right yet, so I won't say anything. Today is a movie viewing session, and I'm just voicing my opinion after watching the movie. It's just ramblings of this old man. But it's also a hypothesis. If Dragon City was really a spaceship from the ancient civilization, it would explain why it could transmigrate to the other world. Transmigration would have always been its true mission. This so-called transmigration is just us going on a trip based on the route that has been set for us." But Wu Haibo's words stirred up a lot of thoughts. Many of the core members in Blue Home became excited. They began talking to each other. How could this be possible? Using a planetary engine to move a planet forward is understandable, but isn't transporting a city that is an innumerable number of light years away harmlessly into a foreign land way too inconceivable? Wu Haibo shrugged and said, "It might sound a little unbelievable, but Dragon City has indeed transmigrated. Perhaps in the eyes of a civilization that can travel through the universe, the boundaries of mass and energy aren't that clear. They can turn the city into pure energy, then use the fluctuations in high-dimensional space to transport the city into another location in a 3D space before turning the city into substance again. Who said that the ancient civilization couldn't create this sort of miracle? The truth is right before our eyes. The surface genes of Earthlings aren't that much different compared to the monsters of the otherworld. We can breathe the air here and be infected by this world's viruses. We can sense the warm light and cultivate the mysterious energy. This means that our transmigration wasn't random. This is our destination." This question had puzzled all the Earthlings after their transmigration. The core members of Blue Home discussed it quietly. Meng Jiao raised his hand and said, "Mr. Wu, Dragon City was built bit by Earthlings. There's no way we could have given Dragon City the ability to move through high-dimensional space without knowing it." Chapter 371, Home Party Rises to Power. Wu Haibo smiled and explained, "Perhaps the city itself isn't that important. What is important is that the transmigration propulsion device was buried deep under the city. It could turn a large mass within a certain area into energy, and that large mass was the entire city. It then transferred it to high-dimensional space and projected it to a 3D coordinate at the other end of the universe before it turned the city into substance again. With this transmigration propulsion device, no matter how the city looks like, it can instantly travel through the entire universe. It doesn't matter if it's full of modern skyscrapers, the ancient pavilions from the Middle Ages, or even the stone pillars or stone towers from primitive tribes." Meng Jiao found it unbelievable. The continuation of a civilization isn't an easy thing, Wu Haibo lamented. Especially when you try to project the flames of civilization at the other end of the universe. Who knows whether those flames will be extinguished while on their way to the other end of the universe. They might even distort into something different. Humanity might end up destroyed, and we might lose our morals. Law might be shattered. Civilized people who were polite and full of intelligence yesterday might turn into savages who will feast on flesh and blood when they face the brutal reality. If you used normal methods to create a propulsion device, we might lose this piece of technology at some point in time. The propulsion device might get damaged as well. As time passes, the descendants of the civilization would no longer recognize the true face of the propulsion device and forget their mission. This possibility is not impossible, but, in fact, very plausible. So, setting up the transmigration propulsion device under the city would allow transmigration to happen no matter how much the civilization has developed or fallen. This is a very logical design. Wait. Meng Jiao caught onto a loophole. This means that before Dragon City was built, there was already a transmigration propulsion device buried underground? How is that possible? Even if the ancient civilization was really in control of moving through the universe freely, how would they know under which stretch of empty land to bury the propulsion device? How could they predict that someday in the future, there would be a metropolis with tens of millions of people in one of the areas? The appearance of a civilization and its rise to glory are restricted by the weather and geography, Wu Haibo said. The early civilizations of humanity all appeared beside rivers and in river deltas with moist and fertile soil. They helped foster the earliest members of the civilization. Our mother country on our home planet was an ancient kingdom that had a long history and a brilliant civilization. Our glorious city had millions of people. Everything had been around for thousands of years, and while some cities shifted places as the world changed, you could predict the changes in terrain. Even if we couldn't accurately predict the changes of Earth's terrain 1,000 years ago, the ancient civilization had the ability to transmigrate through the universe. It wouldn't have been difficult for them to predict the changes of the planet's surface. So, the ancient civilization could absolutely predict where a human civilization would build a metropolis. There aren't plenty of places in all of Earth with a lot of space along large rivers or beside the oceans, where the rivers will end up meeting each other, and fair weather. The ancient civilization might have set up transmigration propulsion devices under most of these areas. Meng Jiao was dumbfounded. Are you saying that aside from Dragon City, all the other big cities with tens of millions of people on Earth also have the ability to transmigrate? Wu Haibo smiled and continued, perhaps. This is a wishful hope of mine. If we could find another city that had transmigrated to some other area in the other world, that would be great. The other possibility is that the transmigration propulsion device itself could project a unique energy wave that attracted the ancestors who ate raw flesh and drank blood. The ancient civilization gave them wisdom and taught them how to build a civilization. They then allowed them to build the symbol of a civilization above the transmigration propulsion device. Hence, these cities were formed. Meng Jiao opened his mouth. He could not come up with a retort to that. The ancient civilization had left a lot of runic symbols and advanced technology under Dragon City. The runic symbols used the spirit meridians that naturally existed in the human body to create spirit energy magnetic fields that were similar to 3D electricity circuits, which allowed them to activate all sorts of unbelievable divine arts and killing moves. This meant that human civilization and the ancient civilization did indeed have a connection. Either they left behind a legacy for human civilization or they were connected to them by blood. He pondered over this and said, Mr. Wu, is this the newest research result of Project 101? This was a question that all the core members of Blue Home had. Wu Haibo answered with a smile. I mentioned just now that this is just my personal wild thoughts, and they're not fully developed yet. Please remain calm. I believe that before long, Project 101 will be able to obtain a result that will shock the entire land. All the people in Project 101 want those who have been supporting us to know that controllable transmigration is definitely not a dream. Your investment and sponsorships aren't wasted. Since we could transmigrate from Earth to the other world, we will definitely be able to transmigrate from the other world back to Earth. Even if we can't transmigrate the entire city back, we should have no problem transmigrating some information and some of our people. The people looked at each other with delight. Everyone. Jiao Fuan used the chance to get on the stage and stand beside Wu Haibo. He said loudly, "All this while, there have always been two paths for Dragon City to take when it came to its future. The believers of these two paths agree that there are plenty of problems in the current Dragon City, especially due to new entities like spirit energy and superhumans. They pose a huge problem for the core spirit of Earth's morals, laws, societal structure, and equality among humans. The Colonization Party, which has the most people agreeing with it, believes that as long as humans conquer Monster Mountain Range and sweep through all of the other world, we will be able to smoothly solve all problems as we push forward. But the Home Party believes that conquering the other world will only cover up those problems. We won't be able to truly solve them. On the contrary, if we don't solve the conflict in Dragon City first, we won't be able to gain full victory when trying to conquer the other world. However, if we limit ourselves to the area within Monster Mountain Range and rely on the territory Dragon City has occupied, it will certainly be difficult for us to find the perfect answer to solve the complicated and chaotic conflicts in the city. This is the reason behind why the Home Party has never been able to voice our opinions firmly over the past 10 years and why the Colonization Party always mocks us and says that we have no motivation to make progress. But now, with all of you quietly supporting Project 101 for years, we've finally seen light. The birth of controllable transmigration is no longer a faraway dream. Soon, we will be able to contact our home planet, our adorable, sacred, one and only blue home. With the support of our home planet, we will be able to solve the conflicts in Dragon City, ensure that Earthlings' spirit remains firm, and obtain a large amount of resources and military replenishment from our home planet. Then, we'll be able to move our army deep into the other world. This is the only way to obtain victory. Everyone, you're elites from your industries. You're also the backbone that supports the future of Dragon City. I hope that from today onwards, you will continue to be useful as elites and backbone and spread the ideals of the Home Party so that more citizens as well as politicians in the Survival Committee, who belong to the Home Party, will support Project 101. We should use our efforts to gain a more brilliant future for Dragon City and the home for all humans. All hail Dragon City! All hail Earth! All hail humanity! All the core members of Blue Home, including Wu Haibo, who stood beside Jiao Fuan, raised their arms and cheered loudly. Meng Jiao brought his arms up as well and swung them along with the crowd. But he swept his gaze swiftly over the people, attempting to find someone or some group who showed signs of being bewitched by abnormal beasts. After the movie screening ended, most of the core members of Blue Home left. Jiao Fuan invited Meng Jiao to his house to eat. Along with them came transmigration expert Wu Haibo, who was a member of Project 101. Meng Jiao kept thinking about it. Blue Home was an organization formed with the core idea of returning to Earth, so Wu Haibo's position in the organization had to be very high. Were they trying to make Meng Jiao join their cause? Just as he expected, when they arrived at Jiao Fuan's house, Wu Haibo first praised him for being young and accomplished, for creating miracles and rising to power, and being a leader of the Golden Era. Then, he eagerly asked Meng Jiao his opinion regarding the Home Party and Colonization Party. Meng Jiao did not want to lie to him. Besides, he could sense that the vitality magnetic fields from Wu Haibo's limbs and body were not strong, but the spirit energy surrounding his brain was incredibly active. He had to be someone who was really skilled with mental techniques. Cheap lies would not deceive him. Meng Jiao thought about his words for a while before he answered honestly, "I don't know whether controllable transmigration will work, and I don't have any special thoughts about the Home Party, but I don't have high regard toward the ideals of the Colonization Party, either. Selfishness is natural to humans. And it's the nature of businesses to continue expanding and earning more profit than they need until they collapse because they can't digest what they have. When peerless fighters and megacorporations are trapped in the tiny Dragon City with normal people, everyone can suppress their nature and work together for the time being to fight against life-threatening dangers. However, when that life-threatening danger is gone, The peerless fighters and megacorporations will break free of normal people and rush to the endless otherworld. When they can do whatever they want all over the otherworld and get more benefits for themselves, their families, businesses, and forces of power, I don't think that they will remember their initial mission and their identities as dragon citizens or even their identities as Earthlings. When it comes to this, I agree with your ideals. Without solving the problems in Dragon City but rashly colonizing and conquering the otherworld, our civilization will not gain a true victory. It will only bring our disaster and destruction. I feel like I can already see it. If Dragon City was taken over by the colonization party, we would invite a terrifying future upon us. Millions of brilliant fireworks would light up above Dragon City, then spread out. Before my retinas would be burned by flames, I'd see children being burned alive. Their skins would shrivel up, making them look like old people, but they would continue burning until they were only skeletons. But that's not the end, those skeletons would then be reduced to ashes. Screams will come from those ashes, for the flames will continue burning them until they are white smoke that will struggle to rise into the air. His words were a combination of Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's thoughts as well as the reality he saw in his previous life. As he spoke, he sank into a nightmare he could not chase away. Perhaps it was because his expression was too scary, but thick blood vessels started throbbing around his temples, which startled Jiao Fuan, who was bringing out the dishes. The steaming ghost clawfish nearly fell on the floor. Chapter 372, 1 + 1 > 2. Jiao Fuan and Wu Haibo looked at each other, and they could see the delight in each other's eyes. Meng Zhao did not seem to be pretending. They did not expect that he would be so against the ideals of the colonization party. Meng Zhao, I didn't expect that when so many youngsters have become arrogant because we gained full victory at the northern front lines, you would be able to remain so calm. You're truly the only one with a clear head when everyone else is deceived. Jiao Fuan slapped his thigh. I knew that I didn't make a wrong judgment of your character. You're indeed not part of the colonization party. You're a real member of the home party. Meng Zhao thought. Of course I'm not part of the colonization party. In his previous life, Dragon City suffered a devastating loss during the Monster War. They had to rely on the badly damaged space and Monster Mountain range and the depleted resources, which were no longer enough and could not sustain the human civilization. The survivors were forced to exhaust all their resources to build the army and keep it alive as the battles continued without end. Even though they had managed to conquer a few places during the first few years, they expanded outwards and defeated other armies effortlessly, thereby causing their name as the extraordinary disaster to spread through the otherworld. They also ended up attracting a lot of enemies and catching the attention of a lot of powerful entities as strong as the deities themselves. Their heroic advance and victory at that time were just them filling their hungry stomachs with poison, so it was difficult for them to escape destruction. Besides, the consequences of pouring all of their resources into the military was militarizing the entire society. Even Meng Zhao and most of the dragon citizens ended up turning into frenzied battle machines. After Meng Zhao returned to the past, he did not want to walk down that stupid path again. Even if they had to conquer the otherworld, he would definitely find a smarter way to do it. But though he did not like the colonization party, it did not mean that he was part of the home party. Wu Haibo's words during the movie screening hadn't come out of nowhere. They had to have gained a crucial breakthrough in Project 101 or deciphered part of the mystery behind their transmigration. But in his previous life, Project 101 ran into an accident and a large number of transmigration experts died. Because of it, Project 101 collapsed. Even when the apocalypse arrived, the transmigrators were unable to see that sacred patch of blue from their home planet. Home Party, which was built on the basis that controllable transmigration could be developed, also turned into a fantasy. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Meng Zhao suddenly thought about something. Could his return to the past change the ending of Project 101? When he thought about it in depth, he found it plausible. First of all, they won the northern offense, which allowed Dragon City to harvest 10 times the resources than what they had in his previous life. Some of those resources definitely went into Project 101 through various channels. This might have increased the speed of development for controllable transmigration. Second, since he knew that something would happen to Project 101, he could remind Wu Haibo to be careful. Failing once or twice or even 10 or 100 times in the research was fine. As long as the researchers were fine, sooner or later, they would definitely be able to open the dimensional tunnel connecting the other world to Earth. Perhaps this was the real solution that could save Dragon City. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Meng Zhao was busy taking care of his parents, practicing his harvesting skills, and earning money. He only took a brief glance at the news about the major accident concerning Project 101. He did not pay attention to the specific time and process. Besides, since the butterfly had already flapped its wings, the storm it caused had already completely changed a lot of details. Meng Jiao could not predict just when and how Project 101 would encounter a major accident again. Meng Jiao, since we have the same ideals, would you like to join Blue Home? Jiao Fuan asked sincerely. Of course, we know very well that you have a unique status. There are already more than 100,000 members in the Broken Star Club. As the club leader, it's impossible for you to be a normal member of another organization. Blue Home is relatively lax. Most of the lovers of Earth's culture just need to register in the club. We have a 12-member committee, and I suppose you can say that the members in the committee are pretty fixed. Mr. Wu and I are both committee members. If you're willing to join, you would be the 13th committee member in Blue Home and would be able to join the core matters and plans of Blue Home. What do you think? Wu Haibo did not stay quiet, either. I won't hide from you, Meng Jiao. We have already gained a substantial breakthrough in controllable transmigration. Before long, we will be able to hear the voices from our home planet and return to the embrace of Earth's civilization. But Dragon City has been wandering in the other world for nearly 60 years. Our bodies, minds, abilities, societal customs, morals, laws, societal structures, and martial power are very different from everything on our home planet. Many of the people in our society are doubtful that Dragon City will be able to blend perfectly into our home planet. They believe that it would be better for us to gain a firm foothold in the other world before we contact our home planet. A lot of the frenzied supporters of the colonization party believe that with Dragon City's superior technology, steel army, and the strength of our best fighters, we can suppress all of the other world. When we have completely absorbed the planet, we can then return to Earth in a grand manner. It would not be too late by then. The home party needs to use various channels to spread our voice. The Broken Star Club has more than 100,000 members, and that's undoubtedly a very good channel. We can make more citizens know of our ideals and learn that we're not cowards who are afraid of our enemies. Instead, we're sincerely thinking of the future of human civilization and every human being. Of course, Blue Home can also provide help to the Broken Star Club. Based on what I know, the members of the Broken Star Club mostly occupy the grassroots positions of various industries. There are also no politicians in the Survival Committee who can speak for all of you, right? Even though Blue Home isn't as powerful and rich as the 9 great megacorporations and can't do whatever we want, there are still quite a lot of politicians in the Survival Committee who support us. If both of our organizations work together, we would definitely be able to produce a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. With our will, we could build the path leading to Dragon City's future. His last sentence tempted Meng Jiao. Honestly, if he had not seen the end of Project 101 in the home party in his previous life and did not have the proof and information from the Abnormal Beast Research Department that there was a high possibility that there was an incredibly cunning abnormal beast lurking in Blue Home, he would not be averse to joining Blue Home as a committee member and facilitating a deeper cooperation between the Broken Star Club and Blue Home. Now, it was not that simple. He did not give them a firm answer. He just told them that this was a major matter and he needed to think about it. He also needed to talk to the directors of the Broken Star Club. While he thought about it, if he could join the core activities of Blue Home as an observer and understand the ideals of the home party further, that would be for the best. Of course, in exchange, the Broken Star Club would also invite some of the transmigration experts and core members of Blue Home to host some talks, movie screenings, or other such activities so that they could spread the home party's ideals, but whether or not the Broken Star superhumans believed in them or supported them would be up to them. In any case, there were a lot of Broken Star Club members who had already joined Blue Home. If they wanted to speak their mind freely about the subject, who was Meng Jiao to stop them? Jiao Fuan and Wu Haibo had never hoped that Meng Jiao would agree to them immediately. To them, it was already good enough that Meng Jiao was willing to observe Blue Home. After all, he was the club leader of the Broken Star Club. Everyone was happy during the meal. Over the course of the next few days, even though Jiao Fuan did not get a concrete answer from Meng Jiao, he invited Meng Jiao to join a few high-profile internal activities and introduced a few of the committee members to him. Aside from hunters who were very famous because of their deeds in the wild, ace lecturers in famous schools, and business people from new businesses, Meng Jiao also got to know 2 politicians from the Survival Committee. Through them, he got to learn that the Survival Committee had intense debates about the future development of Dragon City. Not all politicians were optimistic about the idea that they could defeat all armies with their own army. After analyzing the information he obtained from these events, Meng Jiao noticed that the scale of Blue Home's organization far surpassed what he estimated. The statuses of the members and their demands were relatively complicated as well. The members of Blue Home could be generally divided into a couple groups. The largest group was naturally composed of normal people. Humans were never a race that loved war. This was especially so for normal people, who had not awakened to superpowers. Compared to endless fights, a peaceful life with simple food was what they wanted. Over the past few decades, dragon citizens had been fighting non-stop against monster invasions to defend their home. Even women and children could assemble guns and kill monsters without batting an eyelid. But this did not mean that everyone loved the idea of living such a life forever. After the monster war ended, many normal citizens would be unwilling to start another war immediately, and to boot, this would be a war that would be larger, more devastating, and no one knew if they would win it. Even if they really want to colonize the other world, they should at least let us catch our breath, right? Dragon City has been at war for more than half a century. No one wants to fight for another half a century. This was the thought among a lot of normal citizens. They were the natural supporters of the Home Party. The next group was composed of middle-range and low-end superhumans like Broken Star superhumans. Most of them were not part of cultivation families or megacorporations. Countless heroes had popped up in Dragon City during the Dark and Bloody Era 50 years ago. It was because of these heroes who were the first to awaken to superpowers and led the crowd that dragon citizens could fight and defend their civilization. Among them, 9 absurdly strong heroes built 9 great gangs. They warded off the zombie and monster invasions and ensured the safety of normal citizens. They also rebuilt a fragile order in their tiny lairs. Then, through development that caused a snowball effect, they turned their gangs into businesses, and their businesses then evolved into financial corporations. The leaders of the financial corporations were all cultivation families who married each other and had solid foundations in society. They were once the protectors of Dragon City, and all the citizens remembered their contributions. However, as the 9 great megacorporations continued growing and the scale of the cultivation families grew larger, they began reaping way too much profit. Slowly, they became in control of the economic lifeline, the crucial markets, and important positions in Dragon City, which blocked off the path for the superhumans who appeared after them. They could not rise up the ranks at Ateal. This was their reality. At the same time towering trees protected other plants from the storm, they blocked off the sun, so other plants could not grow into towering trees. This was perhaps an eternal conflict in nature. Chapter 373, All sorts of people in the Home Party. Most of Broken Star Club's members were poor people who took up basic positions in companies. Many of them had mentioned their frustrations to Meng Jiao before. They told him that right now, the good job positions in Dragon City, be it corporate positions or government positions affiliated to the Survival Committee, were all occupied by the rich people. The good positions were all managerial in nature and looked grand on the surface, but had relatively easy jobs and could allow them to produce results easily. The rich people were also in control of a lot of connections and resources. They just needed to complete their tasks within the set office hours every day. Then, they could use their remaining time to cultivate. Their companies or units would also provide a lot of subsidies and chances for them to cultivate. The poor who had no power or authority could only work hard in their companies or units. Most of the jobs they could take required them to do a lot of trifling tasks, were tiring, highly repetitive, and could not easily go through the process of quantization. Normal working hours meant that they had to work from 8 in the morning until 8 at night. They often had to work extra, and it was normal for them to even work overnight. The result of working too long was that they did not have any personal time to cultivate. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat upstream. If they did not advance, they would fall back. If they had to work overtime every day, there was no way for them to maintain their cultivation realm. Hence, when the end of the year was around the corner, the rich people would be able to produce beautiful results and reach a brand new realm. They would show off new divine arts and killing moves, get all sorts of certs, and might even use their spare time to go to the wild to hunt monsters while protected by the powerful fighters of their families, which would earn them all sorts of medals from the supernatural tower. Unlike them, the poor children had to work all year long, and on most days, they had to work overnight. Forget increasing their cultivation realm, for it was even difficult for them to maintain a normal, healthy body. And once their bodies were destroyed by the heavy workload, they would not be able to go to the wild to kill monsters. When both were compared, Wasn't it clear just who was the real best worker of the year and who should have the chance to be promoted and earn a higher salary? This was not a problem within a certain industry or department. This was a problem faced by all poor people in all industries. Their lives had indeed improved when they left the chaotic era when zombies and monsters wreaked havoc and societal order was destroyed. Now, they lived in a new era with law and order and had peaceful lives. But the age when heroes rose to action and abject youths could seize a chance to rise to the top was also gone. The broken star superhumans had told Meng Jiao one joke. Can the children of Heaven Realm fighters become Deity Realm elites? Of course not. Deity Realm elites have their own children too. The joke was indeed ridiculous, but it let Meng Jiao know just what sort of mindset the poor people have. They might not be able to change the current situation if they joined Blue Home, but at the very least, they could make jokes, support each other, and vent about the pressure they felt in life, work, and cultivation. It could make them feel better. Aside from the middle range and low-end superhumans who were born poor, some of the upper middle range and high-end superhumans who had some achievements under their belts as well as some Deity Realm elites were also very interested in Blue Home. Logically speaking, Deity Realm elites were already at the top of Dragon City. There was no need for them to mingle around with poor people. But as their cultivation realms increased, the quality of the resources they needed every day to cultivate also increased. Each Deity Realm elite was a black hole, and they were massive combustion machines that needed to consume an astronomical number of resources all the time. The Deity Realm elites themselves could not gather enough resources to maintain their cultivation realm, much less reach higher cultivation realms. If they relied solely on themselves, they would be like the giants in the animal world. Aside from looking for food and digesting it every day, they could forget about doing anything else. Because of that, most of them formed their own forces of power and relied on the strength of their followers to get enough resources. But with the 9 great megacorporations and cultivation families hiding their crimes, creating pressure, and monopolizing resources, it was just as hard to cultivate in Deity Realm as building a new force of power. The 9 great cultivation families often tossed out olive branches to the people who had recently risen to power. They wished to recruit them, form political marriages, or bring these new powerful people into the structure of the 9 great cultivation families in any other way. Some of the powerful people whose foundations were not strong had to submit to the 9 great megacorporations to obtain the channels they used to gather, organize, and distribute resources, which could help them solve the problem of their cultivation, but it took away their independence. That's why a lot more powerful people chose not to submit. Those who reached Deity Realm were all people with firm spirits, outstanding intellect, and a wild nature. They had risked their lives to reach Deity Realm. They broke through the limits of their lives for the sake of standing above all life forms. They would not accept being manipulated by any law or force of power. If they had to submit to the 9 great cultivation families after they reached Deity Realm, that meant that their cultivation was in vain. The peerless people who recently rose to power had a deep conflict with the previous generation of powerful people who had intimidated Dragon City before the Survival Committee was formed. Their greatest conflict was on the question as to whether the previous generation of powerful people still needed to consume an astronomical amount of resources to maintain their superpowers when they were already badly injured and old and frail now. The previous generation of powerful people who were in control of the 9 cultivation families and battle god Lei Zongchao were the pioneers of humanity in terms of spirit energy cultivation. They were the first to awaken to supernatural powers. They were also the ones who had tried all sorts of amazing techniques, divine arts, and secret techniques. They built the current cultivation system, warded off zombies, monsters, and lost people against the savage attacks at human civilization. But the decades of them repeatedly running tests through trial and error and draining their bodies madly had damaged their bodies and souls. The previous generation of powerful people were like incredibly complicated and sophisticated ancient machines who had overworked themselves for decades and were now badly battered by the flames of war and covered in injuries. The maintenance cost to make sure that these ancient machines continued operating was simply insane. However, these previous generation powerful fighters had all the money in the world. The industries and families under them also had the ability to collect large amounts of resources to make sure that these Deity Realm elites continued living. The new generation elites thought that this was a huge waste. New generation elites had to stand up on the shoulders of the old generation elites to grow. They walked forward with their chests puffed out after their seniors opened the path for them. They were in control of more scientific cultivation methods, and hence, they made fewer mistakes and had to suffer less. Compared to the badly wounded old generation elites, They were undoubtedly the ones with more potential to reach a higher realm. No one is denying the contributions made by those of the old generation to Dragon City, but these wounded seniors have to spend a fortune every day just to maintain their current realm. They can't reach a higher realm, so isn't it a waste? If these old seniors could offer up the resources they're wasting away to the new generation elites, perhaps Dragon City would have already produced a lot more Heaven Realm and Deity Realm superhumans. The seniors have worked hard and gained a lot of achievements. It's about time for them to step down and enjoy their lives. They would not be going overboard with whatever glory or treatment they choose to have, but crystals, super beast flesh, and all the other valuable resources are tactical resources that belong to all humans. Don't you think that they should be distributed and used more carefully? Many of the previous generation elites are almost 100 years old. They have to take in an astronomical amount of resources every day, but they aren't showing any signs of moving past the Deity realm. You seldom see them fighting monsters too. Is there any meaning behind them using up so much resources, then? If they hand over these resources to the youngsters who are at the prime of their lives or the superhumans who are already at the peak of Earth Realm or Heaven Realm and are just a step away from reaching a breakthrough, wouldn't that be better for Dragon City and all of human civilization? In the current Dragon City, wasting resources is a crime. This sort of view made the new Deity Realm elites sound like ungrateful bastards, but they were voicing the brutal truth. Aside from the new generation elites who did not belong to the 9 cultivation families, there were also a lot of scholars and researchers who joined Blue Home. The brutal war over the last 50 years had forced all of Dragon City to practice martial arts. They became a ruthless society where the strong ruled. Even the superhumans regarded the 4 main fighting occupations, martial artists, heroic spirit users, machine masters, and beast controllers, as the superior occupations. But modern civilization was not one where decisions were made by brute force. If they wanted to completely conquer the other world, they could not just rely on their fists, cold weapons, guns, and army. They had to conduct research and develop all sorts of fundamental sciences and maintain the bureaucracy that retained the high-efficiency operations in the city. Many of the superhumans did not have limbs that were well developed and could not kill monsters that were stronger than nightmarish beasts, but their powerful skills of deduction, calculations, management, and research kept the flames of civilization burning. In fact, they contributed even more to the fact that their civilization was still alive. Unfortunately, with the current system, their contributions were easily underestimated and overlooked. Their status was also not as high as that of the ruthless fighters who killed peerless monsters in the wild. If they did not reform the current system and rashly launch the colonization war, they could see a future where the brash warriors would have a higher status while the scholars and researchers' statuses and strength would plummet even more. We don't care about our own statuses and treatment, but if human civilization turns into a savage civilization that only knows how to swing their fists to solve problems, it would undoubtedly be a very sad matter. Believing firmly in this, many scholars and researchers joined Blue Home. The 2 politicians Meng Jiao got to know also chose to support Blue Home because of the current situation in Dragon City. Aside from the 4 groups of people mentioned, there was another group of members in Blue Home that Meng Jiao did not expect to see. They were people from the 9 great cultivation families. On the surface, they had all the advantages due to the current system in Dragon City, but they had their frustrations as well. That frustration appeared to be that they had too many siblings. This was a problem created by the lawless, dark era. If time was reversed by 30 to 40 years and they looked back at the age when Dragon City was attacked by viruses, zombies, and monsters, the city had been shattered then, and the flames of human civilization were on the verge of being extinguished. They were definitely living in the apocalypse at that time. The matchless fighters who awakened to superpowers gained most of the resources at that time, along with a chance to reproduce. This was something natural. And since humans had only just come in touch with spirit energy at that time, they did not know how to use meditation, sitting stances, and all sorts of cultivation methods to limit the influence of spirit energy on their souls, hormones, and organs. Due to the influence by spirit energy, the emotions and desires of the powerful were magnified endlessly. They longed to pass down their genes and for their children to spread all over the city. Chapter 374, Way to Destroy Dragon City. The result of that was that a powerful fighter could have a lot of children. Having more than 10 was already them being chased. Dozens of children were seen as just right. In fact, there were eccentric people who had more than 100 children running around. It had to be noted that there was no difference between legitimate children and illegitimate children in those families. After all, The marriage system from Earth was destroyed during the short apocalypse. Normal people lacked strength, so they still needed the marriage system to help each other. But the peerless fighters who could destroy a building with a punch went through a bloody path that was ravaged by zombies and monsters, so the marriage laws from Earth could not restrain them at all. Half a century after the transmigration, the peerless fighters and their children as well as their grandchildren formed a pyramid consisting of 3 generations. The 9 cultivation families were all overcrowded. Even the smallest family had dozens of third-generation members who were directly related to their grandparents. They could not even start counting the number of people in the branch families. Otherwise, how would they be known as the great cultivation families? Hence, the competition within the 9 great cultivation families was incredibly intense. Take Lucia as an example. She was a granddaughter directly related to a matchless fighter. Her father was also powerful and managed to get into the core management team in Sky Pillar Corporation. She was not a good-for-nothing, either. Instead, she risked her life and her friends to discover the Red Radiance Jade Mine. She also had the courage to risk her life to go up against Gao Yi when he turned into a monster. Even so, she did not manage to retain her mining rights to the Red Radiance Jade Mine. During the open and hidden strife in the family, she was kicked out of the competition. If that were the case for Lucia, it was even more the case for the people in the branch families of the 9 great cultivation families, especially those who lost during the internal fights. They refused to admit defeat and wished to use the power of Blue Home to make a comeback. That was a natural human instinct. The 5 groups of people formed the general image of Blue Home members. However, based on Meng Zhao's discreet observations, he would not be objective if he said that they were all firm Home Party members and would do anything to return to Earth. The normal citizens might want to clear the tunnel connecting the other world to Earth, and the scholars and researchers did not want Dragon City to be at a state of war for a long time, but they were not alone. The superhumans who longed to reach a higher cultivation realm, the losers who wished that they could regain some power in their family's competition, and the deity realm superhumans who were trying to have their voices heard in the survival committee were not averse to war. After all, war was the best way to renew a system. The problem was, the 9 great cultivation families had already made use of the colonization party to be in control of most of the profit gained from the current war. One example was that for the sake of colonizing the other world, Dragon City had decided to design a brand new armored airship and call it Thunderbolt Airship. When it came to designing the parameters of this piece of technology, they stated that this airship had to be able to cruise at more than 100 km per hour, and its maximum speed had to be more than 130 km per hour. When it traveled at maximum load, it had to be able to travel for more than 3,000 kilometers. This was a true tactical offensive weapon. And the industries that designed and produced Thunderbolt Airship were all in the hands of the 9 great cultivation families, including the upstream and downstream industry chains. The 9 great cultivation families set up a large budget for Thunderbolt Airship through the Survival Committee. Once they reached the conditions to produce these airships at large quantities, they might produce more than 1,000 of them in one go and change all the armored airships in Dragon City. The profit involved in this was astronomical. But this astronomical profit was something only the 9 great cultivation families could get. Even when Thunderbolt Airship would be used as an army later, the commanders on them would only be the superhumans who were related to the 9 great cultivation families. In other words, the 9 great cultivation families were the ones who set the rules for the colonization war. It did not matter which superhuman wanted to get profit from the war, they had to play the game according to the rules the 9 great cultivation families set. This was something many of the superhumans who were not part of the 9 great cultivation families did not want to see. Hence, they supported the Home Party. Based on the ideals of the Home Party, what was important for them was to first contact Earth. Thunderbolt Airship was just a machine that burned money, because the city had to pour all of its resources into it. Its budget should be completely taken away, and the money should be given to the projects that actually required it. Naturally, those projects would not be any projects that the 9 great cultivation families were in control of. Everyone was an adult. They would not readily argue to high heavens just because of the difference in opinion. The benefits behind the ideals were the real reason behind why the Home Party kept rising to power within just a few years and were showing signs of being able to stand on equal ground with the colonization party. Blue Home had managed to attract more elites from various industries and continued growing because of it. When Meng Zhao talked in depth with the elites, he gained a lot of enlightenment. It also allowed him to form the full picture of Dragon City's current situation from multiple angles. He now understood a lot of things that he could not understand in his previous life as a low-grade harvester. He was not disappointed because of it and thought of something as childish as the world is too dark and ugly. He had experienced the apocalypse, so he was able to face the brutal reality better than any Dragon citizen around him. Dragon City definitely had its problems, otherwise, why would it have been destroyed in his previous life? However, Meng Jiao had thought before that the Pyrrhic victory during the Monster War was the problem and he could change the future as long as they won the Monster War while remaining relatively unharmed. But by the looks of it, the Pyrrhic victory during the Monster was merely the symptom, not the cause. There were a lot of crises and conflicts in Dragon City. But that was nothing. The stiffening of the social strata, the gradual closure of the promotional channel, and the covert and overt fights in the interest groups were chronic illnesses of human civilizations. Every country in every period of history went through it. Many of the ancient civilizations had even more internal conflicts compared to Dragon City, but that did not stop them from expanding their territory and beating up savages. At the very least, the current Dragon City was not sick to the point that it could not be treated. The people still idolized heroes and defended peace as well as justice. Even if the higher-ups were gradually solidifying and breaking up into different interest groups, they still obeyed the rules when they fought for their own interests. When they faced monsters and needed to sacrifice their lives, they did not hesitate too much to do it. The colonization party and home party might be fighting fiercely, but in a logical and lawful manner. The conflict between the two parties might even be a good thing. After all, the further one argued about the truth, the clearer it would become. What worried Meng Jiao more were two things. One was the end of Project 101. He had become friends with transmigration expert Wu Haibo through Jiao Fuan and beat around the bush to remind him that he had to be careful of the safety measures in his experiment. Even if it might seem like they had gained great success in the experiment, they could not be blindly optimistic. They had to perform all the safety measures properly and make sure they stored their data as well as cultivated future researchers so that no accidents would stop the development of controllable transmigration. There was nothing Meng Jiao could do besides this. He did not have the details about Project 101's failure in the memories of his previous life. Besides, even if Wu Haibo became interested and was willing to talk about the basic principles of controllable transmigration, the formulae involved profound, complex, and drunk ant-like symbols. They gave Meng Jiao a splitting headache, and he felt like he had returned to the time before his national college examination, which he found so unbearable he did not even want to think about it. A warning was all the help he could provide to the Controllable Transmigration Research Project. But he had something even more important to do. He had to look for the abnormal beasts lurking in Blue Home. As he talked to the members, Meng Jiao felt that Blue Home was an upright, healthy organization. But this did not mean that it would not transform into a nest to incubate abnormal beasts. When a person found 2 cockroaches in their house, it meant that there were already more than 100 cockroaches lurking in a dark corner. Blue Home had produced Lin Chuan and Gao Yi, 2 people who were extreme and went on to destroy order. Meng Jiao suspected that there were plenty of members in Blue Home who were already bewitched by the abnormal beasts and who might turn into the next Lin Chuan or Gao Yi. Or if being more accurate, they had the potential to do it. It was especially so for Jiao Fuan. He was skilled in developing highly destructive technology and his ideals were a huge contrast to the 9 great cultivation families that controlled Dragon City. He was also relatively young, easily driven by impulse, and could be led to spirit energy deviation once he was bewitched by abnormal beasts. It could happen without him having any idea that he had turned into a puppet. There were plenty of people like Jiao Fuan in Blue Home. Meng Jiao had great reason to suspect that they had long since become targets for the abnormal beasts. Often, Meng Jiao would enter a meditative state at night and start thinking while using the professional skill he learned from the training camp in Ghost Tribe. If I were an abnormal beast, it would not be a good idea for me to use my monsters to fight head-on against the human army. The real skill in military tactics is to not shed a single drop of my soldiers' blood while destroying the enemy. How do I worsen the internal conflict in Dragon City and tear apart the parties in harmony so that the humans will destroy themselves? It's not that hard to do this, in truth. First, humans have already divided themselves into superhumans and normal people, but Dragon City is still united because it's oppressed by threats to its survival. No one wants to die together with monsters, so they have to work together. So, if I were an abnormal beast, I shouldn't launch any large-scale monster horde invasion against the humans for the time being. If I had sufficient control over the monsters and could even make them give up some of their territory to the humans as a tactical strategy, it would make the humans think that the monsters are nothing and they will start thinking that they are about to win the war. Then, they will become arrogant. Thus, the humans' attention will shift from destroying monsters to how they should divide the pie after they got rid of the monsters. Coincidentally, the victory over the northern offense has already caused certain groups of humans to feel egotistical. As an abnormal beast, I just need to go along with the flow and fan the flames. Next, I'll just worsen the conflict between the various human parties. Right now, even though there is a conflict between the colonization party and home party, the supporters are just arguing verbally in temples and streets. It's all arguments within the law. It's useless to me. I must cultivate a few more idiots like Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. As for the method, it's easy. I just need to pretend to be an extremist from the colonization party and assassinate a few of the core members of the home party, or pretend to be an extremist of the home party and assassinate a few important people from the colonization party. That will do. That's right. It's better for me to pretend to be an extremist from the home party and assassinate the colonization party. After all, the colonization party is mainstream. Once the colonization party gets angry because of the assassination and decides to oppress the home party, organizations like Blue Home will definitely turn extreme in a short period of time. They will also take radical measures and become violent. Then, Dragon City will descend into chaos. Chapter 375, A Crazy Thought. The more Meng Jiao thought about it, the more excited he became. He even thought of a specific plan. The 9 cultivation families have been in control of the survival committee for years, and scandals like Thundercloud Corporation hoarding items is definitely like mushrooms after a shower. If I were an abnormal beast, I would definitely find a case or two more of them doing something even worse than hoarding and deal a severe blow to their reputation. Then, through mind control or something like brain modification, I will bewitch some of the people from the 9 great cultivation families to assassinate the people who expose the scandals and the investigators. That way, I would definitely make the dragon citizens lose their trust in the 9 great cultivation families. That's right. When I order the assassination, I will tell them to cause a large scene so that hundreds or even a whole thousand normal citizens would end up as collateral damage. That way, the conflict between the normal citizens and 9 great cultivation families would become worse. Wait, to make sure that the flames burn even hotter, I should do some preparatory work. For example, I could lead my monsters to deliver more precise strikes in the city, just like a surgeon removing tumors from a body. My target shouldn't be the military facilities that are heavily defended, but water purification plants, gene farms, synthesized food factories, and other basic facilities that are related to the survival of the normal citizens. Then, millions of normal dragon citizens would suffer from a lack of resources and would become resentful. After that, I will fan the flames with rumors that the superhumans of the 9 great cultivation families live luxurious lives so that the normal citizens will think something along the lines, "We can't even ensure our basic survival. So how could you high and mighty superhumans be so shameless as to live wanton lives?" With this series of actions, everyone, from superhumans who are from powerful families in Dragon City to those who are not, from below-average superhumans to above-average superhumans, from superhumans to normal people, and from the colonization party to the home party will suffer from a rift so bad that it can't possibly get worse. At that time, as an abnormal beast, I would carry out a plan to support one side while oppressing the other, such as what Gao Yi imagined. I might give normal humans monsters' abilities and have them fight against superhumans. This wouldn't even take me a few years. Dragon City would be dealing with such internal strife that it would destroy itself. After thinking through everything, Meng Jiao wanted to slap his thigh and praise himself for coming up with such a good plan. As he considered everything carefully, he realized that the abnormal beasts from his previous life had carried out a similar plan to his in the middle stage and later stage of the monster war. Many of the odd accidents and changes in Dragon City were something he saw on the news, but he was ignorant about it and did not understand what was going on. After returning to the past and analyzing the situation with a lot of new information, he felt as if the fog had dispersed and he could see a light now. Meng Jiao stayed up late for 3 days and handed Yi Shaoxing the battle plan he came up with after he placed himself in the abnormal beast's shoes as well as his investigation report about Blue Home. As a result, Yi Shaoxing took the time to discuss things with him in detail a few times, and he was incredibly shocked by Meng Jiao's foresight and ruthlessness, which was something far beyond what a university student should have. Yi Shaoxing told Meng Jiao that the higher-ups placed a lot of value in his report. Up till then, The Abnormal Beast Research Department had captured and killed quite a number of abnormal beasts. Their research showed that they already possessed nigh-human intelligence. But while the tactical analyzers from the research department had tried to deduce what sort of plans these intelligent monsters would use to fight against Dragon City, the results of their deductions were not as audacious, or rather, not as insane as Meng Zhao's. But when one had to predict an enemy's movements, they had to do so with an open mind. If the abnormal beasts did indeed use Meng Zhao's method to intensify the conflict within Dragon City, that would indeed be very troublesome. In the next few months, things did indeed progress as Meng Zhao predicted. The superhuman squads who were professionally armored, had high mobility, and belonged to the 9 great cultivation families worked together with the Red Dragon Army to obtain a clean victory at the perimeter of Dragon City. They pushed the outermost defense line to the east, west, and south by dozens or even 100 kilometers. Even though Dragon City's territory was expanding, it created problems such as its military strength being dispersed and a longer time being necessary to replenish supplies. Besides, the newly occupied territories were just like Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves. They had complicated terrain and all their resources were hidden underground. The capital needed to mine those resources was rather high. If they wanted to maintain effective control over those places and turn them into built-up areas that could produce items efficiently, they needed to invest a large amount of manpower, materials, and resources into them. And while there was no longer any fog that covered the sky of Dragon City, small-scale space-time rifts still appeared occasionally. They usually sent a handful of monsters into the core area of the city, where they would land precise attacks on the fundamental facilities that affected the normal people's livelihood. One attack was not enough to affect the lifeline of Dragon City. But if the facilities were damaged repeatedly, Dragon City would be unable to handle the harassment, and the people grew increasingly restless. Didn't they say that the Red Dragon Army has been winning repeatedly at the front lines and has destroyed a lot of the monster nests in the fog? Why are there still so many monsters coming non-stop into the city? Monsters destroy our water plants, power plants, and food factories every few days. Having power outages and water shortages is still fine, but if we can't even have a guaranteed supply of earthworm canned food, how will we be supposed to live? What are the superhumans doing? I saw some photos from Dragon City No. 1 in the deep web yesterday. That place is decorated so friggin' lavishly that it's basically heaven in there. The superhumans are enjoying life in heaven and do not care about the lives and deaths of the normal citizens anymore, huh? I saw it too. I knew that Dragon City No. 1 was full of luxurious mansions, I just didn't expect them to be that luxurious. Compared to the mansions of the superhumans, our shacks can't even be considered as dog kennels, right? Humph, and they say things like the blood of the strong flows for the weak. Damn it, if those superhumans are really that great, why don't they let us stay in their houses? They don't need to let us stay long in there. If they would let me live there for 3 days, I'd immediately rush to the front lines to fight to the death with monsters. Sigh. That's where you're wrong. They only mentioned that the blood of the strong flows for the weak. They didn't say that the strong are supposed to let the weak stay in their luxurious mansions. Besides, they've already fought so much for us, so it's only natural for them to stay in mansions that are dozens of times larger than our houses, enjoy good meat cut off the bodies of superbeasts, and have dozens of lovers by their side. These indignant and peculiar words could be found all over the internet, especially the dark web, where people's real identities could not be discovered easily. Topics such as whether superhumans were really the same kind of people as normal people, why superhumans had the right to live much more comfortable lives compared to humans, whether superhumans would fight forever for normal people, and whether it was just plain crap to say that the blood of the strong was supposed to flow for the weak rose to prominence quietly. Meng Zhao could figure out with his dose that there were definitely abnormal beasts fanning the flames. Fortunately, the report he handed a few months ago to the Abnormal Beast Research Department seemed to be working a little. The Abnormal Beast Research Department had gathered together some resources from the Red Dragon Army, Supernatural Tower, and the 9 great cultivation families to strengthen the fundamental facilities that affected the survival of the people and also set up hidden defenses. When the monsters tried to destroy the facilities, they were caught off guard by the unexpected defense. The research department obtained quite a lot of abnormal beasts' carcasses and even captured some live abnormal beasts. The destruction created by the abnormal beasts created was also not to the point that they could not be repaired. At the very least, the lives of the normal citizens in Dragon City were not at the point that they were unbearable, but that was when compared to the memories Meng Zhao had of his previous life. The grumbles in the deep web were just grumbles for now. They did not affect real life much. However, when they dissected the carcasses of the abnormal beasts, they found that while they had developed brains, there was also an organ in their brains that was similar to a receiver chip. They were the ones who carried out the scheme, but not the ones who planned it. Meng Jiao did not know where the mastermind was lurking. Logically, if the abnormal beasts used brainwaves to send information, the mastermind and the ones carrying out the plan could not be too far away from each other. The leader of the abnormal beasts could not possibly be lurking in a satellite city hundreds of kilometers away from Dragon City and sending signals to the city through all the spirit energy interference. But Dragon City was really big and there were just too many people around. There were plenty of places that could allow abnormal beasts to hide themselves. Meng Jiao could only keep a firm eye on Blue Home. Over the few months, as Project 101 got closer to success, Blue Home also became more active. Not only did the specialists from higher education facilities and research centers talk about it, even the elites and backbones of various industries talked about it. Heated discussions about it could even be heard in the streets and markets. There was even one time Meng Jiao saw a promotional booklet about Blue Home in his house when he returned home. Ah! That's right. I forgot that I hired Jiao Fuan's company to upgrade Blessed Heavenly Garden's defense system. Blue Home's members often organized activities in Blessed Heavenly Garden and gave away 2 crates of eggs to the people who came to listen. The eggshells given by Blue Home also had a cartoon picture of Earth on them. Meng Jiao's neighbors were now filled with even more longing and love for their blue, heavenly, adorable, sacred, and mighty home planet. Meng Jiao had asked his family about their views regarding the colonization party and home party as well. His father, who had retired from the Red Dragon Army, said, "Over the past few decades, we had no choice but to fight against zombies and monsters. After all of them wanted to destroy Dragon City. But in the future, if we really win the monster war and no one can bully us again, it'd be better to not fight. We'd just shut our borders and live our lives comfortably. Wouldn't that be great?" His mother said, "That's right, Kr, you don't understand just how worried we are when you go out to hunt every time. I have nothing to say about times when we have to defend our home when they arrive right at our doorstep. But conquering the other world? Who knows just how big the other world is? I'm not that willing to let you travel millions of miles away to fight a war when we've finally finished beating up the monsters." Only Jiao Fuan widened her eyes and swung her arms while she said loudly, "The Steel Army will conquer the other world. Long live humanity. Long live the colonization party." And then she had her arms smacked down by her older brother, father, and mother's chopsticks. Chapter 376, Gao Yi reappears. Normal citizens like his father and mother were not the only ones who were leaning more toward the ideals of the home party. Meng Jiao also knew that a lot of business owners and politicians in the survival committee were leaning toward the home party as well. Based on what Jiao Fuan told him, these politicians were proactively advocating for a special budget from the survival committee to perform a full upgrade of the defense system in all the old residential areas. Blessed Heavenly Garden was Jiao Fuan's prototype project. If they managed to pass the budget, around 1,000 old residential areas would have their defense systems renewed. The budget for it would be astronomical, but so would the profit. Jiao Fuan's new company, which he built himself after he left Standard Firepower, might rise to the top in one go. Of course, the more resources were poured into the city defense, the fewer resources would be given to the advance in the wild. The colonization party and home party would definitely argue fiercely in the survival committee over the special budget, because the amount of money involved was just astronomical. Meng Jiao had yet to decide which side to bet on. Based on his previous life's experience, the colonization party's fierce strategy was just like a raving dog, and it would only lead to Dragon City self-destructing. But the home party had not managed to make their proposition come true in his previous life, either. Besides, Meng Jiao knew just how terrifying the other world was. He did not believe that just because they did not offend the enemy would choose not to attack them. For the moment, the godlike beings in the other world had not yet discovered Dragon City's existence. When the space-time fog disappeared, the terrifying existences that shall not be named would cast their bloodthirsty gazes on Dragon City, and no matter how kind, friendly, and peace-loving the Dragon citizens appeared to be and how much they showed that they would not bother anyone else, they would still treat Dragon citizens like ants and weeds and destroy them. On a tactical level, Meng Jiao was unwilling to cut the throats of otherworld children who had no grudges against him. But on a strategic level, for the sake of Dragon City and Earth's safety, he could not agree with the home party's cowardly strategy. After all, As long as humanity was strong enough, they could turn Dragon City into troublemakers for the many races of the other world by attacking them first, then interfering or even controlling their conflicts. This was absolutely necessary for them. Yet there were still sinister and cunning abnormal beasts lurking in Blue Home. Meng Jiao told himself that if he really wanted to work with the Home Party, he first had to get rid of the malignant tumor hidden in Blue Home and think of a way to change some of the thoughts among Blue Home members. Of course, it would be for the best if nothing happened to Project 101. If they really did manage to clear the tunnel between the other world and Earth, everything would be great. With this thought in mind, Meng Jiao was quite supportive of Blue Home's expansion. He even used his resources from Agricultural University, Yan Organization, Superstar, the Broken Star Club, and other areas to help them. He also used the chance to get in touch with the elites of various industries in Dragon City. With memories from his previous life, he managed to help these elites gain enlightenment and benefited by teaching them future martial arts, skills, and thought processes. This allowed him to gain a lot of contribution points and become friends with the elites. Meng Jiao believed that one of these days, when he predicted the future through some unbelievable method, these friends would be able to serve their purpose. But he still paid the most attention to Jiao Fuan. He believed that Jiao Fuan was the abnormal beast's next target for bewitchment after Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. The abnormal beasts had to be planning a major event that would shock the world. It couldn't be far away. The logic behind it was simple: humanity had too smooth of a time with the offense outside Dragon City. Even though their military force was scattered and it took much longer to provide them with supplies, they were getting closer to the satellite cities that they had lost contact with. The armored airships from the Red Dragon City spent day and night scouting Dragon City's perimeter at low altitude. Even though they suffered rather devastating losses in terms of armored airships due to the interference of the fog, wind force, and flying-type monsters, they managed to map out a lot of the terrain that was covered in fog during the war. They could now provide firing data for the artillery troops and had discovered villages and towns that had been separated from the main city area for nearly 60 years. The villages and towns were all scattered deep within Monster Mountain Range. The monsters were gradually forming their own civilization. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. The disadvantage was that the monsters could not possibly use the caves in the mountains to ensure the survival of their civilization. If a monster civilization existed, it meant that they had to have their own city. As long as they found an abnormal beast city and gathered their firepower together or even used a major murder weapon like huge dragon's might cannon to completely destroy it, the monster war would come to an end a few years before what happened in Meng Jiao's previous life. With this sort of situation around, Meng Jiao did not believe that the abnormal beasts would be able to keep calm and continue with their strategy of damaging Dragon City bit by bit. After all, it did not do much, especially after Meng Jiao had given a reminder to the Abnormal Beast Research Department, and the department as well as other related departments set up necessary defenses. The poking of holes in Dragon City no longer had great effect. The abnormal beasts did not have time to fight for a long time with humans. After Meng Jiao linked all his previous life's memories together, he knew that Blue Home was definitely a major target that the abnormal beasts were set on conquering based on how it had disappeared without a trace and how Jiao Fuan had ended up as a lost person in his previous life. After becoming friends with Jiao Fuan, Meng Jiao gained a preemptive understanding of his circle of friends. Jiao Fuan was the same as Gao Yi. Both of them had the characteristics of technical nerds. However, since he was a committee member of Blue Home and opened his own community defense company, he knew quite a lot of people. Meng Jiao made a long list of suspects, and after a careful period of observation and analysis, he came up with a few key suspects and asked Yi Shaxing to investigate them in depth. Aside from this, Jiao Fuan's wife, Miss Xiaofenghua, was starting to show. Apparently, she was pregnant with twins, and she was becoming heavier. Even a workaholic and fervent supporter of the Home Party, Jiao Fuan would often set aside his company and duties in Blue Home to go home and take care of his wife. They looked so sweet together that Meng Jiao felt jealous. He was different from Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, who wandered around the wild alone and often cried when he fought. He was also different from Gao Yi, who was disabled and did not have a normal home life. Jiao Fuan's life could be said to be smooth and happy. When Meng Jiao saw how protective he was of his wife and was going to serve his children from head to foot, he felt that if Miss Xiao cleared her throat, Jiao Fuan would definitely not end up as a lost person. Hence, if Meng Jiao were an abnormal beast, he would use the most cruel method to kill Miss Xiao and her children. He would also push the direct or indirect reason on the 9 great cultivation families and the colonization party. When Jiao Fuan saw his wife and his unborn children's wretched deaths, his mind would be on the verge of collapse. All Meng Jiao as an abnormal beast would need to do then would be to approach him, and with just a few words, he would become a lost person. Meng Jiao had asked Jiao Fuan multiple times to be careful of his wife's safety, though he did it while beating around the bush. In secret, he even asked Yi Shaoxing whether he could mobilize a squad of guards from the Abnormal Beast Research Department to protect Ms. Xiao. But the abnormal beasts have been trying much harder to infiltrate Dragon City, so the Abnormal Beast Research Department's elites had to protect the important facilities that affected the people's livelihoods. Many of them had been unable to return home for a few months, so it only made sense that this sort of request was not granted. While Jiao Fuan stayed with his wife whenever he had the time, the Survival Committee was arguing fiercely over the special budget for the upgrade of the defense systems in old residential areas. As the direct beneficiary and proactive advocator for this budget, Jiao Fuan had to actively contact those whose interests were related to this. Clearly, he could not protect his wife 24/7. And it was difficult to fend against evil all the time. Hence, Meng Jiao could not do much. After all, there were a lot of superhumans who were like Jiao Fuan in Blue Home. All of them had the potential to be corrupted. Jiao Fuan would not be the only lost person in the future Dragon City either. Meng Jiao could not possibly suggest to the Abnormal Beast Research Department that they should protect the families of all the Blue Home members, right? Besides, aside from the special mission of investigating Blue Home, he had a lot of university work to do. There was also the subsequent upgrades of the Ultimate Style, the cooperation with Ning Shuo, Yan Hengbo, Luo Wu, and other powerful people, the events and gatherings in the Broken Star Club, practicing the cultivation plan customized for him by the anonymous donor, and dealing with the troublesome matters that came after Superstar bought over Spirit Creation's creatures' core assets. If the memories from his previous life had not given him experience far greater than what a normal university student possessed, he would scream and faint upon seeing his packed schedule. Even so, even if he had contribution points nourishing his brain, Meng Jiao still felt his brain cells dying while screaming every other second. Besides, soon after New Year, something that required his participation popped up. Gao Yi showed up again. Ever since he had turned into an ultimate sandworm, he regularly sent Meng Jiao his experiment logs. However, since the beginning of the second half of the year, his situation had taken a turn for the worse, and the logs he sent Meng Jiao were beginning to be incoherent. It was as if the part that made Gao Yi human was gradually swallowed up by the monster. His mind was continuously sinking into a murky swamp, and his communications with Meng Jiao was the last straw he held onto to keep himself sane. In November, he sent his final email to Meng Jiao. There were only 5 words in it. I was wrong. Kill me. Unfortunately, he did not do as he promised in the beginning and tell Meng Jiao where he was hidden. Meng Jiao wondered whether his shattered soul was already unable to relay such complicated information to him or whether it was because he was controlled by another power and could not tell his real situation. In any case, starting from January, the important facilities in Dragon City were attacked repeatedly from underground. The first attack was at power generator number 3, which was in the power plant in the south of the city. One night, the power generator bizarrely sank more than 10 meters underground, which triggered chain explosions, and the entire voltage grid was crippled. The investigations later on revealed that some large creature had tunneled beneath the power plant in the south of the city, and a terrifying, empty cave was formed. Dragon City had set up tight defenses over the power plants, so they investigated the surface and the underground regularly. Hence, the cave beneath was definitely formed within a short day. The enemy's ability to devour earth and rocks left a deep impression on the people, and it sent chills down their spines. Next was a financial district located next to Red Dragon River. A skyscraper with more than 50 levels started tilting visibly on a day when fog came to Dragon City. Chapter 377, Rat Horde. That skyscraper alone could accommodate thousands of people living and working there at the same time. If it collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, the financial district near the river had loads of skyscrapers. If one collapsed, it might end up crashing into other buildings and create a chain reaction. No one could calculate just how many innocents would end up dead. Fortunately, before the creature completely ate up the foundation of the building, it was discovered by an observant superhuman. Since he strengthened the foundation in time and sent the people away, the attack did not result in any deaths. But since a lot of time was wasted on saving lives, the attacker was able to escape through the complicated underground maze. The city was not that lucky during the attack 3 days later. At that time, it was the peak hour when everyone went to work or got off work. Subway number 5 was Dragon City's busiest area underground. An underground train that had nearly 1,000 passengers and it was traveling forward swiftly. Suddenly, the tunnel ahead of it collapsed. The train was caught off guard and crashed into the collapsed ground. The head of the train was completely destroyed while the carriages all left the tracks. Many of the passengers were squashed or thrown out of the windows because of inertia. Their bones were crushed against the collapsed tunnel, and they ended up as a bloody mess. But that was not the most terrifying thing. Just as the survivors were howling in pain while lying in their blood, a giant appeared behind the crippled train. It opened its mouth wide and bit open a carriage. It then started eating the passengers like a lunatic, and before the superhumans arrived, it crawled into a mysterious underground cave, where it disappeared behind countless dark forks in the tunnels. This attack led to more than 100 dead citizens and dozens of them missing. But the disappearance basically meant that they were in the belly of the creature. Based on the monitors in the subway and the panicked looks on the citizens' faces, which were recorded by the CCTVs, their attacker was Gao Yi, the person who had disappeared for half a year. After lurking around in the dark for half a year, he had grown even larger than before. His body was covered in spikes, and his mouth was filled with rows of teeth, all of which were as tough as steel. Based on the speed with which he tore apart the carriage, his bite strength was comparable to a grinder, and it was far greater than a large tunnel boring machine that was the same size as he was. A biologist also discovered a unique acid in the cave he crawled out of. It could instantly damage sturdy rocks and they would end up very brittle. There was also an adhesive liquid secreted from its excretion pore. It was highly efficient and could stick the earth he loosened while digging around, which would turn it into a substance as sturdy as reinforced concrete. It was hard to imagine how Gao Yi had managed to gain this unbelievable ability in the wild through natural evolution. The experts in the Abnormal Beast Research Department highly suspected that he was further modified by the abnormal beasts during the past half a year. Meng Zhao also felt that in this state, Gao Yi was becoming increasingly more like the supernatural entity from his previous life. Of course, due to his interference, Gao Yi had yet to reach the perfect state of the 9 great supernatural entities. If he were the supernatural entity from Meng Zhao's previous life, he would have been able to eat 7 or 8 train carriages. Also, his attack of the skyscraper foundations would not have been so careless. Instead, he would have made a few buildings collapse and caused a tragedy at the level of an earthquake. In truth, Meng Zhao could remember vaguely that the supernatural entity whose origin was Gao Yi was known as Earthquake. Meng Zhao could still stop him now. It was not too late yet. Yi Shaoxing's Group 9 had always been in charge of Gao Yi's case. The elites of Group 9 formed a few hunting teams and chased after Gao Yi day and night. They also tried to stop Gao Yi's next attack. Meng Zhao might not have been an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, but he was the last person to have seen Gao Yi. Besides, he wanted to solve the mystery of supernatural entities as well, so whenever he was free, he would join the hunting team to chase clues related to Gao Yi. They had now been chasing him for 10 days. Even though they did not manage to catch Gao Yi, they had successfully prevented him from causing more damage. There were a few times when they caught his tail in downtown areas and facilities related to the people's livelihood. But he always managed to break free with his powerful tunneling abilities. However, as time passed, the hunting team figured his movement patterns and managed to discover that he was exhausted based on how diluted his acid and adhesive liquid was. He was on the verge of collapse, and they were almost at the end of this fight of willpower and wits. It was the 11th day. They were now at a large abandoned tunnel in the south of the city. Dragon City was a 3D city that could accommodate millions of people. Before they transmigrated, the underground was filled with air raid shelters, basic shelters, and tunnels that were connected to all sorts of secret facilities. After half a century's worth of non-stop construction, destruction, abandonment, reconstruction, destruction again, and abandonment, there were now tunnels underground that were as closely packed together as in a hornet's nest. Even the people in charge of the city construction department and engineers could not tell just how many tunnels were abandoned under Dragon City and how many abandoned shelters could be found there. Gao Yi might have great tunneling abilities, but digging tunnels required a lot of stamina, and he also had to secrete acid and adhesive liquid far beyond what he was capable of. If he did not eat food nor was replenished by crystals for a long period of time, he would not be able to last for long. If possible, Gao Yi would try his best to use the abandoned tunnels under Dragon City to play hide and seek with the hunters. This was especially so after the 10 days of high-intensity chase. Since he had to drag around his huge body, he left clues whenever he passed by abandoned tunnels. Meng Jiao woke up from his 10-minute deep meditation. The fatigue he felt from chasing after Gao Yi for 8 hours was gone. He opened his eyes slowly and noticed that Lucia still had her butt in the air while her ear was pressed against the wall of the underground tunnel. She was listening to the sounds coming from deep underground. The hunts during the first few days were flashy, but the effects were not good. Yi Shaoxing then split the hunting team into the chasers and attackers. The chasers were formed by 2 investigators who were familiar with monster habits in the underground. They also had experience from being harvesters and mine explorers, so they were in charge of monitoring Gao Yi's movements underground. The attackers waited for orders at the highest spot at the center of the city, which was located on the surface. Once they received signals from the chasers, they would act quick and hurry to the location where Gao Yi might possibly be. This system allowed all the members in Group 9 to avoid being exhausted from the chase and ending up ruining their own bodies before they caught Gao Yi's tail. Meng Jiao was still partnered with Lucia. One of them was a skilled harvester, and the other a mine explorer and spirit sensor. Over the past 10 days, their teamwork had gotten better, and they had brushed shoulders with Gao Yi a few times. On that day, Meng Jiao managed to find fine scratches from when Gao Yi's spikes scratched the walls of the tunnel. Then, he chased after the faint scent of blood and discovered some tissue components from a few normal sandworms. By the looks of it, Gao Yi had stopped here to eat. So, Lucia used her talents as a spirit sensor and focused to listen for the faintest tremors within several kilometer area. Meng Jiao brought out 2 high-calorie nutritional fluid bottles from his backpack and drank one. He originally did not want to bother Lucia, but when he saw the great puzzlement on her face, he tossed the other bottle to her and asked, "What's wrong? Did you hear something?" Lucia did not even look while casually catching the high-calorie nutritional fluid Meng Jiao tossed to her. She mumbled, "It's strange. There's something very unusual. It doesn't seem like the ultimate sandworm, but like something small. And there's a large quantity of them." A faint rotten scent came from the depths of the abandoned tunnel. Meng Jiao sensed danger, and his hair rose. Right now, even without the spirit sensor's ears, he could hear screeches from the dark. He also heard the sounds of claws scratching at the walls. "Be prepared to fight." Meng Jiao grabbed Lucia and brought out a flare from the sam-brown belt around his thigh. He snapped it viciously and tossed it deep into the abandoned tunnel. The flare let out hissing sounds, and the bloody red light illuminated the depths of the tunnel so much that it looked like it was daytime in there. The light shone on thousands of furry rats with bloodshot eyes that were coming at them in a tide. Even though they knew long ago that the abandoned tunnel would definitely be packed full of rats, the scene in front of them still made chills run down Meng Jiao and Lucia's spines. The flares they used had bone powder from various monsters. When they burned, they released a pungent scent. Normally, they had an amazing effect of chasing away pests. But the large rats with sharp spikes growing all over their bodies only widened their bloodshot eyes and rushed at them like a tidal wave. "What's going on?" Meng Jiao frowned a little, but he was not that concerned about the rat horde. He held his breath and grabbed a few firebombs to toss them over. They immediately formed a firewall in front of them. Countless rats died in the sea of fire, while an even larger number caught on fire. They started scrambling all over the place like fire arrows. Before they could even get half a meter within Meng Jiao's range, he tore them to shreds with a swing of his chain sabers. They were like a tornado. Lucia levitated in the air and used her vitality magnetic field to resonate with the nuclear spheres of the stones to summon thin spikes that pinned the rats to the ground. After leaving behind more than 100 carcasses, the rat horde realized just how terrifying Meng Jiao and Lucia were. They no longer dared to bother these 2 demons and split up like a wave running into a skerry. Then, they started running out of the tunnel. Meng Jiao exchanged a glance with Lucia. Both of them had a bad feeling. Rat-type monsters were usually not very strong, but since there were a lot of them, they had high reproduction, and could also spread all sorts of diseases. They were often used by abnormal beasts as vanguards to disturb the order of the human defense line. Was it a coincidence that a rat horde like this had appeared in the place where Gao Yi had passed by? Meng Jiao used a chain saber to sweep up a rat that had not managed to flee in time. In just a short 10 seconds, he dissected it into a specimen that looked like a piece of art. There was an unusual shade of light blue on the rat's spine. Its brain had edema, and there were also scattered blue spots all over it. "It looks like it's infected by some virus." Meng Jiao dissected another rat whose limbs had been pinned by Lucia. It showed similar symptoms. He thought about it and said, Big Sisya, do you remember that we also ran into a rat horde infected by a virus, which turned it violent, when we were looking for the out-of-control sandworms at Trash Site 4? That time, the rats were infected with mutated rabies. But this time, the virus they're infected with appears to be even worse than mutated rabies. Chapter 378, The Virus Appears Again. Meng Jiao could not decide whether he should continue chasing after Gao Yi or follow up on the rat horde. The next moment, he connected to Yi Shaoxing's channel and heard the captain of Group 9 speak urgently, "Come back to the surface, quick." Meng Jiao and Lucia exchanged a glance and returned through a tunnel that inclined upwards. Then, they climbed up a simple ladder and flipped open the manhole cover, which led them to the surface. It was only then that they noticed that the south of the city was in chaos. They used a military-grade tactical computer and received information Yi Shaoxing had just sent to them. It was screenshots of the junctions at the south of the city, all of which were taken from the CCTVs. They could clearly see that half an hour ago, black geysers had suddenly shot out of the corners, drains, and manholes in the south of the city. They surged to residential areas like a flood and especially targeted the temporary tents. Naturally, those black geysers were rat hordes that filled every corner of the streets. In the past, when a monster invasion happened, a space-time rift would open, and it would usually cause ripples beforehand. Due to that, it would be predicted by the weather forecast station, so the areas that would be affected could enter a fortified state. The residents would also go into a state of alertness and prepare for war. But the rat horde came without a warning. They had been living under Dragon City instead of being sent from outside, so before they shot out into the city, the weather forecast station didn't release any alarms about the fog. Naturally, no areas were fortified. They were not even at 10% of fortification. Besides, the residents whose homes were destroyed during the previous monster invasions were still living in tents that only offered simple living conditions. It was impossible for them to fortify those places. The rat horde dived straight into the community areas and residential areas to fight against the citizens. Within a short moment, Meng Jiao heard chaos all over the place. People were hitting things in panic, which created lots of noise. It was as if a pot of congee had started spilling out of the pot while popcorn popped out of the pan beside it at the same time. Yi Shaoxing shouted hoarsely in the communication channel that hundreds of residential areas in the south were invaded by the rat horde, and based on the signs that the rats had appeared at the same time from various directions, it was a large-scale attack that had been planned beforehand. "What do you mean?" Lucia wore a pair of long leather boots that had steel plates and spikes on them. She stomped on one rat and kicked it far away. Then, she asked in puzzlement, "Do the abnormal beasts want to use these rats to destroy Dragon City's defenses?" Meng Jiao was also puzzled by this. Even though the weather forecast station would not send alarms if they used the rat horde already in the city so that the buildings would not be fortified, the rats were weak. It was a stretch to even call them monsters. Dragon citizens were all skilled in martial arts and were strong, and all the families had weapons hidden in their homes. They could deal with rat hordes. Once Group 9 sent out drones, they quickly captured the scenes from above the community areas nearby, and they saw what they expected. It was the peak hour at night. The streets and public transports were full of people. The sudden appearance of the rat horde brought about chaos in the subway and all sorts of public transport, catching the community areas off guard. But soon, the citizens reacted to the situation and launched a resolute counterattack. Many of the office workers in the public buses wore leather boots with steel plates and sharp blades. There were also people who had soft swords and whips at their waists. Some of the women lifted their skirts and unsheathed chilling daggers from their thighs as well. The families in the residential areas also had secret weapons to deal with pests, huge nets that had great flexibility. Once they threw the nets over, they could catch a few rats and pin them to the ground. With the arm strength of the dragon citizens, they could easily break the rats' bones and smash their heads. Hence, the disturbance only lasted for a moment before it soon calmed down. But Meng Jiao could smell the scent of a plot. Sneaking into Dragon City to control so many rats in the dark? Whoever it is also made them go berserk at the same time to attack the places with the densest number of people. The abnormal beasts must have used a lot of brainpower for this, but what's the result they want? Do they just want the citizens to relieve some of their boredom while they're going home after work? Suddenly, Meng Jiao's pupils shrank. The screen on the tactical monitor showed 20 scenes at the same time. And his gaze was fixed on the 16th scene at the top left corner. He tapped on that scene lightly. The drone in the distance immediately received the command and lowered itself so that Meng Jiao could see what was going on the surface clearer. It revealed a strong man who was built like a tower and had a shiny bald head. Moments earlier, when the rat horde surged into a public bus, he was the first to fight against the rat horde. In one breath, he squashed 8 rats. He even crushed 2 rats with his huge bombs. The rat's sharp claws had left a few bloody marks on his face and arms. The streets were full of public buses whose crystal engines had exploded after rats crawled into them and they could not move. The streets were obstructed. Before the ambulances arrived, the man sat down by the road to rest. Meng Jiao saw the man wave his hand to refuse someone offering to treat his arm. His face was full of smiles while his mouth moved. He seemed to be saying, "These are just minor wounds. You don't have to trouble yourself with it." Then, the man leaned against a tree and shut his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. He was twitching like someone suffering from neuroticism. It seemed like he was having a nightmare. Green veins stretched from his arms to his shoulders until they reached his face. The man only slept for half a minute before he opened his eyes wide. His gaze was filled with confusion and shone with a brutal light. The twitches never stopped, but became fiercer. He looked like a crazed dancer, but also like someone who was unable to extract himself from a nightmare. Soon, some people noticed his strange actions. But before they could shout, the man revealed unbelievable mobility. He charged at them like a mad dog weighing more than 100 kilograms. Meng Jiao saw the man knocking over a citizen who had been fighting alongside him just now. That person crashed into a public bus like a kite with its string snapped. The bus swayed viciously, and the citizen coughed up blood before he fainted. The man pounced on another citizen and opened his mouth wide, which revealed sharp canines, and he bit viciously into the citizen's neck. No. That man was not the only one affected. Meng Jiao saw many citizens who were injured while fighting gloriously against the rat horde turning into zombies within a short minute, and it happened in a lot of places in the south of the city. Meng Jiao's mind raced before he reacted to the situation. He shouted into the communication channel, "Virus! Captain Yi, the rat horde carries a new mutated zombie virus. Their goal wasn't to use the rat horde to crush our defenses, but to spread the virus. Damn it! The new mutated zombie virus attacks so quickly. It activates half a minute after the person is scratched or bitten. After it's activated, the infected's mobility increases by leaps and bounds. By the looks of it, it's not a pure zombie virus. Instead, it's the combination of a zombie virus and rabies. There's a high chance that it's a product from a lab and is an evil biochemical weapon." "Roger that," Yi Shaoxing said gravely. "We've already reported the situation to the higher-ups. The South is going to immediately enter the highest state of alert. The superhumans from the other regions are rushing here. Stay where you are and be ready to help the citizens at all times." Before his voice faded away, Meng Jiao heard the shrill sound of an alarm. It was made of 3 long beeps and 2 short beeps. Red alert. The citizens were urged to quickly fortify the residential areas in the south. The vanguards of the Red Dragon Army brought armored airships to multiple regions in the south. They released steam while they sank down. Then, ropes were released and squads of elite soldiers slid down until they were between 7 and 8 meters from the ground. Then, they let go and landed on the ground on nimble feet. Even though the streets were blocked off by crippled public buses, there were a lot of huge runic symbol fighting vehicles shaped like spiders and crabs. They crossed over the public buses to arrive at the crossroads. Then, they sat down to bring out cannons that could fire 360 degrees around it. They formed a tight defense on the streets. Even though a lot of the rats had scratched and bitten the citizens, causing them to turn into zombies within a short half a minute, dragon citizens had been fighting zombies for half a century ago, so they were not scared out of their wits because of something as small as this. When they faced the monstrous, growling zombies, most of the citizens did not choose to retreat. Instead, they went forward boldly to fight against the zombies. As the south of the city entered red alert, the underground warehouses that had eye-catching yellow paint painted on their roofs and were buried under the streets or the entrances of large retail shops rose slowly. The plates were opened up, revealing the guns that filled those warehouses. The citizens surged forward and grabbed weapons in a flurry of motion. With familiar moves, they fit in a sufficient amount of ammo and started executing tactical maneuvers with ease by looking for hiding spots and locking down the streets. With guns in hand, they received a huge boost in confidence. They fired at the zombies non-stop, which turned the horror show into an action war movie. Soon, the superhumans from all regions of the city came to provide reinforcements to the south of the city. The Heaven Realm superhumans used their maglev abilities to fly over. The Earthrealm fighters wore the 3D mobile gear made for superhumans and jumped down from the skyscrapers. The normal citizens, Red Dragon Army, and superhumans worked together as one to fend against the attack, and while the rat hordes and the spread of the zombie virus might have arrived among them fiercely, they did not manage to completely destroy the order in the southern part of the city. However, the zombies this time were smarter than normal zombies. When they noticed that they were not the opponents of guns, armored vehicles, and superhumans, they went into the depths of the residential areas or the corners of shabby streets, just like cunning monsters. The chaos in the southern part of the city would not easily die down. They were bound to have a sleepless night. Bang, bang. Meng Jiao held a gun and hit a zombie's knee. The zombie that had been about to pounce on an innocent citizen immediately fell to the ground. It continued screaming madly and struggling. It scratched the ground with its hands and tried to crawl to the innocent citizens. Meng Jiao stomped on it and handed it to the Red Dragon Army soldiers who surged forward. "Why didn't you blow its head off?" Lucia asked after she rushed over. "These people are infected with acute zombie virus. They might have a chance to return to normal." As Meng Jiao spoke, he looked around. Flames burned everywhere, and the gunshots rose and fell all over the place. The streets were rife with chaos. Puzzlement filled his eyes, but then he remembered his previous life, and his eyes shone. Chapter 379, Double Hit. Meng Jiao remembered that after he failed the National College examination in his previous life, zombie viruses also gradually came back from the ashes. In truth, the zombie crisis had happened around 50 years ago. The survivors had long since formed an immunity to all sorts of viruses, and it had been a long time since they heard of zombies appearing at a large scale. Sometimes, zombies would appear like Granny Wang. They were people badly injured by monsters, so their lives would come to an end. Thus, their corpses would slowly turn into another life form. But Meng Jiao remembered very clearly that during the middle and later stage of the monster war, Dragon City encountered a zombie crisis once every few days. It seemed like as the monsters became stronger, the power of the zombie viruses also increased. The new zombie viruses would not only pass to humans through pests, it would also go through the circulatory system to reach the central nervous system and brain tissue through a few cuts. They did not even need the human to be completely dead to activate. In just a short half a minute, a living human would turn into a super zombie of any strange shape or form and catch people off guard. Some zombies could shoot fire or acid. Some zombies could crawl on walls and had terrifying mobility. Some zombies could self-destruct like large biochemical bombs that released poisonous liquid with a bang and sent it more than 100 meters away. Strictly speaking, the infected could not be known as zombies, because compared to traditional zombies turned from the dead, their mutation happened really quickly. It was clear that a lot of people were still alive too, but their bodies were invaded by the terrifying virus and controlled. Perhaps it would be better to call them mutants. But that was not the point. The point was that Meng Jiao remembered that whenever super zombies appeared, they were just appetizers. Usually, after the zombies wreaked havoc in the streets, ridiculously horrifying monsters would appear in the battlefield and deal a huge blow to Dragon City. In his previous life, Meng Jiao was ignorant and could not understand why the zombies and monsters would appear together each time. In this life, he had a lot more information from the higher-ups, and he instantly saw light, as if someone had lit a light bulb in his head. That's right. After more than 50 years of sifting out the weak, Dragon citizens have natural antibodies toward zombie viruses. Even if the virus really activated, the people would just slowly turn into traditional zombies with rotten bodies, staggering steps, and not an ounce of fighting power, just terrifying howls. Yet the ridiculously powerful super zombie virus reacted fast, was highly contagious after its mutation, and gave the infected great fighting powers. It had to be a biochemical weapon created by the abnormal beasts. Based on the analysis from Dragon City's experts, the dimensions of Dragon City and the other world are slowly fusing together. The fog shrouding the entire city and large-scale monster invasions are growing lower in number, so it's difficult for the abnormal beast to run into a large-scale space-time rift to toss a large amount of fighting power into Dragon City. Then, the pests with the super zombie virus are the vanguards for the abnormal beasts. But zombies alone can't defeat humans. Still, they can destroy the order in Dragon City and make the humans mobilize their firepower. They can also exhaust the superhumans while helping the abnormal beasts hide their real plans. When Meng Jiao thought of this, he shuddered and quickly grabbed the communicator. "Captain Yi, our attention should still be on the abnormal beasts. I think that the rat horde and zombies are just the prelude. They're just the cover-up to confuse us. The enemy's real attack should come behind them. It was very noisy around Yi Shaoxing. From the other end of the communicator, Meng Jiao could hear the howls of zombies, angry shouts from humans, and the rise and fall of guns. After a long while, Yi Shaoxing asked, "Why do you say so?" "The abnormal beasts have not planned anything major over the past few months. If they don't act now, are they supposed to just watch us yank them out of their nests? No matter how strong the new zombies are, they're just zombies. They definitely can't win against the iron fists from the brave dragon citizens. This is something we know clearly, and the abnormal beasts definitely know it even better. They won't wait around foolishly and let the rat hordes and zombies be entertainment for us. Don't forget that Gao Yi is still around. If he eats up the foundation of some skyscraper while we're all busy suppressing the zombies, that skyscraper is going to collapse, and he will cause damage that is greater than anything 100 zombies could do." Yi Shaoxing was silent for a while before he readily agreed with Meng Jiao's judgment. Makes sense. Meng Jiao might be young, but he was an off-staff investigator of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Due to the insightful nature of the reports he had been submitting and his foresight, the Abnormal Beast Research Department had been able to come up with some plans and regulations. At the same time they managed to rack up their achievements, they also prevented a lot of deaths. During the battle simulations of Group 9, Meng Jiao would often pretend to be the enemy and launch all sorts of extreme attacks. He would resort to every conceivable means to attack Dragon City. Even the official investigators who were several cultivation realms higher than he would usually lose miserably to his invasion tactics and crazy methods of destruction. They could only smile wanly and say, "Meng Jiao, thank goodness you're not an abnormal beast." Gradually, Meng Jiao became quite famous in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. The members of Group 9 also treated him as an abnormal beast in human skin instead of a normal university student. They trusted him a lot. Yi Shaoxing immediately summoned the Group 9 investigators who were scattered all over the southern part of the city and organized an emergency video conference. The Red Dragon Army is in position. Most of the communities have been completely fortified. It's just a matter of time before we get rid of the zombies. Our problem is still the abnormal beasts, Yi Shaoxing said. Right now, there's chaos all over the south of the city. The abnormal beasts might use the chaos to invade the vital areas. I've already reminded the higher-ups to send manpower to protect the important facilities in the southern part of the city, but our mission is still to catch Gao Yi. The problem is, right now, there are gunshots everywhere, and there are a lot of pests underground. It's difficult to trace the sounds of Gao Yi digging and eating earth. So, we can only predict his possible targets and try to arrive at the spot before he does anything so that we can catch him off guard. Yi Shaoxing uploaded a distribution map of the important facilities in the south of the city to the tactical computers of the Group 9 investigators. The investigators already had more than 100 construction maps of the underground tunnels and 3D structure charts in their tactical computers. They contained the coordinates where they had recently traced Gao Yi. If they connected the large number of densely packed coordinates together, they could form Gao Yi's movement trajectory. The scratches Meng Jiao and Lucia discovered were the last place Gao Yi was seen. When they connected his movement trajectory and the last place he appeared, his path formed an arrow. Ahead of it were important facilities and a large number of skyscrapers. There were at least dozens of them in the area. Each group of investigators was in charge of monitoring from 3 to 5 suspicious points. Even so, they were still plagued by problems. There were large unmonitored areas between the targets, and it would be very easy for Gao Yi to take advantage of those areas to cause trouble. If only they could learn of Gao Yi's target beforehand. Meng Jiao stared at the map with rapt attention. At some point, he bit the nail on his thumb to the point that it was uneven. Suddenly, he saw a small spot at the edge of the map. He magnified the map and closed in on the real-time surveillance footage of that spot. "Meng Jiao, Sia, do you know the area you're in charge of yet?" Yi Shaoxing asked through the communicator. "Captain, we'd like to change locations." Meng Jiao interrupted Lucia's answer. "Why?" Yi Shaoxing asked. Instincts," Meng Jiao said. "The important facilities you marked are naturally good targets, and if they're destroyed, they will cause a lot of deaths among the citizens. Parts of the area will collapse as well. But I think that Gao Yi won't choose those places. His next target might be the construction site of subway number 20. Yi Shaoxing was silent and waited for Meng Jiao's explanation. "I understand Gao Yi. He's a true technical nerd. When he was a human, He racked his brains and even broke the law to achieve his goal just so that he could get the construction deal for subway number 20. I think that even if he completely lost his humanity and forgot his pride as a human, he would still refuse to accept things the way they are deep in his nerves, even if just a bit. Recently, the construction of subway number 20 has reached the point where they're about to dig a tunnel under the river. This is the first tunnel under a river, and it will cross Red Dragon River. Aside from construction, the parties involved will also test a lot of advanced technology. Once the technology is verified, soon, there will be tunnels going under rivers everywhere. They will connect Jianan with the main city area, and it's highly likely that this will increase Dragon City's centralization and overall fighting power. But what if the gigantic ultimate sandworm dug into the tunnel during the crucial period of the construction and water flooded the tunnel, thereby making the tunnel collapse and perhaps even making the space for the underground railway that has already been dug out collapse? A lot of workers, architects, and specialists would drown, and it would lead to a major delay in Dragon City's development. I think that this target is the only one worthy of the abnormal beasts racking their brains to launch the rat hordes and zombies at us as a smoke bomb to provide cover for Gao Yi. Yi Shaoxing was silent for a while, then said, "The construction site of the tunnel under the river is at the edge of the southern part of the city. If we calculate the time since the rat horde appeared, this amount of time should be enough for Gao Yi to run to that place and cause destruction." Meng Zhao said. "All right." Yi Shaoxing did not hesitate. He immediately made his decision. There are dozens of important facilities here, and they concern the safety of millions of citizens. We can't give up on searching for Gao Yi here and set up defenses around them too. But I'll send your target to another squad. Go at full speed to the construction of the tunnel under the river with Lucia. If you discover Gao Yi's tracks, the attackers will immediately head to you." "Roger that," Meng Zhao and Lucia said at the same time. Both of them brought out different metallic boxes from their backpacks. Meng Zhao pressed a triangle-shaped button on the metallic box, and as the whirs from sophisticated gears and machines moving rose, the metallic box opened up layer by layer and revealed a shiny 3D mobile gear that looked like a metal skeleton. Lucia's metallic box turned into a flying backpack. A pair of alloy wings that were as thin as cicada wings spread out from the backpack. A mini-engine filled with crystal fuel released steam, which allowed her to make subtle changes in her movement direction. Chapter 380, Power of the New Virus. Just when both of them were about to leave, they saw a zombie nimbly crawling over from a corner. At first glance, it was a business elite, since he wore a suit and had a computer bag hanging diagonally over its chest. But its grayish-white limbs were much longer than the average size. They came out of the sleeves and pants, which made the zombie look hilarious, like it was an adult wearing a child's clothes. In the short few minutes since its turning, its bones and muscles had grown and deformed it. Its grayish-white skin was stretched so taut that it was as thin as a cicada's wing. It also tore and formed intersecting lines, revealing bunches of bloody granulation tissue. But the zombie did not seem to notice. Like a human-shaped spider, it could move quickly over the walls and trees by the sides of the street. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid gunshots came from behind it. They were followed by chaotic footsteps, and a group of passionate citizens who had just got off work showed up. They had replenished their ammunition from the underground warehouses that rose in the streets and equipped themselves to the teeth. Then, they started hunting the rat horde and zombies. There were people of all sorts and sizes in the group. While holding their guns, they pushed forward with their squad. But they did not look like they were professionals, so Meng Zhao guessed that they were a motley crew formed on the spot. People like them should have stayed and defended the fortified communities. They should not have run out on their own to hunt. "It's too dangerous here," Meng Zhao shouted at the passionate citizens. "Look for a place and defend it. Wait for the Red Dragon army to come to you." The group grinned and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. They're just weak zombies. We've equipped ourselves from head to toe in armor, so they won't be able to bite us." As the leader spoke, they raised their arms up and patted their necks. It was winter right then, and everyone was dressed in thick layers. As long as they used bulletproof and anti-stab material to wrap up the limbs that were exposed outside, the teeth and nails of normal zombies would have a hard time tearing through their defenses. Besides, the new generation dragon citizens had basically grown up on the stories of their grandparents fighting zombies. Decades ago, when the old generation had just transmigrated to the other world, they were confused and had to rely on hammers, kitchen knives, and lawnmowers. Even so, they could kill the zombies until they were scared of them. The current dragon citizens were not even afraid of monsters, so naturally, they were also not afraid of mere zombies. Meng Jiao wanted to stop them, but the long-limbed zombie who was shaped like a human spider popped its head out of the crown of a tree. The passionate citizens cried out and charged forward. They fired their guns and instantly left multiple holes in the zombie. It fell from the crown of the tree. The passionate citizens cheered victoriously and charged forward to check their spoils. Alarm bells rang out in Meng Jiao's head. He cussed and activated his 3D mobile gear. He stomped on the ground violently, and a powerful gust of air shot out from his back, allowing him to jump 30 meters in an instant. He landed on a broken-down public bus. Whoosh! His chain sabers left his hands, and with the addition of spirit energy, one turned into burning flames, and the other dazzling lightning. 2 long cracks were left on top of the public bus. Meng Jiao reached into the crack and summoned his strength. Then, he tore off a steel plate from the public bus. In the current generation, public buses were built with the thought that they might run into monster invasions during the peak when people went to work or clocked off work. The windows were really small, and the outside walls were really sturdy. They were basically super-armored vehicles. The steel plate Meng Jiao yanked off was in charge of protecting the crystal engines, so it was like a huge arc-shaped shield. With the shield in hand, he jumped twice to the spot where the zombie fell after it was shot down. The passionate citizens began to shout. The severely wounded zombie was stimulated by the mutated zombie virus, and in just a few seconds, its organs turned into liquid, then gas. Its body swelled up in a deformed manner. Very soon, its head was submerged by the flesh from its body, and only its long and thin limbs were left. At first glance, it looked like a balloon filled with liquid poison and 4 matches sticking out of it. The poison that leaked out of its wounds splashed onto the plants, and they instantly turned yellow and withered away. Pungent white smoke rose from them. The passionate citizens saw that the situation was bad, and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The zombie had swelled to the max and exploded with a bang. The poison spread out like rain and went straight at the passionate citizens. They had nowhere to hide. The citizens screamed. Most of the group could only wrap their arms around their heads and squat down on the ground while praying that their winter clothes would be thick enough to fend off the poison. Fortunately, Meng Jiao acted fast. He tossed the shield forward and warded off most of the poison flying forward. The shield let out sizzling sounds, and white smoke curled up. Only drops of the poison splashed onto the passionate citizens' clothes. Meng Jiao shouted sternly, "Everyone, immediately remove your coats. Form groups of 2. Bring your guns up and aim at each other's foreheads. The new zombie virus activates very quickly. Be alert. Observe each other for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, recite the first rule of Dragon Citizens and make sure that no one's brains have been invaded by viruses. Otherwise, the other citizens' downfall might be your downfall as well. Do you understand? The countdown starts now." After returning from the apocalypse, once Meng Jiao becomes serious, he would have a sharp, murderous air that not even experienced fighters who had gone through hundreds of battles in the current era possessed. The passionate citizens were shocked by his murderous intent and shuddered. Many of them recognized Meng Jiao. He was one of the younger generation superhumans and a leader of the Golden Era. They cast a glance at the zombie who had already turned into pus and poison. When they remembered how this pitiful person had been a human just like them more than 10 minutes ago, they no longer dared to be careless. At their fastest speed, they removed their coats, because they might be stained with poison, and tossed them far away. The citizens who were the closest to the zombie even removed their sweaters and thermal clothing. They would rather shiver in the cold wind instead of letting poison seep into their skin and turn into a zombie after they were infected by the virus. Everyone formed pairs of 2 and raised their guns at each other. Meng Jiao had Lucia watch them while he inspected the zombie's corpse. The zombie had self-destructed very cleanly. Aside from its thin and long torn limbs, it did not leave behind a lot of useful things. Meng Jiao sent spirit energy into his eyes. They shone with intense light while he searched through the corpse. Then, he brought out a long and narrow pair of forceps to pick up a finger. He stared at the severed part and observed it for a long time. After that, he brought out more than 10 portable reagents and powder, then gathered some of the zombie's blood, poison, and torn flesh. He started conducting all sorts of tests on them. Some of the reagents did not react when they were poured on the zombie's blood. The reagents did not mix with the blood and stayed clear from it. When he used the 7th reagent, he dropped a bit of faint red liquid on it, and the zombie blood immediately started moving madly. Spikes grew on the surface of the liquid. It was as if the blood had been given new life. The camera on Meng Jiao's shoulder recorded the entire process of him testing the reaction of the zombie's blood. 3 minutes were up. On the surface, The passionate citizens did not show any changes. Half of them managed to smoothly recite the first law of dragon citizens. The other half might have stumbled in their recitation, but they could sing the newest popular songs and knew the newest gossip. They could even recite the 9x timetable. There was even a girl with sparkling eyes. She ran over excitedly and said that she idolized Meng Jiao, so could he please sign his name for her as a memory? By the looks of it, they were not infected by the virus. They still retained a clear head and an independent will. They also had appreciation for beauty. Meng Jiao signed his name for the fan. The armored vehicles from the Red Dragon army came roaring from the end of the street. Meng Jiao sighed in relief and handed the passionate citizens to the soldiers. He then thought about it and connected to Yi Shaoxing's communicator again. "Captain Yi, what's your situation? Do you have a lot of injured citizens?" Meng Jiao asked. "How did you know?" Yi Shaoxing sounded a little anxious. "We were trying our best to defend the important facilities, but on our way, we ran into a lot of injured citizens. These zombies are not easy to deal with." "That's right. I have a zombie who exploded just now. I inspected its corpse, and I noticed that it produced a great reaction to the blood flower reagent," Meng Jiao said. "I'm certain that the newest group of zombies are biochemical weapons created by the Abnormal Beasts lab." Also, when the Abnormal Beasts created the new virus, not only did they combine the characteristics of the zombie virus and rabies virus, they also extracted some strange substance from blood flowers, so the virus has the characteristics of blood flowers. Yi Shaoxing was shocked. "What?" "Based on the monsters we hunted in the wild, once a monster is infested by a blood flower, not only will its mobility largely increase, it might also gain all sorts of strange skills, such as spitting fire or acid. They can also self-destruct to spread viruses, bacteria, and spores. After they die, the chances of their carcasses mutating increase by a large degree, and they might also gain other abilities. I highly suspect that the characteristics that once appeared in the monsters will also appear in the new zombies. These zombies are not weak at all. If normal citizens view the new zombies' fighting power the old way, they will definitely suffer major losses. I suggest that before we understand all the characteristics of the new zombies, the normal citizens should not recklessly engage them in close-quarters combat. They must be especially on guard against the zombies self-destructing and a second mutation after their deaths." "Makes sense," Yi Shaoxing said. "I'll notify the related departments and have the citizens move to the fortified communities as soon as possible." Damn it! These abnormal beasts really do possess intelligence that is not to be underestimated. They intentionally chose to attack us during the peak when we clock off work. A large group of citizens were stuck in the streets, and when they noticed that their enemies are just rats and zombies, many people chose to attack. They did not think about retreating somewhere, not that there's any place for them to go. If this continues, there will be a lot of casualties, and it will be hard for us to restore order. But I will handle the situation. Hurry up and go to the construction site of the tunnel under the river. The enemy has planned this meticulously, so something major will definitely happen tonight. Roger. Meng Jiao ended the call and replenished his batch of bombs with grenades and flash bombs. He got them from the passionate citizens and soldiers. He then turned around and said urgently to Lucia, "Trust me. My instincts are telling me that something will definitely happen in the construction site under the river. We can't delay things any longer. We must seize every second we have to rush over." Meng Jiao. Before Lucia could speak, the fan who had asked for his signature ran over and waved her handphone. She started chattering away like a lark. "I told my friends just now that I ran into the legendary Meng Jiao and fought against zombies with you, but my friends don't believe me. They said that I was boasting. Can I take a photo with you?" "Sure." Meng Jiao smiled brightly and motioned for the girl to hand her phone to Lucia. Meanwhile, he bent his knees a little and made a victory sign. Lucia, Chapter 381, Tunnel Protection Squad DH. Thank you so much. After the fan, who seemed like a high school student, took a picture with Meng Jiao, she said excitedly, "I didn't expect that the legendary Meng Jiao was so friendly. I'm not a deity realm superhuman, just someone at the peak of Earth realm. There's no need for me to put on airs," Meng Jiao said with a smile. "But with such a cute supporter like you, I will definitely work hard and reach Heaven Realm as soon as possible. You're still in high school, right? My younger sister is a high school student too. You have to work hard together with her. Train non-stop and become stronger." The fan was so excited after she received his encouragement that her eyes sparkled. She swung her arms and said seriously, "I'll definitely work hard." Work hard. Also, when you fight against zombies, Be careful. Don't get too close to them. Meng Jiao smiled and bade farewell to the fan. He felt really guilty, so he did not quite dare to look Lucia in the eye. Seize every second possible, huh? Lucia asked with the ghost of a smile. You don't understand, Meng Jiao replied seriously. The abnormal beasts have changed their tactics and are using psychological tactics. They want to exaggerate the difference between superhumans and normal people so that they can intensify the conflict between them. Then, they can tear apart the communities in Dragon City. With that kind of situation in mind, as superhumans, we can't put on airs in front of normal people. We have to be friendly and be part of the people's lives. So, we should try to satisfy the fans' requests, since that will allow us to maintain the harmony in Dragon City. Makes sense. But if this fan was a burly man weighing more than 100 kilograms, built like a tank, with scars covering his face, and a beard, would you still patiently give your signature and take a picture with him just like you did with the female fan? If you did, you'd make even more sense. Meng Jiao scratched his head and wanted to defend himself further, but Lucia had already flown away. The Heaven Realm superhumans might be able to freely apply maglev and soar through the skies, but if they wanted to travel long distances, they could not be fast. After all, the physiological structure of the human body made it certain that humans could not fly. Even though they could activate their spirit energy and perform short-distance sprints in the air, it used up a lot of spirit energy. Hence, Heaven Realm superhumans often carried with them lightweight gliders. While above the people, they could glide through the air quickly while subtly changing their direction non-stop until they reached their destination. When Lucia had already risen 100 meters into the air and started gliding to Red Dragon River, Meng Jiao activated his 3D mobile gear and jumped high into the air. Loud puffs of air came out from his gear as he jumped among the buildings. He moved as if he was flying. One of them jumped and the other glided. Both of them rushed forward. Soon, they passed more than 10 streets. Smoke still curled up from the areas under them. Gunshots and shouts rose and fell. Quite a number of streets still had zombies in them. One of the shelter areas with temporary tents was thrown into chaos by the zombies. The two could see a lot of citizens wanting to escape. They squeezed themselves into narrow streets and shoved at each other. Those places were cramped. It was difficult for the tanks and armored vehicles outside to come in. It was also difficult for the superhumans to make the citizens spread out. If even one of the citizens there were infected by the new zombie virus, the consequences would be dire. We have to set up defenses everywhere and can't be hit anywhere. The home party's ideals will put us in a far too passive position against the enemy's surprise attacks. Meng Jiao sighed in his heart. Right now, they only faced monsters and zombies. In the future, they would face elves, dwarves, dragons, magicians, and all sorts of strange otherworld creatures. Their magic, curses, plagues, bewitchment, and mind control were much stronger than the zombies in terms of invasiveness and destructiveness. The colonization party's method would not work, but there were problems with the home party's ideals as well. If they thought that building a hoop-shaped defense line around Dragon City would make their defenses impenetrable and let them sleep peacefully, they would end up being beaten up and become mangled sitting ducks. The colonization party is full of mad dogs, but the home party is full of cowards. Just which path should Dragon City take in the future? It's a real headache. Meng Jiao thought. Let's talk about the battle in front of us right now. We're just defending and fighting back passively. We can't win the monster war like this. It'd be better for us to find the abnormal beast's nest, which is likely the satellite city that is even more terrifying than Dragon King Town. That's the only way. The tragedy in front of him made Meng Jiao come to a decision. He had to reach Heaven Realm as soon as possible and join the operation to destroy the satellite city that was controlled by the abnormal beasts. However, he first had to deal with the problem of the abnormal beasts invading and attacking them from all sides. He and Lucia soon left the southern part of the city and reached the banks of Red Dragon River. During winter, the Red Dragon River was like a hibernating aquatic dragon. It flowed slower than during the wet season in summer, which was why winter was the best period of time to construct a tunnel under the river. But a lot of minerals and crystals came from upstream, where Monster Mountain Range was, so there were still patches of black shadows rising and falling in the slightly red water. They were terrifying aquatic monsters who were flushed down by the rapid waters. If the city used deep water bombs, they could hunt down these monsters and use them as nutritious food. Yet there were seldom any superhumans who dared to jump into Red Dragon River to fight against the aquatic monsters with their fists deep in the river, because the water flowed too rapidly. Is that a lion dragonfish? Now that Meng Jiao was at the peak of Earth realm, his eyesight had become much sharper than when he was a one-star superhuman. Even when he was high in the sky, he could see a large body moving in the river. On his mission for the Red Radiance Jade Mine, Meng Jiao and Lucia had fought fiercely against 2 lion dragon fishes in a mysterious lake deep in Graveyard Forest. Even now, when their cultivation realms and fighting strength had increased a lot, their hearts would fill with fear upon recalling that fight. They did not want a repeat of that fight. However, if Gao Yi dug a hole into the construction site of the tunnel under the river, then all the water from Red Dragon River as well as the aquatic monsters, including the lion dragonfish, inside would. Meng Jiao gulped and slowed down. The construction deal for the tunnel under the river was originally won by spirit creation creatures. However, spirit creation creatures ran into a series of crises caused by Gao Yi's transformation and had to split up their core assets and experienced technicians into different groups. Then, with help from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, they merged with Superstar. The construction for the tunnel under the river was taken over by Superstar and 2 other infrastructure companies that were skilled in modifying biochemical beasts, along with a powerful company skilled in runic symbol machines. It meant that the pie was split into 4, and it managed to cover up the scandal of Gao Yi transforming into a monster. Hence, Meng Jiao was quite familiar with the construction site of the tunnel under the river. It was built at the edge of the southern part of the city, and it was at a place where Red Dragon River was rather wide. Even though building the construction site at a wider area meant that they had more work to do, the flow of water was slower there compared to where the river narrowed. The erosion of the tunnel after it was constructed would also be weaker because of it. After they received news that a lot of zombies had appeared at the southern part of the city, the construction had come to a halt. The technicians and engineers all armed themselves. The hammers the workers used were powered by crystals, and spirit gas gushed out of them. They could break the toughest stones as well as open the skulls of zombies and monsters. Once the Red Dragon Army received the alarm from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, it immediately sent a rapid response squad over. The men brought with them 3 armored vehicles and stationed themselves by the construction site. On the surface of the river there were patrol boats filled with deep water bombs. They went back and forth while looking for signs of abnormal creatures. When Meng Jiao rushed over, Lucia was above the construction site. She had already circled the Red Dragon River once. Then, she removed her glider while still in the air and jumped in front of the squad from the army to show her ID. When they entered the second stage of the monster war, the monsters continued evolving and growing smarter. The authority and power of the Abnormal Beast Research Department kept increasing day by day, and the department was beginning to grow into a powerful organization that could stand on equal ground with the Supernatural Tower and Adjudicator Court, just as Meng Jiao remembered it. The Red Dragon Army's commander gave Meng Jiao and Lucia a standard military salute to show that they would provide aid and firepower as support while the Abnormal Beast Research Department took over command of the situation. "Did anything happen?" Meng Jiao asked the Red Dragon Army commander. "For now, no," the Red Dragon Army commander said. "We arrived 7 minutes ago to set up defenses and listen to movements underground. Right now, there are a lot of pests moving below us. They're loud and interference is strong. It's hard for us to get any useful information. But there are no cracks on the surface around us. We didn't notice any tremors or signs of the ground sinking in the tunnel that is under construction." "What about the workers, engineers, and technicians? Have they come out?" Meng Jiao asked. "Some of the workers and engineers have retreated in time. Some are still in the tunnel," the Red Dragon Army commander said. "A lot of their large construction equipment is operating at full capacity in the tunnel. They need some time to retrieve everything and leave." Meng Jiao nodded. Through Superstar, he had come to understand a bit about the construction in the tunnel under the river. It was the first time Dragon City carried out a construction under a river after they transmigrated to the Otherworld. A lot of the construction equipment was made specifically for this construction project. It was to be tested and examined. The engineers had to gather all sorts of data and train people to use the new equipment. Even the giant sandworms and other biochemical beasts had a lot of resources poured into them and were tested repeatedly before they were created. Various industries and related departments had invested a lot into the construction. Naturally, the engineers could not just watch as their precious equipment was drowned by the river. But Meng Jiao cast a glance at Red Dragon River. Suddenly, he felt that the color of the river near the construction site was off. The normal color of the water was slightly red. Right now, it was beginning to turn a murky yellow. There were also countless bubbles coming from the bottom of the river. It was as if there was something brewing up at Tsunami and Red Dragon River. There's something there. The patrolling motor torpedo boat on the river also noticed the abnormality. It immediately fired a large number of deep-water bombs into the river. Bomb. 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 Thick water pillars shot into the sky. The torn limbs of aquatic creatures flew into the air like rain, and their blood dyed the river red. But the effect of deep-water bombs in a river with rapid current was not that good. Besides, their target was Gao Yi, an ultimate sandworm skilled in digging tunnels. He could just dig into the riverbed and use the earth that had been accumulating for years there to minimize the impact from deep-water bombs. Besides, this place was too close to the construction site. If they were careless, the deep-water bombs would destroy the tunnel under the river. Hence, the motor torpedo boat did not dare to fire wantonly. It could only fire non-stop at the edge of the tunnel. Aside from killing a large number of aquatic monsters and causing a large amount of earth to fly up, which in turn caused the river to be even more murky and chaotic, they did not manage to drag the ultimate sandworm out. At that moment, loud and piercing sounds came out from the Red Dragon Army commander's communicator. His expression changed. No. Water has spilled into the tunnel.